A Highlander to set her free. Written by Barbara Bard and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Prologue. The tunnel was dark, yet she navigated it with ease, knowing the route like the back of her little hand. Thunder shook the keep, spurring her on faster. It wasn't that she was a cowardly child by any means, but the combination of the raging storm outside and the nightmare that had ripped her from sleep was a test of even her stalwart courage. As a proud member of the McCayzer clan and the daughter of their laird, Miriel knew she had to grow to be strong. At 8 years of age, the importance of her duty to the clan had already been instilled in her. One day, she would be a leader to her people. She would need to marry a great man who would become their laird, and she would rule at his right hand. Her Da had always told her, though, that experiencing fear wasn't what made someone a coward. Everyone was afraid sometimes, even him. He said the most terrifying day of his life was the day she was born. Her birth had not been easy, and her Moor had almost died from the effort to bring her into the world. Her Da had been out of his mind with worry for her and her Moor, and overwhelmed with gratitude when they'd both made it through alive. No, it wasn't fear itself that made people cowards. They became cowards when they let that fear control them. Miriel's fear didn't control her, but that didn't mean she couldn't seek comfort from her Moor and Day on stormy, nightmare-riddled nights. Bare feet padding along the cold stone floor of the passage, Miriel came upon the secret door leading into her parents' bedchamber. The hidden passages of the keep spread throughout the structure like a spider's web, but Miriel had memorized every twist and turn and used them frequently to sneak around without anyone noticing her. No one knew those tunnels quite so well as she did. Resting her hand on the metal door handle, Miriel moved to open it, but a strange sound on the other side of the door made her pause. It had sounded like the creaking of a floorboard, as though someone were moving about inside the room. The hour was late, however, and it would be unusual for her parents to be up and about. Has the storm woken Ma and Da as well? Something didn't feel quite right, however. A strange sense of dread unfurled in Miriel's gut, and she opened the door just a crack so she could peek into the room, careful to make no noise. The room was dark, save for the flickering of the low fire in the hearth. Shadows danced along the floor and walls, obscuring her vision. She had to take a moment to let her eyes adjust to the way the soft light played in the dark. When she could make out the details of the room, she slid her gaze toward her parents' bed and froze. Alarm made her gasp, but she slapped her hand over her mouth to keep the noise from escaping her lips. A tall, hooded figure stood over her parents' bed. Her Moor and Da were fast asleep, none the wiser to the intruder towering over them. Menace seemed to roll from the figure's broad shoulders. His stance was tense and predatory, dangerous, deadly. Miriel watched as the intruder turned his gaze from her Da to her Moor, then back again. She caught a glimpse of what lay beneath the hood, but a dark covering obscured the person's face, and Miriel could make out no details of his identity. The man shifted, and something flashed in his hand, catching her eye. The cloaked trespasser held a large knife, and as Miriel watched in horrified shock, he raised it above her Da. She opened her mouth to try and scream, to warn her parents, but terror paralyzed her, stealing her voice. "Move, ye coward! Stop him! Day something!" Yet she was helpless. Her body simply wouldn't budge, no matter how violently her mind demanded it to. She could do nothing but watch as the figure brought the knife down into her Da's sleeping form with a sickening thud. Blood spurted as her Da woke with a gurgled cry, but the villain stabbed him again and again before he could gather his wits enough to fight back. He slaughtered her da with such brutality, Miriel could see the pure hatred behind his actions. This wasn't simply the work of a rival, hoping to undercut the McCayzer clan's power by killing its laird. Whoever this was, he despised her da with a frightening passion. He wanted him to suffer in death, to destroy him body and soul. The violence of the murder startled her more awake. Lady McCayzer's eyes went wide as she realised what was happening to her husband. She opened her mouth to scream, but the cloaked man pointed his bloody knife at her face. Miriel couldn't hear what the killer was saying to her more, but whatever it was, it alarmed the lady into silence. The man turned his blade back to Miriel's da, slicing it through him several more times. Though it was obvious he was already dead, tears streamed down her face and her heart raced with despair and terror. How could this be happening here in her home? How could her da be dead so easily? Her giant of a father, with his wild mop of hair and shaggy beard that made him look like a savage, who wielded a great broadsword as tall as Miriel herself, and was feared by clans all across the Highlands. How could that beast of a man be slaughtered like this? Like an animal? Nausea made Miriel's stomach roil, but she still didn't move. She was too afraid the killer would hear her and discover her hiding place. The thought of him turning that bloodied blade on her had her shivering like a beaten pup. Her maw was sobbing, her arms wrapped tightly around her torso as the killer finished his work. He pulled his knife from her da's body, then slowly stalked around the bed to her maw's side. Miriel's maw shrank away from him, but he reached out and grabbed her arm. Panic overwhelmed Miriel, making her hand, which still held the door handle, jerk. The metal clattered softly against the wood, and she stilled, terrified she'd made her presence known by accident. The hooded man tensed and glanced around the room. Miriel held her breath. After a heartbeat of time that seemed to stretch for a lifetime, the man turned his attention back to her maw. Please, not her tay. Dinny take me maw as well. Shaking her maw sharply, the killer appeared to speak to her again, but Miriel still could not hear his words. Her maw yanked on her arm to try and escape his hold, but he jerked her closer and held the knife at her throat. Her maw went deathly still and pale, her eyes wide with fear as she stared up into the covered face above her. Miriel trembled and held her breath, praying the man wouldn't slaughter her maw along with her da. At length, the killer lowered the weapon and shoved her maw back down onto the bed and away from him. He sheathed his blade without bothering to clean it, and cast one last long look at her maw, before turning for the doors that led out to a great stone balcony overlooking the courtyard. He slipped through the doors without a backward glance, disappearing into the stormy night. The room was quiet for several moments. Her maw sat up in the bed, as though in a daze, her expression blank. Slowly her maw reached across the bed and touched her da's arm. Her lip trembled as tears slid silently down her cheeks. "Drostan? Love? Can ye hear me?" "He's dead, maw. It's no use. He's dead." The thought repeated over and over in Miriel's head. Her da was dead, 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 dead. Her maw was sobbing now over her husband's body, and Miriel stayed hidden. She knew a good daughter would make her presence known and offer comfort to her grieving mother, but she couldn't go out there. "Drostan!" her maw screamed, slashing at the bed covers with her nails. As her sorrow grew, it pushed her to near madness. "Drostan! Drostan!" She yanked at her hair and thrashed about like a crazed animal. Then she collapsed onto her husband's corpse. Miriel whimpered as her maw's nightgown was stained red with her da's blood. It was a gruesome sight, and one she feared would be burned into her memory for the rest of her days. "Yerda is dead and your maw is gaying mad afore your eyes." She heard the pounding of feet approaching the bedchamber, and Miriel shrunk back into the darkness of the passage, though she kept her eye locked on the crack in the door. The next moment, the chamber door burst open and a handful of clansmen entered with weapons drawn. They all came to a sudden halt when they took in the horrendous scene in the room, their mistress shrieking atop the body of their slain laird, his blood soaking the bedding beneath him and his wife above him. When the first man overcame his initial shock, he let out a shout of alarm and rushed toward the bed to try and pull her maw away from her dar. Miriel's maw fought his hold, and 2 more men came forward to assist him. "Me lady, please relent," one of the men, who was named Alan, pleaded with her maw as he took hold of her arms. "Wit has happened here, wit has happened to our laird." Her maw was beyond capable of responding. She thrashed to escape the men as they dragged her away, shrieking and cursing them with a ferocity that could find its place on a battlefield. Miriel watched as her maw was dragged away, her screams echoing throughout the keep. The 2 men who were left moved toward her dar's body, still laying on the bed. She recognised them both. They were young members of the clan, one named Brannan and the other named Dolan. Brannan scrubbed his hand over his mouth as he stared at his laird in despair, his face pale, and Dolan squeezed his eyes shut and turned away. "Saviour above," he bit out. "Whit kind of monster would day such a thing?" "How could they?" Brannan murmured with a shake of his head. "How could anyone outside the clan get this far into the keep?" "Are you sure it was someone outside the clan?" Dolan asked softly. The 2 exchanged a look that Miriel didn't understand. She struggled to understand anything about their conversation. What did they mean by questioning if the killer was from outside the clan? Did they truly think someone within the clan could have done this? Isn't it possible? Nay, one would betray their laird like this. Yet, even as the thought crawled through her mind, doubt followed in its wake. She had always believed her family's keep the safest place in the world. No one could get in who wasn't supposed to be there. So, how had her dar's murderer breached her home's walls? Brannan and Dolan were moving closer to her dar. One man stood at his head, and the other at his feet. Reaching out, they took hold of his ankles and shoulders, and with echoing grunts, lifted him from the bed. For the first time since Miriel had reached her parents' bedchamber, she was given a full view of her dar. His torso was ripped to shreds, and blood still dripped from his clothing and fingertips. As the 2 men jostled him to get a better hold, his head lolled so that his face turned toward her. His eyes were open. They stared at her, frozen forever in terror and pain. They bore into her as if in accusation. "Why did ye day nothing?" they yelled. "Why did ye nae stop them?" She couldn't look away. She couldn't stop the terror that ripped through her at the sight of his lifeless eyes. "Why, Miriel? Why? Why? Why?" Clutching her head, she willed the voice to leave her alone and begged the eyes to look away. As her dar's bloody corpse stared at her in anger, Miriel opened her mouth and a scream tore from her throat. Chapter 1. Miriel. Miriel jerked away with a cry, the dream as vivid as if she had just relived that terrible night. Every detail remained clear in her mind. Even 12 years later, it was her most constant nightmare. Sweat beaded her brow, but she shivered beneath her heavy bedding. Sitting up, she fought to catch her breath and calm her racing heart. Only a dream. Isn't real? Yerdar has been dead for years. Yet, she knew sleep would be impossible now. It always was, once that nightmare disturbed her mind. With a frustrated sigh, she threw the covers away from her and slid out of her bed onto the thick wool rug, covering the cold stone floor of her room. Padding to the bench beneath her large window, she sat and looked out in the night. From her place in the keep, she could see beyond the tall walls surrounding the whole castle. The Scottish countryside stretched out before her, bathed in moonlight. The rolling green hills, the lush forest stretching around her clan's land, and the craggy mountains off in the distance called to her. Her Da had always said the wildness of the Highlands was reflected in its people, who were born warriors that no one could contain, not even the English. Her heart ached at the thought of her Da. Too often when she remembered him, the image of his lifeless eyes staring at her shadowed any pleasant thoughts she might have. To this day, she remembered how they'd seemed to accuse her. She'd done nothing to stop her Da's murder, and the guilt haunted her. Shaking her head, Miriel tried to think of something else, something more pleasant, something less likely to stir bad dreams within her head. Resting her feet in front of her on the bench, she hugged her knees to her chest and stared out at the moon. Nothing more pleasant came to mind. There was very little about her life that she could call pleasant. As the night passed by, she sank deeper and deeper into the gloom of her heavy thoughts. Her world had been shattered the day her Da died, and she'd never been able to put the pieces back together. Her home was now her prison, her family, her jailers. Resting her cheek upon her knee, she kept her eyes locked on the silver moon as her tears began to fall. Just as she had so many nights throughout the years, she let herself weep under the cover and security of darkness. No one would see her weakness now. No one would try to use it against her. When the sun finally came up, Miriel readied for the day. Her maid came to help her dress, and when she was presentable, she straightened her shoulders and tilted her chin. Donning her armour of stoicism, she made her way out into the corridor. Servants hurried past her as they woke the rest of the house and prepared for the work needed to be done that day. Miriel nodded her head and offered polite smiles as they passed, but she didn't stop to speak with anyone. Her survival in this place depended on her ability to remain aloof from the goings-on around her. Making her way to the dining room in search of her breakfast, she paused at the door when she saw it was already occupied. Her uncle Crodak, currently laird of the McCayzer clan, turned his hated smirk onto her when he noticed her. "Good morning, niece," he said with a sneer. "My, dinna ye look bonny today?" His eyes travelled the length of her body, and she shivered in disgust. Too late, she realised. He was alone in the room. Her Aunt Dioirid and cousin Arter were nowhere to be found. Her uncle was never so bold as to ogle her when they were around. Without them, she wasn't safe from his lecherous gaze. For a hesitant moment, she considered turning and escaping the room, but then thought better of it. If he believed she was frightened of him, it would only spur on his behaviour. Her uncle enjoyed women, but she had heard from the maids that he enjoyed taking a woman by force more than bedding a willing one. It was only one of many reasons she despised him. "Come, niece, sit wi' me. I ha' seen too little of ye as of late. Because I avoid ye like a festering corpse." Miriel made every effort to avoid her uncle whenever she could. He made no secret of his unnatural desire for her, and his interest had only grown over the years as she'd matured into her womanhood. As of late, however, his attempts at catching her alone had grown more and more insistent, and she'd found herself in situations similar to this several times before. Head high, she moved around the table to a seat far from him and settled down. The table was laden with the morning fare. Porridge, crusty bread with fresh butter, bacon, and a tanker of heather ale. Though she knew the McCayzer cook to be an expert at her craft, Miriel no longer had an appetite. Taking little onto her platter, she pretended to eat, picking at the food like a weary sparrow. "Did ye sleep well, me dear?" her uncle asked. "Aye," she lied, keeping her eyes locked on her meal. He reached across the table as though to touch her, and she flinched away. She glanced up in time to see the anger flash through his eyes. He may not care if she were willing or not, but he always seemed furious when she rejected him outright. "Where is me aunt?" she asked pointedly. He scowled. "She is unwell and remains abed, likely from drowning in her cups all night." Not that Miriel could blame her. Were she forced to endure her uncle as her husband, she'd likely be legless most days as well. "Me cousin, then." Perhaps Artair would join them shortly and relieve her. Whereabouts is he at this early hour? Her uncle's eyes narrowed, and it was clear he disliked her reminding him of his family. "I ha nae see the lad as of yet," he answered curtly. "I imagine he has yet to drag himself from his latest conquest's bed." Miriel wanted to yank at her hair in frustration. It seemed, whenever she needed her cousin most, he was off stealing the virtue of some poor young lass who fell victim to his wicked grin and charm. Unlike his father, her cousin wasn't a bad man. It was quite amazing how good he truly was, given the circumstances of his birth, yet he was too easily distracted by a pretty face. Miriel prayed for the day he would meet a woman who could settle him down. It would do them all good for him to shed his wild bachelor ways. "Ye should nae speak so of Artair," she snapped, coming to her cousin's defence. "Ah, hey I offend your delicate female sensitives?" Her uncle chuckled in the cruel way she'd grown used to. He so enjoyed cutting down those around him, so that he could feel more superior. Anger bloomed within her, but she held her tongue and returned her attention to her meal. It would do her no good to provoke him outright. Better to ignore him. Silence stretched between them, and with each moment that passed, it grew thicker and thicker with tension. She could sense his growing agitation at her dismissal, and knew he would force her attention back to him before long. "It is me hope that Artair quiets his wild ways soon enough," he said at length. "A bride would calm him, dinna ye think?" With a frown, Miriel turned her eyes back to Crodak. "I dinna ken whit ye mean, uncle. Do ye hae a lass in mind?" His grin was wide and victorious as he reclaimed her full attention. She hated that she'd let him win this time, but she cared deeply for her cousin, and couldn't help but be interested in hearing any plans being made for his future. I dae," Crodak nodded, "though I dae admit that she is nae yet secured for Artair." "I dinna understand. Whit dae ye mean, nae yet secured?" Casually spooning up his porridge, her uncle took a bite and chewed for several agonising moments before deigning to provide her an answer. "A northern laird is travelling along the border, gaying Fey Clan Tay clan in search of a respectable suitor for his sister," Crodak explained. There was a greedy glint in his eye that Miriel found concerning. "He is said to be vera powerful and wealthy." "A northern laird, ear. Why is he so determined to marry her tae a border clan?" "It appears he wishes to form an alliance so as to grow his strength against the English. Connection to a border clan would prove strategic in his efforts. A powerful northern laird wi' enough might to face the English. He could prove useful." It was Miriel's dream to escape her uncle's hold. An unmarried orphan such as herself, with no connections outside her own clan, had little hope of running away and surviving, however. As it had become apparent her uncle had no interest in marrying her off any time soon, she'd realised years back that she was likely stuck in her personal hell. Yet now, a spark of hope lit up within her heart. If this northern laird proved a good, trustworthy man, perhaps she could plead her case to him and gain his help. If he were to steal her away from this place, her uncle's small forces would not stand a chance against him. She could be free of her uncle, free of this keep with its blood-soaked memories, free of her guilt at last. Her mind began to whirl as she plotted her possible escape. "When is the laird expected to arrive?" she asked as innocently as she could manage. "Within the week," her uncle answered easily. "Wi' luck, he will dub Artair a respectable suitor for his sister during their stay. I pray me boy finds his happiness with a lass. Ye pray that you'll be able to acquire her brother's wealth and power." She knew her uncle too well to believe, for a moment, Artair's well-being was his priority in this exchange. Still, the opportunity the laird's visit presented to her was too fortuitous to pass on. Though Artair's happiness mattered to her in this moment, it was not her first concern either. "You'll, of course, be permitted to introduce yourself to the laird and his sister," her uncle said, sounding as though he were granting her a grand favour. His eyes darkened the next moment, however, as he continued. "Though, I warn ye, should I suspect any behaviour outside the bounds of propriety, I swear to ye, there will be consequences to pay." She glared at him, affronted by his insinuations. Despite what he may not so secretly wish, Miriel was a proper young lady who took her noble birth seriously and protected her reputation fiercely. To even suggest she would compromise herself with the visiting laird or any of his men was a gross slander of her character. "Fear nay, uncle. I will maintain the utmost diligence in preserving me chastity from any way would try to dirty it." He stared at her for long moments, and she could not read the thoughts playing out behind his eyes. At length, however, a sickening grin curled his lips, and his gaze heated with an almost manic determination. "That is such a relief, me dear," he drawled, placing his elbows on the table and leaning toward her. "I would so hate for you to be spoiled afore your wedding night." The way he spoke made her stomach roil. He didn't bother to mask the lust in his voice as his eyes dropped to her bosom. She felt suddenly naked and exposed despite the modest neckline of her gown. Shoving to her feet, she declared, "Me appetite has left me. I bid ye good day, uncle." She didn't bother to wait for a response, turning sharply to flee the room. "A good day to ye as well, niece," he called after her. "I shall see ye very soon, I am sure." Miriel barely kept the contents of her stomach from escaping as she hurried out into the hall. Chapter 2. Eden. The road stretched out before him, seemingly endless and packed with perpetual disappointment. What he wouldn't give to be able to return home, to end this exhausting charade and leave all the fools he had encountered so far well behind him. Another failed match, another waste of my time. Edan, laird of the Tosh clan, glanced back at the caravan trailing behind him like a long serpent sliding through the grass. Men on horseback guarded wagons of supplies and servants who had come all the way from the Highlands to follow him to the Scottish and English border. Though he was weary from travel and growing more hopeless his plans would come to fruition, his men didn't appear to share his frustrations. They chatted happily among themselves, enjoying this journey as an entertaining adventure rather than a mission to garner strength and secure their future. Determined to solidify his clan's defences and shore up their resources should the English stir more trouble than they were worth, Edan had set out on this tour to find a suitable husband for his younger sister, Keirstein, in order to form a strong alliance. He wished to make a binding connection with a border clan, but so far he had been left wanting in regards to acceptable suitors. His sister's marriage would be of political benefit to their clan, but he wasn't about to marry her to a complete fool who would embarrass their family name. The young laird of Dubgeel Keep, from which Edan's party was currently travelling, was just one in a long line of incapable cuddies he would not trust to provide for or defend his sister from harm. The lad had barely been 16 years of age, and so green behind the ears in regards to leadership. His more was the true power of their clan. While Edan could respect a woman of strength and bold character, he wasn't about to put his sister into the lady's path and risk the conflict and manipulation he was sure would follow the wedding. He had seen quickly enough that the lady of the keep intended to maintain her place of power. She was not willing to move aside for a younger replacement, no matter her son's desires for a bride or her clan's need for an heir. Kerstin would only have been miserable in that place, and so Edan had declined their offer of marriage and moved his entourage along. With a deep sigh, he turned back to face the road ahead. They would next stop at Cadwell Keep, the stronghold of the McCayzer clan. He had some hesitant hope that this stop would prove worth the effort. He had heard that the McCayzers had once been a well-respected force to be reckoned with under their former laird. Unfortunately, he had been brutally murdered in his own bed, and the clan had suffered as a result. Their current laird was supposedly greedy and reckless in his rule. It was rumoured his cruelty and predilections had driven his first wife to take her own life by throwing herself from one of the walls of Cadwell. Upon first hearing such talk, Edan had considered bypassing the McCayzers altogether to spare themselves further disenchantment. Thankfully, it was the man's son that Edan sought for his sister, not the laird himself. The lad was supposed to be a decent sort, quite the opposite of his father. Intelligent, brave and kind, Arter of the McCayzers sounded as though he was an ideal candidate for his sister's hand. The sound of an approaching horse stole Edan's attention from the road and his musing. His right-hand man, Baig, rode up to his side with a grin. "Me, laird. The caravan is moving along smoothly. We should make decent time on our way to Cadwell." Edan nodded, pleased by the news. "Vera good, Baig. Keep the men alert and watchful of the wagons. We may still run into bandits this close to the border." "Yes, me laird. The men ken to be diligent." "Excellent." They fell into a companionable silence for several moments as they continued on their way, swaying comfortably in their saddles. Pyish had been with Edan since he'd first become laird, and there were few men he trusted more. He allowed Pyish to speak his mind and had come to know the signs when the man had something on his mind he wished to say. He was tensed, his hands clenched tightly around his reins. It was clear to Edan his friend wished to say something very badly indeed. At length, Bayek finally turned back to Edan and asked in a careful tone, "Me laird, I mean ye no disrespect by me, asking ye this, but the lads and I have been wondering why it is ye seek a match for ye sister and nae yourself. Would ye nae hae mair control of your alliance if it were ye to wed and nae the lass?" It was a fair question, and one Edan had anticipated would be asked of him sooner than this moment. Still, the need to explain himself seemed a tiring feat, and not a task that he relished. "It is nae me who wishes to wed Bahaik, ever. To give up me freedom and be tied to one lass for the remainder of me life soons like a prison sentence." He glanced toward his right hand with a wry grin. "No, it must be Kerstin. Besides, she is by far the mair amicable of us. She will make a strong alliance for me and a fine wife for her husband."
"Should we ever find her one?"
Bahaik mumbled beneath his breath. "Ah, so I am nor the only one among us feeling frustrated." Still, the man's tone was too close to accusatory for Edan's liking, and he was towing the line of anger as it was. He glared at Bahaik out of the corner of his eye. "Watch yourself, man. Me patience is running thin as it is." "Apologies, me laird," Bahaik said hurriedly. "It's just the lairds we ha' come upon thus far hae been unacceptable," Edan finished for him. I ken. None had been suitable for Kerstin. None had been deserving of her. His men had made their opinions clear of each and every candidate for his sister's hand they had thus far come upon. Kerstin was beloved among their clan, and as protective as Edan was of the lass, his men were just as, if not more so. He turned in his saddle so he could look back into their entourage and find her. His sister rode amongst a group of his men, laughing and chattering as though she were surrounded by her closest friends, and not hardened warriors. The men, in turn, were all smiles and raucous mirth as they jostled for her attention, joking and teasing her until she blushed and giggled. Though Kerstin was exceedingly beautiful, with a small figure, waxen hair and large blue eyes, Edan didn't worry about any of his men overstepping their bounds. For most, Kerstin was like a younger sister to the clansmen. To the rest, she was forbidden to them. They feared their laird's wrath enough that they didn't even think to attempt to compromise her. The thought of parting with her was painful. It had been just the two of them for so long. He wasn't sure how he would manage without her telling him what to do all the time. The pain was necessary, however. Edan just had to be certain the man he selected was the right one, for Kerstin's sake. His alliance was important, but her happiness was vital. One of the men called out for Pike.
"Pardon me, laird,"
he said, tugging on his reins to swing his mount around. "I'll return presently." Edan nodded his head as his right hand rode off to see to his duties. Alone again, Edan relaxed into his saddle, resting his wrist over the pommel and letting his reins hang loose in his hands. He let his mind wander, and the noise of his caravan faded into the background. Taking a deep breath, he savoured the fresh, crisp fall air. His frustration began to fade, and he considered Pike's words with a clearer head. Edan had determined years ago that he'd never wed, and his reasons were, as he'd told his right hand. He cherished his independence too much to bind himself to another person. His parents had had a loving and lasting marriage, but he simply didn't believe he was capable of such a commitment. Yet it was important that the Tosh bloodline continue on. Theirs was a proud legacy of warlords and kings, of conquests and heroic defenders of the Scottish lands. It was his solemn duty to ensure the continuity of that legacy. He took this responsibility seriously, though it would not be him directly carrying on the line. Kerstin, thankfully, did not share his qualms when it came to the subject of marriage. She was a willing participant in his plans, and in fact, was eager to be wed and start her own family. Edan thought of the children she would have, and the ones he never would. That was, admittedly, a hardship. He would have no direct heir for himself, but again, that didn't mean all was lost. He would simply name one of his nephews laird after him, as he was certain Kerstin would have a litter of bairns to continue their bloodline. Edan grew so lost in thought that he didn't notice the second horse approaching him. "Brother, whit has ye looking so distracted? I called your name but a moment ago, and ye did nae respond." Edan jerked in his saddle, startled by the soft voice of his sister, who was suddenly riding next to him. He shot her a glare as he rested his hand over his racing heart.
"Damn ye, lass. Hey, I not told ye tay nor sneak up on me afore?"
Kerstin rolled her eyes. "Oh, I announced me presence well enough. Isn't me fault ye did nae listen?" He frowned in annoyance. "Ye should show more respect to your brother and laird." His sister pursed her lips and arched one fair brow, casting him a derisive look he knew all too well from their childhood. "Dinna think to bully me into place, Edan. Ye ken I dinna fear ye. Would be so much easier if ye did." Kerstin was the one person who seemed unimpressed by his lofty status among their clan. She didn't disrespect him when they were around the others, but when it was just the two of them, she could prove as stubborn and obstinate as himself. "'Tis a small miracle she agreed to me plans at all."
"Whit day ye want, Kerstin?"
he grumbled. "Ye've clearly something on ye mind." She shifted in her saddle, appearing suddenly uncomfortable. Concern unfurled in his belly as he watched her. What could possibly have her so agitated? "Brother, I must confess 'tis some worry," she admitted at length. "We've now come fae perhaps the 7th keep, and are no closer to settling on a husband for myself. Do ye think the problem is me? Am I lacking in some way?" Edan wanted to sigh in his relief. He'd thought she was about to tell him something truly dreadful, like she wished to marry the dobber they'd just left behind. Grinning softly, he reached over and patted her hand. "Nor, sister, dinny fret. I assure ye, 'tis nor ye that poses the issue. None of the lads we've come upon thus far have been satisfactory. Each has lacked in some way, and I'm nae aboot to bind you to a fool or weakling." Her lips curled into an amused grin. "Ye think ye might be a bit harsh in your judgments, brother? Nay, all the men had been so terrible." Truth, but none had been good enough either. "You just relax and enjoy the journey," he said, chucking her under her chin. "Leave the matchmaking to meself." Kirstine sighed and shook her head, her expression one of exasperated mirth. "If ye say so, brother, I shall day as ordered. Wit a refreshing change of pace." She glowered at him. "How I long for the day when ye meet a lass will put ye on your head. Wit a sight that'll prove to be." As she pulled her horse around to ride away from him, Edan watched her go with smug satisfaction, knowing her prediction would never come to pass. No woman alive would be able to change his mind and sway him into marriage. Of this he was sure. Chapter 3. Miriel. Blessed Father in heaven, watch over the souls of your faithfully departed. The chapel was silent as Miriel prayed. No one else occupied the sacred space, which is how she preferred it. She intentionally sought out moments in the day when she could pray without interruption or distraction. It was in these moments that she could escape the eyes of her uncle and find sanctuary in a place where even he would not dare approach her. Every day, Miriel sought the safety of the chapel and prayed for the repose of her parents' souls. She thought if she threw herself at God's mercy again and again, they might be saved from purgatory. Her Moor received her most ardent pleas to God. Remove her soul from purgatory, forgive her of her grievous sins. She found comfort in her prayers and in the solitude of the chapel. Next to the garden, it was her favourite place in the keep. Her Moor had seen to its renovation in her time, commissioning beautiful statues of the saints and shipping in marble for a new altar from Spain. Miriel knelt before that altar, her hands clasped in front of her and her eyes closed tight. She was so lost in her appeals to the Almighty, she didn't hear the soft footsteps as someone approached her from behind. A shiver passed through her, however, and she became aware of another person standing over her when they were at her back. "Such a faithful lass. Your devotion is humbling to look upon." Miriel's body went rigid, and her eyes flew open. Whipping her head around, she gasped. Krodak stood behind her, leering down at her. His eyes flashed with wanton hunger, and dread pressed upon her chest like a heavy weight. "No, nay ear," he would nae dare, yet fear blossomed in her belly none the less. Her uncle had never approached her here before. This had always been a safe place for her. Wit are ye daying here, uncle?" she asked, her voice shaking slightly. She flinched, embarrassed that she'd let her anxiety slip through. His smirk was predatory. "I ken ye'd be here, niece, alone. I wished to speak wi' ye afore the northern laird and his party arrived." Miriel knew better than to believe him. He didn't merely wish to speak with her. Like a spider sensing a fly trapped in his web, he was closing in on his prey. Her uncle's advances toward her had grown bolder in the last few days, and she'd been forced to hide from or flee him more than once. Yet, even in her darkest fears, she would have never imagined he'd come for her here. She frantically searched for a means of escape. He was blocking her path to the main entrance of the cavernous room, taking that option from her. However, there was a door to the side of the altar that led to the chapel's sacristy, through which she could run. Turning, she made to dash for the door, but he reached out and wrapped his hand around her arm, stopping her. His hold was hard, and when he squeezed, it grew painful. She gaped at him in horrified shock. "Dinny day this, uncle," she pleaded. "Nay ere, nay in this sacred place. God has cursed me with this unshakable desire." He spat in a low tone. "'Tis God's will that I slake it." "Blasphemy," she cried. "God did nae day this. It is your own twisted mind leading ye to this sin." She feared what he might do to her should she speak those words out loud. Her uncle was capable of much more than what he already threatened her with. Sometimes she suspected his black heart to be capable even of murder. He yanked her into his chest, and she cried out in terror, thrashing her body to try and get away from him. She beat at him with her free fist, but he swatted her hand away like it was nothing but a pesky fly. Cupping the nape of her neck, he held her still as he leaned closer, his intent clear as his lips neared hers. "Christ above, do no allow this. Save me!" She struggled against her uncle's grasp, fighting his violation. Yet none of her efforts stopped his advance. Turning her face away, she avoided his kiss, forcing his lips to meet her cheek. The contact was hard and wet, and she felt like gagging. She kicked at him, but he trapped her leg between his, making her dependent on him to remain balanced. He pulled back with a grimace and yanked at her hair to force her face back toward him. She shrieked as he leaned in again, but the instant before his mouth sealed over hers, a loud clanging startled them both. Her uncle looked around on instinct to determine the source of the noise, inadvertently loosening his hold on her. Miriel didn't waste a moment and wrenched herself away from him. He didn't try to stop her as she pushed past him to flee down the main aisle toward the door. He was smirking as she rushed past. "Yeah, continued resistance is futile, me dear," he called after her, his tone mocking. "Soon enough, I'll hear ye. You'll warm me bed just as your Moor did." Tears streamed down her face as nausea bubbled in her belly, but Miriel didn't stop to look back at him. She ran with all her strength from the chapel and away from her uncle, away from his unholy lusts, away from his cruel words, away from the truth behind them that chilled her blood and scorched her soul. Miriel didn't stop running until she'd reached the castle garden at the back of the keep. She wiped at her tears with angry motions, furious with herself for displaying such weakness in front of that monster. It only made him more eager to hurt her when he saw how he was breaking her. His words rang in her head. "You'll warm me bed just as your Moor did." She hated him with an intensity that startled her, but was no less justified. He'd taken everything that had once been good in her life and made it rotten. Her home, her family's name, her Moor's memory. All were tainted by his malice and spite, by his perversion. Now he wished to taint her as well. She hurried toward a bush as she was overwhelmed with disgust and upheaved the contents of her stomach. When she had nothing left to expel, she slowly backed from the mess until she met a tree. With a whimper, she slid to the ground, sitting between its large roots. Her body was shaking and her heart continued to race as she hugged her knees to her chest and tried to breathe. She hated how he did this to her, how he turned her into a small, shivering heap of nothing. In her mind, she'd taken her revenge against him countless times in various bloody ways, making him pay for every cruel thing he'd done or said to her. It was only in her imagination, however. In truth, she was powerless against him. She was a woman, unmarried, with no family of her own to defend her while he was the laird. If her da and Moor were still alive, they'd display his head on a pike from the castle wall for daring to touch her, no matter that he was kin. They weren't alive, however. They were dead, horribly, brutally. Her da's lifeless eyes flashed through her mind. Her Moor's twisted body against the stones of the courtyard followed. Miriel shook her head, dispelling the terrible memories. She didn't want to relive them, not now and not ever. She buried them deep into the back of her mind, willing them to stay there for good this time, praying they would stop haunting her waking hours and her dreams. The sound of approaching footsteps snared her attention, and she jerked her head up to see who was drawing near. Has Crodak followed me efter EU? Am I tehe nor peace whatsoever? It was not her uncle walking toward her, however. A tall, wildly handsome man with dark red hair was staring at her with the most stunning blue eyes she'd ever seen. He was broad of shoulder and narrow of hip, and walked with a grace that seemed at odds with his size. She stared up at him in awe as he reached her. Coming to a stop, he towered over her, and she was forced to tilt her head far back in order to meet his gaze. His brow was furrowed, his expression soft. "Good day, me lady," he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "Are ye well? Ye appear troubled." It was in that moment that Miriel comprehended she was alone with this stranger who looked as though he could easily overpower her if he had the mind to. Keeping her back pressed to the tree, she pushed to her feet and narrowed her eyes. "Where are ye? I've never seen ye here afore." A small smile played about his lips. "I've come with a northern laird's entourage," he explained, though he didn't offer his name. "We had just arrived, and your garden appeared so inviting after such a long journey. I thought it a good opportunity to stretch me legs." Her heart began to hammer within her chest. The northern laird was here. He'd arrived at last. Soon, if all went as she hoped, she could be free of this place. She would go and plead with him to help her, beg him, if need be. "I ask ye again, lass, are ye well? Do you need assistance of some kind?" There was a spark of true concern in his gaze that shook her to her core. Who was this stranger? Why did he appear to feel such genuine sympathy for her? He didn't know her or her troubles, and she didn't know him, which meant she didn't trust him, as she trusted very few people. Unlike her cousin, she was not so easily lulled into trust by a beautiful face. "Ye still a nor answered me," she said, avoiding his own questions over her well-being. "Where are ye?" His eyes twinkled with merriment as he studied her. "You're a fiery one, are ye nae? A ye bonny lass as well, to be sure." His bold words took her by surprise. She blinked at him as she tried to regain her wits, but he'd thrown her off balance. No man had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Well, no man but her uncle. It wasn't the same with this man, however, as it was with Crodak. She didn't feel as though he were hunting her or disrespecting her character. He spoke as though stating simple facts, and while his gaze was intrigued, he didn't appear to be looking through her rather than at her. When her uncle stared at her, he was not seeing Miriel as a person, but as a conquest, a prize for him to win and enjoy, however he chose. Still, this man had no right to speak to her in such a manner. She was still the daughter of a laird, and the niece of one as well, and her position commanded a certain level of respect. "I thank ye, sir, to mind your tongue. Ye do nor ken te way ye speak." "Oh, he replied, appearing not in the least intimidated. In fact, her haughty words only seemed to fill him with more mirth. "And way is it I am speaking te exactly?" "I asked you first, sir." "Ye are entertaining te, be sure." She was getting nowhere with this man, and he was only provoking her frustration. With a growl, she snapped, "Fine." Dinny tell me. It 'tis of little consequence anyway. Me interest is in your laird, nay ye. Suspicion darkened his gaze. Dinny tell me ye wish to trap him into marriage. I tell ye new, lass, your efforts will be in vain. Miriel scoffed. Marriage? Are ye daft? I had no such intentions. The man frowned. Then whit day ye wish of him? 'Tis nae your concern. She folded her arms and glared. I need tell ye naething more than I hae. He narrowed his eyes at her for a heartbeat of time, but then his gaze softened, and he shook his head with a chuckle. Miriel stared at him, befuddled by his swift changes in mood. As I said, you are entertaining. He grinned at her again, and for some reason she couldn't name. Her cheeks heated. She would never say so out loud, but he did have a rather breathtaking smile. New is nae the time to be distracted. The northern laird is here. He is your focus. Squaring her shoulders, she fortified herself against the man's warm charm. I dinna hae time to waste wi' ye, she declared. I must speak wi' your laird. I'm sure he'll be vera interested in what ye ha to say, me lady, the man said in a husky tone that made gooseflesh break out along her arms. She opened her mouth to respond, but could think of no words in the light of his flirting. Giving herself a shake, she ducked her head and moved around him, careful to give him a wide berth. She didn't look back as she hurried to the keep, though she could feel his eyes watching her the entirety of the way. Chapter 4. Edan. Fascinating lass. Edan watched the woman disappear into the keep, unable to contain his grin, or to control his powerful arousal. It stunned him how immediately his desire for her had struck, though he could readily admit she was one of the most beautiful lasses he'd come upon. Slender, supple, and fair, the woman appeared made for the fulfillment of carnal pleasure. Her long, dark brown hair had been loose and fallen into graceful waves down her back. He'd imagined wrapping it around his fist as he positioned her head just so to receive his kiss. Her eyes had beguiled him with their colour, like the rolling green hills of the country surrounding them. That smart mouth of hers had been graced with full, plump lips, and her other features were delicate and pleasing to the eye. She'd been quick-witted and sharp-tongued, and he'd found himself enjoying their brief banter. He found he had to resist following after her to continue it. With a shake of his head, he reminded himself he'd likely see her again. If she were a maid within the household, or a member of the clan, they'd cross paths once more in time. That thought alone kept him from charging after her. Instead, he retraced his steps from the garden, back to the front of the keep, where his men and sister waited for him. The rest of their caravan waited outside the castle walls for their liege's sign that they would stay. First, he needed to make the formal introductions with the McCayzer clan's laird and determine if an extended visit would be worth their time. If you find the lass again, it will be. The thought buzzed in his head as he came around the corner of the keep into the courtyard. His men had finished caring for their horses and patiently awaited his return. His sister stood among them, looking more annoyed than the rest would dare. "Whit are ye thinking, disappearing in such a fashion?" she asked when he reached her side. Edan sighed in exasperation. "I just needed a moment to meself, tae clear me head afore. His words trailed off as his thoughts returned to the lass in the garden. Who was she? His curiosity burned to know. Edan, whit is the matter? Hae ye lost your senses at last?" Blinking, he returned from his mind to find his sister frowning up at him. Too late, he realised. He'd grown lost in thought in front of her. "I am well," he assured her, merely tired. "Are ye sure? Whit was owing your mind. I dinna believe 'tis merely exhaustion." Edan hesitated, not wishing to tell her the truth, not willing to admit a woman was on his mind, distracting him from his unfolding plans. He'd never hear the end of it if he told her. Kerstin wished him to wed. She made no secret of that fact, and no matter how uninterested he was in the subject, she nagged him relentlessly to take a wife. More than once, she'd presented him with different lasses she believed suitable, yet he'd turned them all down. Were she to know about the beauty in the garden, he knew her hopes would be raised that he'd marry at last. The institution still held no interest to him, no matter how intriguing the bonny, dark-haired lass. He was interested in uncovering her identity and her secrets, and possibly bedding her if she were a mere maid and not of noble birth. That was all, however. The lass would not be his wife, no matter how much his sister wished it. To avoid the topic altogether, he shrugged and answered simply, "Aye, there is something on me mind. I am plagued with this marriage business, and hopeful this laird's lad will prove a fitting partner for ye." Kerstin frowned at him, and he wasn't certain he'd convinced her. However, the next moment she released a sigh and nodded, appearing rather tired herself. "I hae similar thoughts," she admitted. "I wish to bring this tay an end, if possible." Edan stopped himself from sighing in relief that she was so easily swayed from her suspicions. He patted her on the shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. "Come on, sweet lass. Let us make our introductions and determine if this lot is worth the trouble." She grinned at him and nodded. Turning his gaze to Bahaik, who stood on his other side, Edan tilted his chin at him, signalling he should get the men in order. Bahaik faced the rest of their party and shouted them into order. When all were set and ready, Edan offered his sister his arm, and together they led their clan members into Cadwell Keep. McCayzer men lined their path, and Edan couldn't decide if it was a display of force or simply a formal welcome. He and his people marched forward toward the great hall, the doors of which were thrown open to make way for them. The hall was packed with the McCayzer clan, and the crowd parted to allow him and his group to enter and make their way toward the front of the grand room. There, the laird of the McCayzer clan waited with his family. Laird Crodak was a tall man, though reed-thin and gangly. Next to him stood a lovely lady with hair like golden hay and brown eyes that sparked with barely concealed contempt for her husband. Curious. On the other side of the laird was a young lad who Edan assumed was the young heir. He was as tall as his father, but had been blessed with his mother's fair looks, and was considerably broader of shoulder. Edan liked that he appeared strong and capable, as it soothed his concerns regarding his sister's protection. Another figure stood next to the lad, and when Edan turned his gaze to inspect the final member of the family, he froze in shock. It was her, the lass from the garden. She stared back at him with wide eyes, clearly as shocked to see him as he was to see her. Is she the laird's daughter? This explains the haughty way she attempted to dismiss me. He wondered again what had caused her such distress earlier. What had driven her to cry in the garden by herself? A reluctance to see her kin wedded off. Would she pose a threat to Kerstin? She dropped her gaze from his and toward the floor, hiding her expression from him, though she couldn't hide the red staining her pale cheeks. He liked her blush. He wanted to see it as he stripped her bare and made her moan. "Me, laird," Laird Crodak said in a loud voice, spreading his arms to signal his greeting. "Me, family, and I humbly welcome ye to Cadwell. I trust your journey was nae too strenuous." Edan tore his gaze from the dark-haired lass and blinked at the laird, taking a moment to gather his senses. "Aye, nae so strenuous as other journeys I ha' partaken of." "That is good to hear, me laird. Please, allow me to introduce me family." He turned to the woman on his right. "Me wife, Lady Diorid." The lady lowered into a graceful curtsy, though she wobbled slightly when she straightened. Edan narrowed his eyes at her. Is she pished? He glanced back to Crodak, whose eyes briefly flashed with irritation as he realised his wife's state of drunkenness. The lady stood with her chin raised, however, acting as though nothing were amiss. Turning from his wife, Crodak looked to the lad on his other side. This is me son, Arter. He patted the lad on his shoulder, but Edan wouldn't say it was a particularly affectionate gesture. A finer lad ye will na find in all the borderlands. Kerstein's grip on Edan's arm tightened as she gazed at her would-be suitor. He spared her a glance and found her eyes glittering with clear interest, already off to a fairer start than AW the rest. He returned his attention to Laird Crodak and waited in eager anticipation for him to introduce the dark-haired lass. Strangely, the man didn't seem very forthcoming with her name, instead acting as though she were not present at all. And this beauty, he prompted, facing her. Wit, shall we call her? Crodak's nose scrunched, as though he were smelling something particularly rotten. His features relaxed the next moment, however, and he smiled amicably. "Och, begging your pardon, this is me niece, Miriel, daughter of me late brother, and former laird of our clan. She is a laird's daughter. Indeed, her haughtiness is well earned." Chapter 5. Miriel. Miriel watched as the northern laird and his entourage left the hall to settle themselves into their rooms. She was still stunned by the revelation that the man she'd encountered in the garden was the laird himself. Why hadn't he revealed himself to her then? "Ye were nae exactly kind tae him, ye dolt." She flinched, remembering how she'd spoken to him and dismissed him in such a high-handed manner. It was no wonder he'd kept his identity from her. He must think me so snobbish. How could she fix this? How could she redeem herself in his eyes and secure his assistance in freeing her? She needed to speak with him immediately to undo the damage she'd already inflicted on her own character in his mind. Without looking toward her family, she hurriedly said, "Excuse me, there's something I must do." Miriel began making her way to the hall's door, but her uncle's voice rang out to stop her. "Nay so fast, Miriel," he snapped. "I must speak wi' ye. Wi' all ye." Slowly, she turned back around to face him. She glanced toward Arter, but he only shrugged, looking confused. She didn't bother to look at her aunt. The woman was likely too drunk to know what was happening anyway. "Whit is it, uncle?" she asked, her tone hard. "I had no time for—" "You'll stay, and you'll hear me," he growled. "Else I'm happy to order ye whipped bloody." Miriel was taken aback by the vehemence of his tone and the severity of his threat. He'd had her punished in many ways before, some only to satisfy his own sick desires, but he'd never threatened her with a whipping. She knew it was because he wanted her skin unmarred for when, in his mind, he eventually took her. For him to threaten her with such punishment now was startling. "Vera well, uncle," she conceded, making her way back to him. "Whit is it ye want to tell us?" His narrowed gaze bounced between the three of them, as if to assure they were all paying close attention. Miriel had never seen him like this before, so focused and intent. "Listen tae me closely," he began in a menacing voice. "Ye all will dae naething tae dissuade Laird Edan Fay giving his sister tae Arter. He must come tae believe Cadwell is the best place for her." "Dae, whit do ye mean, dissuade?" Arter asked with a frown. "Whit makes ye think we would intentionally dae such a thing?" "I dinna think it will be intentional," Craddock explained with a hiss. "Each of ye hae faults that are likely to turn the laird away fae ear." "Our faults?" Miriel said, incredulous. Your faults will be this clan's downfall, uncle. Aye, your faults, Craddock replied. He pointed an accusing finger at her. This warning is especially for ye, Miriel. Ye will nae gae near Laird Eden, dae ye understand. Ye'll dae something foolhardy to drive him away. Dae, that's nae necessary, surely, Artair said, coming to Miriel's defence as he often did. Miriel will be owen her best behaviour. She wouldn't wish to risk me own happiness. He was right, of course. Miriel despised her uncle and tolerated her aunt, but she loved her cousin as though he were her own younger brother. How someone so good and decent could be born of Craddock she didn't know, yet she would do nothing to harm him if she could help it. Ye coddle the lass. Craddock turned his angry glare onto his son. She disnay understand her place ere because ye come tay her defence and clean her messes afore she learns her lesson. Dinna speak to him in such a manner, Miriel cried. Craddock whirled back to her. Dinna speak to me in such a manner. Deoirid chuckled. It was the first sound she'd made since the Tosh clan had entered the hall. Miriel had no doubt she'd remained silent throughout their introductions, because she was trying to hide how steaming she was. Ye've no control over your own household, husband, she said, her words slurring slightly. If Laird Eden and his lovely sister leave, it'll be your own daying, nay ours. Miriel marvelled at the woman's ability to speak to Craddock so boldly. No doubt, the liquor she'd consumed was assisting her bravery, but it was still a satisfying sight to watch her uncle's face go purple with frustration. Her aunt would likely pay for her insolence later, but he couldn't undo the humiliation she'd inflicted on him.
You'll watch your tongue, woman,
he snarled, else I'll cut it fae your mouth. Deoirid rolled her eyes and appeared bored. Your threats are hardly worth me time, husband. Sling them at someone we'll actually believe you'll see them through. Miriel gaped, and Artair's eyes went wide. She must be mair fished then, I thought. Craddock will nae let this gay unpunished. It was fortunate Deoirid had kept hold of her tongue while Laird Eden and his people had been present. Craddock would likely have killed her had she spoken to him thus in front of them. Miriel had little doubt that he was capable of such violence. Wife, I warn ye once mair, dinna think to disrespect me thus, and nae be punished for it. His voice was low and frightening. Miriel felt a shiver travel up her spine at its cadence. Deoirid didn't appear to experience the same type of foreboding as Miriel did. She glared at her husband with pursed lips and crossed her arms over her chest.
Ye dinna scare me, Craddock,
she hissed. Then ye are a fool, wife. He bit back. The two stared at each other with pure, burning animosity for several moments more before Deoirid turned on her heel to march from the room. She stumbled at the threshold, but regained her balance and didn't look back as she disappeared into the corridor beyond. Craddock watched her go, his nostrils flaring with indignation. Ungrateful bitch, he muttered. Miriel looked toward Artair to see if he'd heard his father, but he appeared too stunned by her dramatic exit to comprehend anything else at present. She felt so sorry for him. She couldn't imagine what it was like to have both his parents hate each other. Her parents had been madly in love with each other. Sadly, Miriel had learned early on that such passionate devotion wasn't always the best thing. After her da had died, her Moore's love had turned to madness, and she'd rushed to follow him. I'll hae no mair of such insolence, Craddock declared, facing Miriel and Artair once more. Is that understood? Day, ye must nae be tae rough wi' Moore, Artair said in an uneasy voice. She is nae well. Craddock gnashed his teeth at his son. She must learn her place as a submissive wife to her laird. Such disrespect will nae be tolerated. Artair gulped, his face draining of some colour. Miriel knew he feared for his mother's safety. Artair wasn't a fool when it came to the truth of his father's character. He knew Craddock was a monster. He just thought he could change for the better, which Miriel thought a naive wish of a lad still hoping to earn his Da's love and respect. Craddock would never give him either, though, as he had no heart himself. Suddenly, Craddock was glaring at her again. "If ye think te take me wife's example te heart, best put such thoughts fae your mind noo." Indignation flared within her. Why did he assume she would cause him so much trouble? That she'd risk ruining things for Artair? Just because she wished to flee him didn't mean Laird Edan wouldn't still marry his sister to Artair. The lad would protect her from his father. Miriel was certain of it. He'd likely try to protect her too if he knew what Craddock did to her. But she'd never told a soul of her uncle's advances. She was too embarrassed and afraid of what he'd do to her should anyone else know. No one could protect her while she remained under this roof. "Uncle, ye dae yourself a disservice mistrusting me so," she replied sharply. "I would dae naething tae undermine Artair's happiness." "Ugh, but I ken you'd dae anything to undermine me authority," Craddock sneered. "To make me look a fool in front of me guests. You need no help with that, you cuddy." She kept her thoughts to herself, however, not wishing to add more kindling to his burning temper. It would be her that would suffer before anyone else within the family. "You're acting crazed, Day," Artair said, his voice laced with exasperation. "No one will try to undermine ye in front of Laird Edan. Whit good would that day any of us." Craddock ignored his son and continued to glare at Miriel. What was wrong with him? Did he suspect she'd try to use the northern laird to escape him? Perhaps he was jealous. Edan was young and handsome, and a more than eligible match for her. Did he view the laird as a threat in some way? That was an intriguing possibility, and Miriel's mind began to race with ideas of how she could use that against him. If he thought it likely she'd fall for Laird Edan, then it might benefit her to act as though that was the truth. It might also help her gain Laird Edan's help if he himself believed her smitten with him. "I ken how much ye cousin hates me." Craddock was speaking to Artair, but watching Miriel. "She disnay recognise me authority as her laird. She believes I am an usurper." Miriel gritted her teeth in rage. This was the excuse he always used to explain how much she loathed him to anyone who took notice. He made her seem a jealous orphan obsessed with taking the lairdship for herself. She wasn't a dobber, though. She knew how inheritance worked for the Scottish clans, and knew it would never have been her to take over the leadership of the clan, not so long as a male heir existed. The lairdship had never interested her anyway. Craddock just used it as a way to avoid admitting all his crimes against her over the years. He made her out to be the unstable one, so no one would find out how much he lusted for her. It was an effective lie, but it rankled every time she heard it. "I believe no such thing, uncle, and ye ken it." He released a dramatic sigh. "Such a trouble, lass ye are. This is why ye must stay away fae Laird Edan. I'll nae hae ye confusing him wi' your lies." "Why is it so important to ye that Artair marry the lass?" Miriel asked, her rage stealing her reason and discretion. Is it perhaps the large dowry that accompanies her, the fact that she is sole heir to her brother's immense fortune? The flash of panic she saw cross his eyes told her she was correct. He masked his expression the next moment, however, and shook his head as if disappointed in her. "Dae ye think so little of me, niece?" He slipped a note of hurt into his voice. "Me son's happiness is me first priority in this exchange." Liar. She wanted to spit at him and reveal his lies for what they were, but she snuck a look at Artair and held her tongue. He looked so distressed by their conversation, and she didn't want to agitate him further. "I certainly hope that is the truth, uncle," she replied through gritted teeth. "Nay, only for your sake, but for our tairs." "If ye continue to challenge me, Miriel, there will be consequences," Craddock warned. "Heed me words. Stay away, fae Laird Eden." She glared at him, but said nothing, to indicate she would obey him. Miriel was many things, but a liar wasn't one of them. She wouldn't allow Craddock to turn her into one. Not that she would submit to his will. No, she'd never do that. She simply wouldn't promise to. Not bothering to ask permission to be excused a second time, Miriel turned on her heel and marched from the hall. She could feel Craddock's burning gaze scorching a trail behind her all the way to the door. Chapter 6. Miriel. That evening, Craddock threw a lavish banquet in honour of their guests. Such an event should have stirred more excitement among the clan, but banquets and feasts were a common occurrence at Cadwell, more common than at other keeps, Miriel would guess, as her uncle enjoyed spending lavishly to entertain himself. No doubt the reason he was so eager to snare Lady Caerstein for Artair was because his own coffers were so depleted, he would run them all into ruin if he was not more economical. Miriel sat at the head table with her family, sipping wine from her cup as the meal was being served throughout the great hall. She glanced at the empty seat next to her and let out a nervous sigh. Laird Eden had yet to arrive, but would certainly make his appearance any moment. She patted at her hair and smoothed her other hand down her dress. She'd taken great care in her appearance for the evening. Her maid had arranged her hair in an elaborate pile of plaits and braids, and her gown was the colour of the rolling hills of the country around them. Miriel had even gone so far as to pat rouge on her cheeks and redden her lips. She was determined to catch Laird Eden's eye when he arrived, to draw him into being alone with her. After leaving her uncle and his threats earlier that day, she'd tried several times to hunt down Laird Eden in hopes of speaking with him. However, she was never able to come upon him alone. He'd overseen the unpacking of his wagons and the settling in of his people the rest of the morning. In the afternoon, he spent time with Craddock, as well as Artair, accompanied by his sister. Miriel had never found an opening for herself and had grown discouraged. Desperate, she'd come up with another plan to get him alone. She'd concluded that the easiest way was to seduce him and get him to invite her to his chambers. There, she'd be able to speak with him freely, without fear of prying eyes or ears. Miriel had no experience with men, but she'd overheard enough from the maids throughout the years that she had an idea of how best to tempt him. Of course, she did not intend to truly bed him, though he must believe she wished to until she made her true intentions known. She would do so as soon as they were alone, where she would ask for his help, and that would be that. It was a simple plan in its conception, and she didn't think it would be overly difficult to execute. She just needed the man himself to appear. It appeared all his men were already present, so where could he be? At that moment, as if her thoughts had summoned him, Laird Eden and his sister walked into the hall. Miriel's breath caught at the sight of him. She'd almost believed her memory had exaggerated his beauty, but he was just as handsome as she'd recalled. Lady Caerstein was a vision in a light blue gown, with hair loose and flowing down her back. Miriel glanced down the table toward Artair, wondering if he'd seen his possible intended yet. It was clear he had, and she giggled at his wide eyes and dropped jaw. Laird Eden and Lady Caerstein made their way toward the head table. Coming to a stop when they stood before it, the lady curtsied as her brother bowed at the waist. "Me Laird McCayzer," he said in a loud voice. "We apologise for our tardiness. Me sister suffered a brief headache this afternoon, but she is well again." Miriel turned to watch her uncle incline his head toward his guests. "It is good to ken she is daying better," he replied. "Travel can be such a burden on the fairer sex after all." Miriel didn't miss the way Lady Carstein's shoulders stiffened at Craddock's words. Annoyance flashed across her expression, but she didn't utter a word. A lass of self-control. How impressive and useful if Craddock succeeded in marrying Artair to her. The lady would avoid more trouble with her potential father-in-law if she proved able to control her tongue. It was a feat neither Miriel nor her aunt had mastered. She peeked at Dioirid, who sat next to Craddock on his left. There were no visible marks on the woman, but she'd entered the hall tonight, stiff and silent. No doubt Craddock had served her a vicious punishment for her outspokenness earlier. At present, she seemed content, drowning her sorrows in wine. Miriel guessed she was on her third cup already. Sitting back in her seat, she moved her gaze back to Laird Edan and his sister. When she locked eyes with him, she gasped. The man was staring at her, but he quickly dropped his gaze as he moved to escort his sister to her seat next to Artair on the opposite end of the table. Miriel's heart began to pound as he made his way toward her once his sister was settled. She stared straight ahead, clutching her hands in her skirt so as not to stare at him as he lowered himself into his chair. "Good evening, me lady," he greeted in his low, rumbling voice. "If I may, ye look lovely tonight." She hesitantly turned her face to him. He was grinning at her, and her cheeks heated. She felt suddenly light-headed, and the gift of speech was stolen from her. "Never had I seen such a beautiful man." She blinked, and quickly averted her gaze as she tried to gather her wits. A good evening tae ye, me laird," she mumbled. "Thank ye for your compliment." "You're welcome." Miriel couldn't make herself look at him. She was suddenly overwhelmed with shyness, and all her confidence in her plan dissolved like mist in the sun. How could she seduce him if she couldn't even bring herself to meet his gaze? She hadn't realised just how out of her depth she'd be with this man. If she didn't do something quickly, he'd likely think she was trying to ignore him. Swallowing her nerves, she peeked up at him from beneath her lashes. She tried to hide her innocence and appear beguiling. "Are ye enjoying Cadwell, me laird?" He arched one red brow. "Aye, 'tis pleasant enough so far. I must say, I find some of the company very enjoyable." His eyes darkened with something she didn't understand, but it made her skin break out in goosebumps and a shiver rush up her spine. "Ach, I am indeed out of me depth with him." She took a deep breath and tried to give him a flirtatious smile. Now was not the time to lose her nerve. "Is that so? Perhaps ye'd enjoy a mare prever." Laird Edan, how fares the Toshes against the English as of late? Laird Edan blinked in surprise as he turned from her to her uncle. "We are faring as well as can be expected during these tumultuous times." The two men fell into conversation about the English and their aggressions against the Scottish people, and Miriel was effectively cut out. She gritted her teeth in frustration. "Damn ye, Craddock, ye meddling old dobber." She didn't doubt he was intentionally snaring Laird Edan's attention from her, trying to keep her from interacting with him, and possibly undermining Craddock's authority. Suspicious bastard. Miriel scrambled to think of something, some way to reclaim Laird Edan's ear without alerting Craddock to her intentions. Suddenly, like a demon summoned from the bowels of hell, a figure appeared on the dais and made his way to her uncle. It was Craddock's loathsome commander, Nathair. The man was tall and broad, with a mean face and black eyes. He didn't speak much, and showed a loyalty to Craddock that rivaled a hound's to its master. Bending at her uncle's shoulder, he shot her a frightening look before whispering in the laird's ear. Craddock paused in his conversation with Laird Edan to listen to Nathair. Whatever the commander told him was enough to pull him into a whispered talk. which Miriel realised freed up Laird Eden. Snapping to her senses, she quickly donned her mask of temptress. Reaching out, she laid a hand on his arm. Heat radiated off him, momentarily stunning her. She didn't realise he'd turned her way until he spoke. "Me, lady? Did ye need something?" Bringing her gaze up to his, she gaped, unable to come up with any words to answer him. Her mind was completely blank, any attempt at seduction foiled. Me, Laird, ye are vera handsome." What was she saying? She was speaking nonsense, pure and utter nonsense. His gaze twinkled with amusement. "Thank ye, my lady. That's vera kind." He continued to gaze at her, waiting for her to do something. She realised she was still holding his arm and jerked her hand away as though scorched. You're possibly the maist handsome man I've ever laid me eyes on." She sounded hurried, and her voice squeaked. "You're ruining everything, you fool." He chuckled softly and leaned closer to her. "Me lady, do I make you nervous?" "Wit? No, of course nay." She was lying, and it was obvious. He looked on the brink of laughing at her. This was the most humiliating experience of her life. "Ach, is that so? Me mistake. You just seem anxious." "I'm nay," she insisted. She twisted her hands in her lap, then realised what she was doing, and laid them flat on her thighs. "There's nae reason to be nervous of me, me lady." His voice was husky, and she gripped her skirt tight in her fingers. Wit is this feeling, this strange warmth, this tingling between me legs. She'd never felt anything like the sensations rushing through her body in that moment. It was startling, and only confused her more. "Ye keep saying this, but I promise ye, I'm nae nervous of ye." Laird Eden leaned closer to her. "Ye blush as though ye are. If ye're nae nervous, though, then perhaps ye're Me, Laird, where were we?" Miriel glanced up and saw that Nathair was leaving Craddock's side, and her uncle had turned his attention back to his guest. Laird Eden gritted his teeth as irritation flashed in his eyes, but he slowly backed away from her. "Apologies," he grumbled before turning to Craddock. Miriel felt like screaming in her frustration. Despite her clumsy efforts, it had appeared she was making progress with him. She would get nowhere, though, with her uncle seated right next to them. With a sigh, she gazed around the hall, trying to think of some way to distract Craddock. The banquet was already loud and boisterous, with the people of both clans mingling rather seamlessly together. She tried to catch the eye of any of the McCayzer men, but they were all too distracted by the food and conversation around them to notice her. She grumbled under her breath, then looked down the length of the head table to try and draw someone's attention to her. Unfortunately, her aunt was well into her cups and seemed incapable of noticing anything around her. Artair would prove no help either, as he was engrossed in conversation with Lady Caerstein. That is good, at least. What to do? What to do? She couldn't allow Craddock to ruin things for her, but short of throwing herself across Laird Eden's lap, Miriel could think of no subtle way to reclaim his eye. Suddenly, one of the McCayzer men stood up on his bench with his cup in hand and began singing a bawdy song that was well known among their clan. Miriel sat up straight in her chair and slanted her gaze toward her uncle. He enjoyed this song immensely and could never resist the urge to join in singing it. One by one, members of her clan lent their voices to the tune. She waited, watching Craddock closely. And sure enough, her patience was rewarded when he stood, raised his cup in the air, and joined his bellow with the rest of his men. "Bless ye, lads, bless ye." "It appears we have a brief reprieve, me lady." Laird Eden's voice wrapped around her like a cloak. He'd turned to her almost the moment her uncle grew distracted. She blushed again as heat flooded through her. A small smile tugged at her lips. Indeed, it appears we day, me, laird. She wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste again. Chapter 7. Edan. Miriel was a funny lass. Edan could tell she was trying very hard to hold his attention, but he didn't know why. If he were more suspicious and less intrigued by her, he might believe she was trying to trap him. She'd said back in the garden, before she knew who he was, that she was interested in him. Though she'd insisted it wasn't for marriage, she'd never actually said what else her reason was. The way she was acting tonight, he may have believed she was seeking to bed him. Yet, that couldn't be it. She was a woman of noble birth and high breeding. In his experience with such ladies, the carnal desires of the flesh were never the first things on their minds. A pity, because if she asked him, he'd gladly spend the night with her. She was so beautiful in the light of the hall. Her dark hair was swept from her graceful throat and shoulders. She wore a dress of dark green that accentuated her small waist and ample bosom. The moment he'd seen her sitting at the table, he'd felt his length thickening beneath his kilt. He wanted her, badly, but he knew with a lady such as herself, the only way he'd know that heaven between her thighs was if he wed her. That simply wasn't an option. So he'd settle for her adorable attempts at flirting with him. He'd tease her and banter with her, and perhaps she'd grace him with more touches of her hand. At the end of the night, however, he knew they'd part ways, and that would be the end of it. A true pity. Such a bonny, funny lass deserves to be shown pleasure. "Is this song one ye ken, me lady?" he asked, glancing around the hall at the McCayzer men belting the melody without a care. She grinned. Her smiling face might have brought him to his knees if he were standing. "It's a favourite among me clan," she explained. She looked out over her people with soft eyes. "I see," he murmured, captivated by the look on her face. It was clear she cared deeply for her clan. He admired that in her. "'Tis a bit rough a tune for such a well-bred lady to enjoy." His words did as he intended. She shot him a look of annoyance, her attempted seductress facade shedding as she readied to protect her pride. "Ye should ken, me laird, that Scottish women are stronger in constitution than maced. Even the maced, well-bred of us, are nae so easily scandalised by a simple bawdy melody. Yet ye blush crimson when I smile at ye, sharp-tongued, captivating lass. Aye, ye're Scottish women are cut fae a different cloth than maced." She appeared pleased that he agreed with her, as are Scottish men. Her voice lowered into a purr, and she swept her eyes up and down him. In that moment, she truly was an enticing temptress. Although Edan suspected she didn't realise what she was doing, it was clear she wanted him, perhaps as much as he wanted her. It was also clear, however, that she had no idea what to do with him. "The things I could show ye, lass, the things I could make ye feel." His lust for her was proving more powerful than he'd anticipated it would be. He clenched his hands into fists and fought to get himself under control. It would do him and his cause no good to ravage her here and now in front of all present. At that moment, the song came to an end. He heard Laird Craddock's chair scrape against the floor as the man sat back down, and anticipated he'd want to engage him in further conversation. He was loath to end his banter with Miriel, but he also couldn't prove a rude guest. He forced himself not to flinch when Craddock spoke his name. "Laird Edan, how fares ye crops this year?" With a sigh, he offered Miriel an apology and turned back to her uncle. She appeared distressed that he was giving her his back once again. His turning from her caused him an annoying stab of pain as well. "Our barley crop is plentiful, and we've begun experimenting with potatoes," he said. less interested in the topic than was usual for him. "We've also been blessed with plenty of fat cattle, though that does draw in the thieves who'd try to rustle them fae us." "Day they plague ye terribly?" Craddock asked. "'Tis nothing me men canny handle." Eden spoke with confidence. "How good to hear." The man's smile was polite, but that greedy glint was in his eyes again, confirming the security of me wealth. It wouldn't have been the first time the father or mother of a potential suitor for Keirstein, or the suitor himself, assured themselves of Eden's fortune. They were nothing but fools, however, as there would be strict restrictions of access to his money included in the marriage contract, and his solicitor had included provisions in his will barring any but his sister and her children from using it. Eden was intent on keeping those who would abuse his fortune from getting their hands on it. He would make sure his sister was cared for, yet whoever she married would have to rely on his own means to support himself. "You'll never see a penny of it, ye cuddy." The thought helped him bear Craddock's onslaught of questions, as he grew bolder in his exploration of Eden's finances. As he half listened to the laird's blathering, Eden mused over the observations he'd made of the McCayzer laird's family so far. His wife, Lady Deoirid, despised him. For one thing, she sat on Craddock's other side, drinking more wine than she was eating food. Her face was flushed, and she cast her husband dark looks which grew bolder with every sip she took. He wondered at their marriage. Arranged marriages were the norm, but he'd rarely seen such open animosity between spouses. He knew she was Craddock's second wife as well, and that his first had died. He didn't know what had happened to her exactly, though. The circumstances of her demise were apparently a well-guarded secret outside of the McCayzer clan. Craddock himself was a small-minded man who enjoyed the sound of his own voice. It was truly exhausting listening to him drone on, and frustrating when he spoke ill of his own people. He called those he'd sworn to serve and protect peasants and dobbers. His most criticising words were saved for his own family, though Eden had noticed he was careful not to say anything that would damage his son's image. Arter, amazingly, appeared not at all like his father. Eden glanced past Craddock and his wife to observe Arter and Keirstein together. They spoke energetically to each other, as if they were old friends already. He never saw the lad make any untoward advances on Keirstein, which was more than what he could say about his own wishes and fantasies for Miriel, and he was remarkably attentive to the lass, a great improvement upon the others. Edan marvelled that such a lad could be born from such a fool as Craddock and such an unhappy lush as Deoirid. He briefly wondered if Miriel's presence had had some positive influence on the lad in any way. His thoughts returned to the woman at his back. How he longed to escape her uncle so he could speak to her again, to tease her as she tried her hardest to flirt. He endured Craddock's incessant chatter through the remainder of the meal. When at last the food and dishes were cleared away, he thought he might be able to slip free of the man. Music began to play, and the crowd below jumped up to dance. An idea struck Eden as he thought of a way to steal a few moments with Miriel and free himself from her uncle's clutches. When Craddock was momentarily distracted, snapping something to his legless wife, Eden turned to Miriel. "Me, lady, may I hae the pleasure of a dance?" He held out his hand for her to take. A wide smile lit up her face. She slipped her palm against his as she nodded. "Aye, me laird, ye may." They stood together, and he quickly led her away from the table before her uncle could do something to stop them. Eden had a nagging feeling that Craddock had been intentionally stealing his attention from Miriel all night. Once they made it to the floor, they slipped in among the other dancers and fell into step with the song being played. They stepped apart, then back together. Then the men stood still as the women circled them, their fingers resting on their partner's shoulders. "Ye move quite gracefully," Edan rumbled as Miriel came to a stop in front of him again. "Thank ye, me laird," she whispered. Her cheeks were pink again. She had such lovely cheeks, and they turned so many different colours. They raised their hands and pressed their palms together before trotting to their left. As they broke apart and arched away from each other, he took the opportunity to steal another glance at her figure. So bonny and lush, with an arse poets could write sonnets aboot. When they returned to each other, they pressed their shoulders together and moved in a tight circle. Her scent wafted over him, clean and fresh like flowers and sunshine. As he came around in a circle again, he found himself facing the head table. He caught Laird Craddock's glare as he watched his niece. The man's teeth were bared like an animal. He almost appears jealous. Edan shook his head, banishing the notion. Craddock may be a cruel bastard, but even he wouldn't succumb to such unnatural lusts. No, Edan reasoned, he was merely angry that his efforts to keep him apart from Miriel were in vain. He faced her once more and she let out a laugh. It felt as though his heart momentarily stopped in his chest. He'd never heard such a beautiful sound before. It was melodious and sweet, like the twinings of a harp. He wanted to hear it again. He wanted to know all the ways he could make her laugh. "Ye appear to be enjoying yourself," he said, loud enough that she could hear him over the music. She nodded. "I am. I do so love to dance." She certainly had a talent for it. He watched how her body moved and flowed through the steps, and thanked God above that his kilt hid his growing desire for her. Were he wearing trousers, she'd seen clearly how much he wanted her. Her eyes glimmered with mirth as she spun away from him. Like a sailor entranced by a siren, he was helpless to do anything but watch her and be drawn in. They linked hands and lifted them into the air, drawing so close together their bodies almost touched. He gazed down at her and she parted her lips as she stared back up at him. The world seemed to come to a standstill for a moment as they held each other's eyes. "Sweet, innocent lass, ye dinna ken how ye tempt me." They were treading on dangerous ground, he realised. He needed to put distance between them before he did something he'd come to regret. Before he did something to ruin her. Blessedly, the song came to an end. He bowed as she curtsied, and then he readied to move from the floor and back to the table. She must have realised his intent because she grabbed his wrist as he passed her. "Wait, me laird," she whispered. Her voice squeaked with clear nerves. He glanced down at her. "Whit is it, me lady?" I wondered." She struggled to get her words out. "Wondered whit?" He gently urged. He watched as she worked to collect herself, squaring her shoulders and raising her chin to boldly meet his gaze. "Me, laird, I wish to warm ye bed tonight." Edan was struck completely speechless. Knew that. I wasn't expecting. Chapter 8. Miriel. Miriel stared up at Laird Edan, shocked by her own boldness. She'd truly done it. She'd offered herself to a man. She told herself it was all a ruse, that she didn't intend to see it through. Still, her stomach flipped inside her, and she felt the hairs along her arms and at the back of her neck stand up. Whether she meant to see it through or not, the fact remained that she'd never made advances on a man before. Though outspoken and audacious among the men of her clan, she only acted out of camaraderie and not from romantic notions. Whenever a man had shown interest in her, she'd grown shy and tongue-tied. Yet now, she stood before the most handsome man she'd ever met, whom she'd propositioned like a woman of greater experience. She hardly recognised herself or her actions, but she was desperate. He stared down at her, his own shock clear. Me laird, she murmured, growing nervous that he might actually reject her. She hadn't considered that a true possibility, but as his silence stretched on, she grew more and more convinced he was trying to determine a way to tell her no gently. "Aye," he said at last, surprising her. "Aye, that would be maist agreeable." Her heart began beating at a wild speed, and she was flooded with a feeling she couldn't quite name. Anxiety, excitement, relief. None felt exactly right, yet all three seemed true. She'd succeeded in her goal and would be able to speak with him alone. Yet, the idea of being with him in his chambers suddenly made her nervous. Then I will find ye later," she muttered. She didn't know what else to say. In truth, she hadn't thought much beyond securing the invitation. "I look forward to your visit." His voice was nearly a growl, and she gasped as heat spread through her. Without another word, he turned from her to join his men, who were drinking and shouting throughout the hall. She watched him go, her breath heavy. Perhaps this plan wasn't as simple as she'd initially thought. As she'd made her efforts to seduce him throughout the evening, she'd found her own attraction to him growing. When he looked at her, and when he'd touched her as they danced, her body had grown soft for him. She felt tingly all over, and that secret place between her legs was damp. She briefly imagined what it would be like to actually let him touch her, to kiss him and feel those full lips press to hers, to spread her legs to his thick fingers, and then to his. Miriel shook her head, stunned by her wandering thoughts. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. She'd only meant to pretend to desire him so she could seduce him into being alone. Her seduction hadn't been the chore she'd thought it might be. In fact, at some point in the night, she'd stopped pretending to desire him and had actually begun to do so. Now, she'd placed herself inside his private quarters where they would be alone. He thought she meant to bed him. Now, she wasn't sure how strong her will to resist him would actually be. She chewed her bottom lip in a nervous gesture she'd carried over from her childhood. With a sigh, she dropped her gaze from his broad back and turned to return to the head table. She made her way to her seat in a mindless haze as her thoughts sped before her eyes. She didn't realise all but Craddock had left the table until she'd sat in her chair. She looked up and flinched when she found him staring at her intently. Gazing past him, she saw that her aunt, cousin, and Lady Carstein were all gone. Where did everyone go?" she asked, feeling uneasy, even sitting in front of a room full of people. "Your aunt was feeling tired and so retired for the evening," Craddock explained in a tight voice. "Your cousin is escorting the lovely Lady Carstein around the hall." Miriel sought them out and spotted them walking together, arm in arm, along the far wall. She had no doubt Craddock was the one to suggest their indoor stroll, as well as the reason his likely inebriated wife had already taken to her bed. There was no one else near her and her uncle, and it appeared no one was even paying attention to them. That put her in a very precarious predicament, one Craddock was certain to take advantage of. "Ach, I've forgotten something. Excuse me." She pushed to her feet and made to flee, but Craddock reached over and wrapped his hand around her arm in a brutal grip. "Ye will sit, lass," he hissed through a pleasant smile. "Sit, else I'll hae ye whipped so hard. Ye won't sit for a week." Terrified of the manic gleam in his eyes, Miriel slowly sat back down in her chair. He released her arm, one finger at a time, as though he wanted to assure she'd have a bruise of each one. "That's a good lass," he nodded, sitting back in his own chair. "No, tell me, whit did ye and Laird Edan speak of during your time together?" She tried not to gawk at him in disbelief. It would only make him angrier, after all. "Me, Laird, I dinna understand," she replied, playing the idiot. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his smile remained cordial.
Dinna think te lie te me, Miriel.
I always ken when you're lying.
No, ye dinny.
She wanted to hiss at him, to prove he didn't know her as well as he believed, that he would never know her as intimately as he wished. I wouldn't lie te ye, uncle, she murmured, dropping her gaze to appear demure.
Ye lie noo,
he snapped. She jerked her eyes back up to his.
Ye spoilt wee fool. Whit did ye say te him?
I said nothing, she answered firmly. Never would she tell him of her bold proposition. To admit such a thing would surely spell her own doom. His face began to turn red. Ye're lying again. She shook her head. I am nay. His hand shot out like a striking serpent and grasped her wrist. He began to squeeze until the bones beneath her skin started grinding together. Miriel gritted her teeth against the pain, twisting her arm back and forth to try and dislodge him. Release me, uncle, she snapped. Nay until ye tell me the truth. There's naing to tell, she insisted. Why would I lie to ye?
Because ye are plotting something. There's something gaying on atween ye and that Tosh bastard.
Her jaw fell open.
Uncle, dinna speak of him in such a manner. Whit do ye intend to day aboot it,
He snarled.
Turn him against me, start a war atween our clans.
Never, she gasped, affronted.
I'd never put the clan at risk.
He yanked on her arm to pull her closer.
Ye listen tae me, lass,
he growled into her face.
Ye'll nor speak to that man again. Do ye understand? Should I catch ye wi' him again, I'll claim to all that'll hear me that he forced himself upon ye. Both yer reputations will be left in tatters.
Miriel stared at him in horror. He would effectively make her ineligible for any advantageous match she could make. She'd be stuck here in Cadwell, with him, as a spinster for the remainder of her days, which she knew was exactly what he wanted, her at his mercy, dependent on his generosity, no hope for help from anywhere else, and forced to submit to his will. The notion nearly made her gag. Such a diabolical, despicable man. She wished there were some way to rid the world of the festering stain of his existence. Ye're tae suspicious, uncle, she muttered, pulling at her arm to try and get free. His hold was relentless, however.
I'm nae fool, Miriel.
His putrid breath hit her face, increasing her feeling of nausea.
I ken you'll try anything to make me suffer.
Neighing will work, though. You'll never get the best of me. She was so disgusted by him, she was losing track of their conversation. His grip on her was like iron, and she looked around helplessly for anyone who might help her.
Laird Edan, please, see me distress.
He was too occupied with his men, however. She looked to Artair and Caerstein, but they were too occupied with each other. No one else she knew would stand up to her uncle.
Tell me what ye spoke of,
he ordered again, shaking her arm. She winced as pain shot from her wrist to her elbow. Only of the match atween Artair and Lady Caerstein, she gasped. Liar! I'm nae lying. Was he going mad at last? She had always suspected he would in time and feared what would become of her then. Ye're stubborn, just like your maw. He spoke through his teeth, and spittle landed on her cheek. I brought her tae heel, though. I'll dae the same tae ye. Let me gae. She doubled her efforts to escape his hold, but it only made her arm hurt worse.
You won't escape me as she did,
he swore. I'll make sure of it. He raised his free hand and moved his fingers to summon someone over to them. Miriel watched in growing dread as Nethair, the loyal dog, made his way to his master's side.
Me laird,
the man growled in his dark, rough voice. Whit do ye wish of me? Craddock didn't take his eyes from Miriel as he answered, I wish for ye to keep a close watch on me, niece. Her wild predilections are a threat to me family and the clan. Nathair's dark eyes moved to her, and she felt as though he could see into her soul. He was like some kind of terrible demon, summoned from hell. Now, the devil himself was turning the beast loose on her. "Ye wish me to follow the lass, me laird?" he asked, dropping his eyes to her uncle. Craddock nodded. "Aye, everywhere she goes for the remainder of the night. Dog her heels, then see her tay her chambers. Make sure nor one tries to enter them wi' her." Nathair arched a dark brow as he slid his gaze back to Miriel. Chills went through her at the black look in his eyes. There was an animosity there, and she could see he didn't think highly of her. "Uncle, this isn't necessary," she began to protest. He gave her arm one final squeeze that had her squirming in her seat. Releasing her, he levelled her with a hard glare. "Ye dae nor tell me wit is necessary, lass," he spat. "I am your laird and master. Ye will dae as you're told, nae mair." Miriel rubbed at her aching wrist. Narrowing her eyes at Craddock, she leaned further away from him and his foul breath. "You're a cruel man, uncle. God will surely punish ye for all your crimes." To her surprise, he threw back his head and let out a bark of laughter. When he looked at her again, mirth danced in his eyes. "Ye think God will punish me, dae ye?" he snorted. "I ha' done as I pleased me whole life, and instead of punishment, God has showered me wi' rewards. Your threat didn't frighten me, child." Blasphemer! God would surely strike him down. Yet there was a stabbing of doubt in the back of her mind. After everything she'd endured in her life, was it she who was being punished? Why should she suffer so greatly, and he receive all he'd ever wished for? Perhaps God was not as just as she'd always believed. "No, away wi' ye," Craddock ordered, shooing her with his hands. "I dae nae wish to speak wi' ye again tonight." She pushed to her feet and hurried away, glad to escape his presence at last. Looking back over her shoulder, she saw Nathair following after her. A wave of frustration and despair crashed through her. Perhaps there was no hope of her escaping Craddock after all. Chapter 9. Miriel. When Miriel returned to her chambers later that night, Nathair was still following her. He was like a damned dog with a bone, never relinquishing his charge of her for a moment. The banquet had turned into a tortuous experience for her, with him acting as her shadow. Several times as she wandered through the raucous crowd of men and women from both the Tosh and McCayzer clans, she'd look to find Laird Edan's eyes on her. Each time their gazes met, she'd felt her cheeks heat with a blush, and a small smile would play about her lips. Then she'd remember she couldn't approach him, nor him her, without risking Nathair reporting it back to her uncle. For his part, Laird Edan had seemed to realise the threat hanging over her. He didn't try to get close to her again or ask her to dance. He kept her in his sights all night, though, moving about the room in a way that almost mirrored her own steps. As soon as it was acceptable, she'd departed the hall. Nathair stayed on her heels all the way to her chamber door. Coming to a stop on the threshold of her room, she whirled on him. "Are ye pleased with yourself? Stalking a lass o' night as ye hae?" His expression was stoic and unmoving as he gazed down at her. "If ye were better behaved, the laird wouldn't have found it necessary to hae ye watched." Anger boiled through her. How dare he act as though she were the one to blame for this? "Ye ken whit he wishes to dae tae me, dinna ye?" she spat. "Of course ye ken. You're his loyal lapdog, after all." His eyes narrowed the tiniest bit, as though her words had actually penetrated his stony exterior. "Watch yourself, lass. Dee nae speak ill of our laird in me presence. He wishes to bed me. Are ye nae disgusted by that?" by his unnatural lusts. He looked at her as though she were a temperamental child, and he was being indulgent to her behaviour. It was infuriating. "Wit, the laird wishes of ye is his concern, nae mine. Ye are a bonny lass, I suppose. 'Tis nae so unnatural for him to want ye." She gawked at him, disgust and disbelief warring within her belly. Still, it shouldn't surprise her that her uncle's wicked desires did not seem to faze his most loyal hound. There was no humanity to speak of within Nathair, no compassion, no morality, simply cruelty and an unshakable loyalty to an evil man. "Ye are revolting," she hissed. Turning from him, she opened her door and hurried to step over the threshold into her room. "A guard will be posted for ye, me lady," Nathair said, just before she slammed the door in his face. She went still, staring at him. "Wit? Why?" "'Tis for your own protection." She didn't believe that for a moment. It was to keep her inside all night, and everyone else away from her. Was Craddock truly that suspicious of her intentions with Laird Edan? It mattered not, however. She had no intention of waltzing to his rooms out in the open for all to see anyway. She had a better path that only she could manoeuvre. "Vera well," she spat. "So be it." Without another word, she slammed her door shut, blocking him from view. Releasing a great sigh of relief, she made her way to her bed and collapsed onto her back. She stared up at the canopy and took a moment to calm her riotous thoughts and racing heart. Much had happened that evening that she hadn't anticipated. Her plans had almost been thwarted time and time again, but she'd managed to see them through. Now, there was only one thing left for her to do. Sitting up, she pushed back to her feet and walked across her room toward a large tapestry that hung on her wall from ceiling to floor. Lifting up the fabric, she pushed at the bricks for several moments until they gave way and opened, revealing a small doorway, the entrance to her secret tunnels. Stepping through into the dark, she let the tapestry fall back into place behind her. With careful steps, she made her way down the passage, winding through the twists and turns of the network of tunnels spanning the length of the keep. She had memorized every inch of them as a child and still utilized them frequently to hide from her uncle. No one else knew of them. She'd discovered them as a girl, and her Da had believed they were built centuries ago by their ancestors to escape and hide from the English. They had been her family's secret, and she'd never told another soul about them. Not even Artair. Making her way along as quickly as was safe, she came to a stop outside the door that would lead her into Laird Edan's rooms. Her head raced, and her hands shook as she grew nervous. What if he said no to helping her? What if he demanded a payment of some kind? What was she willing to give him? The image of his big hands pressing her into the bed flashed through her mind. She gulped as that tingling between her legs came back to life. It unnerved her how much that idea intrigued her rather than frightened her. "Collect yourself, you dobber. That isn't the reason ye are here." She shook her head to try and throw the thoughts from her mind. Once her head was clear, she took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. Hands steady, she reached out and pushed the door open just a crack. Peeking into the room, she found it was empty. It appeared Laird Edan was still at the banquet. That is some relief, at least. She would have more time to prepare. Hopefully, he didn't return pished. He'd be near useless in such a state. Slipping into the room, she shut the door behind her. Miriel quietly moved to the centre of the room and stood just before the large four-poster bed. Those images returned to her mind, her splayed across the blankets with Laird Edan bearing down on her. With a small yelp, she turned away and looked for something else to focus her attention while she waited for him. He had a few possessions unpacked and spread out neatly throughout the space. Curiosity drove her toward a small leather bag sitting on the fireplace mantel. She paused to listen for his approach. When she didn't hear him coming, she picked up the bag and weighed it in her palm. It was not so very heavy, but there was something of substance within. Opening the ties, she peeked inside and marvelled at a silver rosary within. Was Laird Eden a God-fearing man? That would give her some comfort in trusting him if it proved true. She closed the bag again and replaced it on the mantel. Gazing around, her eyes fell on his sheathed broadsword, propped next to the glass-covered window. Her Da had always told her a person could tell much about a man by studying his sword. She walked to the window and touched the sword's hilt. It was simply steel wrapped in leather with no extra ornamentation. Gripping the hilt, she tried to lift the sword, but its weight caught her off guard. Using both hands, she managed to work the blade from the sheath enough that she could see how sharp the weapon was. It was clearly well cared for, and she was certain it could remove the head from a man in one swing if its wielder was strong enough. "Me lady, whit are ye dang?" She squeaked in shock and lost her grip on the sword. It thudded to the floor, barely missing her as she leapt out of the way to avoid being sliced. Whirling, she met Laird Eden's bemused eyes. He stood in the doorway, watching her with a small grin. I'm so sorry, me laird," she quickly stammered, looking between him and the sword she'd dropped. "I didna hear ye come in." How could such a large man move so quietly? He shut the door behind him, then stalked closer to her. Her heart beat faster with each step he took. He was so very large, he made the room around him seem small. "Were you snooping?" he asked, a teasing glint in his eye. She fought not to groan with embarrassment. He'd caught her rifling through his belongings, mishandling what was no doubt one of his most prized possessions. "Me laird, I... She tried to come up with some excuse for her behaviour, but she found it increasingly difficult to think as he continued to draw nearer. When he was so close he could reach out and touch her if he so desired. He came to a stop. His lips curled into a grin. "Worry nor, me lady. There's no harm in being curious." His voice dropped to a low rumble, "especially when we are to be intimate with each other." Miriel's stomach twisted at the reminder of her ruse. She needed to explain the truth to him quickly before... Laird Eden shrugged from his jacket and began pulling his linen shirt from the waist of his kilt. Miriel's jaw dropped open in shock, and she was momentarily frozen in place. When he loosened the ties of his shirt at the base of his throat, she came back to her senses with a jolt. "Me, laird! Wait! Her words died on her tongue when he pulled his shirt over his head, leaving his torso bare. She stared at his wide chest in awe. There was a dusting of hair that travelled down past the ridges of his stomach to disappear below his kilt. This wasn't the first time she'd seen a man's chest. Often, the McCayzer men would train in the courtyard without their shirts, but none had ever struck her speechless before. None had ever been as magnificent a sight as Laird Eden. Heat exploded through her with a pulse beat between her legs. She clenched her thighs to try and relieve the pressure that was building there. Laird Eden tossed his shirt to the side and closed the distance between them, cupping the back of her head with one large hand. Miriel couldn't collect her thoughts enough to utter a word of protest before he lowered his head and captured her lips with his. She let out a little cry, and he deepened the kiss, sweeping his tongue in to stroke against her. Miriel had never kissed a man before. She'd had no idea it could be so intoxicating. His mouth was firm against hers. He moved his hands to cup her cheeks and tilt her face to an angle of his liking. There was a part of her that insisted she should push him away and correct his assumptions of her intentions for being there. Yet there was another part of her, a bolder part, a more wanton part that didn't want his kiss to end. It was as if he was lulling her into a trance as he pressed their bodies together and took her mouth as if he owned it. He was demanding her submission through his kiss, and she was tempted to give it to him. Miriel didn't realize he was walking them towards the bed until the back of her knees hit the frame. He grabbed her waist and lifted her up to lay her across the bedding. A gasp flew from her lips at his easy handling of her, as though she weighed nothing. "Ye are so bonny," he growled as he paused to stare down at her. His eyes devoured her, and she wouldn't have been surprised if he could see through her clothing to her naked body beneath. She'd never felt so exposed, though he'd yet to strip anything from her. Her mind tried to make sense of what was happening, but she felt as though, under some kind of spell, her body was hot, that pulse between her legs pounding incessantly. She wanted relief from it, somehow, some way. Laird Edan kissed her again, and she responded without thought, kissing him back. Her hands slid up to grasp his shoulders, and she marvelled at the smoothness of his skin there. As her hands explored him, one of his rested on her knee. She thought nothing of it at first, couldn't think clearly at all in truth, but she yelped softly when he grasped her skirt and began bunching it up around her thighs. "Wit is he daying? I cannae allow this, I cannae." His fingers grazed her flower, and a pleasure she'd never known exploded through her body. She gasped into his lips, the action seeming to spur him on as he touched her more firmly and rubbed at a particularly sensitive spot with the palm of his hand. "Nah, this shouldn't be happening. I need to stop him." Yet her thoughts were overwhelmed by his deepening kiss and touch. He was drawing sensations from her body she couldn't begin to understand. It was intoxicating, plunging her into a haze of pleasure and desire. The pulse between her legs was growing stronger and more insistent. It was a pressure that was demanding some sort of release, and she grew more desperate for it with each moment that passed. She released a deep moan, startling herself. Laird Edan growled in turn and pressed his body tighter to hers. He was all hard planes and angles, and she found herself arching to get closer to him. Wit is happening to me." His fingers moved faster against her, and she suddenly felt as though she were careening toward the edge of the cliff. She was frightened of what would become of her if she fell over the edge, but didn't want him to stop pushing her there at the same time. "Me, Laird, please." She didn't know what she was begging for, but he seemed to know exactly what she sought. "Ye are so bonny," he murmured, pressing his lips against her cheek and throat. "So responsive and soft. I could grow addicted to ye wee gasps and groans." His words only urged her closer to that widening abyss. He sealed his lips back to hers, and that was the last push she needed. Something exploded within her, and she cried out in pleasure. Laird Edan slanted his mouth over hers to swallow her screams. She writhed on the bed, clutching at his shoulders, as wave after wave of ecstasy coursed through her. It was as if she were being broken apart, ripped to shreds down to her soul, then put back together, piece by agonizing piece. When at last the storm passed, she lay heavy among the bedding, limbs limp and mind hazy. She stared up at the ceiling, in awe of what she had just experienced. How could anything feel so good? The sound of metal clicking snapped her from her daze. Laird Edan had moved to stand next to the bed and was unbuckling his kilt. Awareness returned to Miriel in a rush. "No, this cannae happen, nae like this." Sitting up with a cry, she shouted, "Wait!" Laird Edan froze and stared at her with wide eyes. She stared back, all the blood rushing from her face as she fully comprehended what she had allowed him to do to her, and what he still thought would happen. Chapter 10. Edan. Edan stared at the girl, his hands frozen on the belt of his kilt. She was gawking up at him with wide, wild eyes, as if she were frightened. Wit he done to upset her so. He knew it was wrong of him to be in this compromising situation with her. When she'd asked him if she could warm his bed, he should have told her no, should have refused her right then and there. Yet, as he'd gazed down into her lovely face, with her big, beguiling eyes, he hadn't had the strength in him to deny her, or, in truth, himself. He'd wanted this woman with a savagery that was startling, and still wanted her even as regret darkened her gaze. "Me, lady, are ye all reet?" She blinked and appeared to be gathering her wits. With frantic movements, she pushed her skirts down to cover her honeypot and legs. He wanted to growl in protest, but held his tongue. I'm sorry, me laird," she murmured, panic flashing across her expression. I had to leave." Before he could make a move to stop her, or speak a word, Lady Miriel jumped from the bed and dashed toward the wall opposite the room's door. He watched in amazement as she opened a secret door in the wall and disappeared into the tunnel beyond. The door slid closed behind her, and she was gone. Edan stared at the wall in disbelief. Wit? Wit just happened? She'd left him baffled and more aroused than he'd been in quite some time. He dropped his buckle and adjusted himself beneath his kilt in an attempt to ease some of his discomfort. With a sigh, he sat down on the bed and dropped his head into his hands. He should have listened to his instincts, which had told him something was strange about her request to come to his room. There was a nagging suspicion at the back of his mind that she'd had ulterior motives for wanting to be alone with him. Yet, when he'd kissed her, she'd been so responsive, so soft and eager. All his lingering doubts had vanished. He'd been prepared to take her, right then and there, as she been with a man afore. He didn't like that thought, didn't like the idea of another knowing the feel of her lush lips, or hearing the small sounds that escaped from her when she was in the throes of her pleasure. His fingers pressed into his forehead and he growled in agitation. If she has nae been wi' a man afore, why would she give herself to me? There had to be something else going on, something she'd wanted from him, but he'd become so caught up in his lusts that he'd not allowed her to speak freely. He was horrified and frustrated at the same time, having likely nearly compromised an innocent, and nay, just any innocent. Nay, but the niece of your host, you fool. Never mind that the girl appeared to despise her uncle. Edan had almost crossed a line from which there was no return. With a groan, he shook his head hard, cursing himself, as he hoped to shake away the desire that still burned within him for her. His manhood was unrelenting in its need for release, which made it impossible to put Lady Miriel from his mind. With a defeated sigh, he dropped his hands and raised his head. Perhaps he should just take himself in hand and slake the worst of his lust. A sudden knock on his door startled him from his musings. Jumping to his feet, he flexed his fingers and tried to appear relaxed as he made his way to see who was disturbing him at this hour of the night. Opening the door, he was somewhat surprised to find Behek standing on the other side. "I thought I said I did nae wish to be disturbed," he snapped. Behek raised an eyebrow, but didn't appear the least bit intimidated by his laird's temper. "Aye, ye did, but seeing as ye hae answered your door, there is clearly no woman here. So, wit might I be interrupting, me laird." Most days, Edan appreciated his right-hand man's candidness and lack of concern when it came to offering flattery to his liege. Today was not one of those days, however. "I believe I told ye earlier to watch how ye spoke to your laird." "Indeed, ye did. Can he say I enjoyed the lecture then, either?" Edan shook his head in frustration, then pushed away from the door. "Vera, well, come in then." Pike stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Edan returned to sit on the bed and levelled a steely glare at his second in command. "Well, whit day ye want?" Pike stood with his hands behind his back, his shoulders relaxed. "I thought ye might like to hear some of the observations I made this evening. As ye ordered, I kept an eye on the lad, arter to make sure he did naething forward wi' Lady Carstein." Despite his state of aggravation, Edan's interest was piqued. He'd wanted to know if Arter was truly as good as he appeared, or if he hid a more devious side like his father. He'd ordered Pike to observe the lad and Carstein throughout the evening to get a better understanding of the lad's true character. "Well, whit did ye learn?" Edan asked. "I'm happy to say the lad appears as good as we first believed. He was a true gentleman to Lady Carstein a knight. He spoke politely and didn't try to touch her in any way that wasn't appropriate." That was pleasing to hear. Edan had hoped the lad proved a good sort, though he had been suspicious. How could he not be, though, considering the lad's parentage? Lady Miriel seemed a good sort as well, though. Perhaps the two had kept each other from falling into the vices the rest of their family appeared to suffer. Apart from her fleeing him, she appeared to have a solid head upon her shoulders, and such lovely, graceful shoulders they were. Edan shook his head to dispel his thoughts of Lady Miriel. He needed to focus on Pike and his report on Arter. He couldn't be losing his wits to a woman. "Keep an eye on the lad for the next few days," he ordered. "If I am to hand me sister to him in marriage, I must be sure she will be safe with him." "Aye, me laird, as ye wish." Pike bowed his head, but when he raised it again, he didn't move. He appeared to be considering something, as though there were more he wished to say. "What else?" Edan demanded to know. Pike scratched at his dark beard before answering. "While observing the lad and Lady Carstein, I did notice some odd exchanges between Laird Craddock and his niece, Lady Miriel." Edan's whole body stiffened, like a predator growing alert to an incoming threat. "Whit did ye see?" "After your dance with a lass, she returned to the head table with her uncle. There was a moment where she appeared to want to leave him, but he grabbed Owen to her arm and forced her to remain." Edan bristled at the thought of that bastard touching Lady Miriel. "What else?" "They appeared to engage in a heated conversation. I cannae say whit they spoke of, but it seemed as though Laird Craddock was threatening the lass. For her part, she was putting Owen a brave face, but her fear of him was clear." Edan gnashed his teeth as rage exploded within him. What was more surprising, however, was the wave of protectiveness that swept through him for Lady Miriel. He was suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to chase after her, catch her, and hold her close, so that no harm could befall her ever again. At the same time, he wanted to rip Craddock's head from his body with his bare hands. "Whit has this lass done to me? I am thinking like a madman." "Me laird, are ye all reeked?" Pike asked, a look of slight concern brightening his eyes. "Your face has turned a very startling shade of red." Edan realised he was clenching his jaw so hard he was surprised his teeth didn't crack, and his hands were curled into tight fists on his thighs. He took a deep breath and then cleared his throat in attempt to calm his temper. "Aye, I'm fine, just disgusted by Laird Craddock's revolting behaviour." Page nodded. "Aye, it was disturbing to see. Whit else do ye ken aboot Lady Miriel?" Edan couldn't help his curiosity. The lass was a growing obsession, and he needed to know all he could about her, most especially about her relationship with her uncle and what she had suffered at his hands. "I need to ken all the reasons I'll one day kill him for." Bahis shrugged, however, disappointing Edan before he spoke a word. "Nay much, in truth." his second-in-command said. She is the daughter of the former laird, but beyond that, there isn't much anyone would say of her. Tay protect her, or Tay avoid facing Craddock's wrath? Edan had a feeling the truth was the latter. He wouldn't put it past Craddock to threaten his people into silence. That still begged the question why, however. Why go to such lengths to keep the Northerns from learning more about Lady Miriel? What was Craddock trying to hide? The need to find out burned him like hot coals. "Bikes, I'm charging ye with one mere task," Edan declared, pushing to his feet. "I want you to find out as much as ye can about Lady Miriel. I especially want to ken mair about her relationship with her uncle. Understand?" Pike nodded again. "Aye, me, laird, I understand. If she is in danger here, I need to ken." A small smile tugged at the corner of Pike's lips. "Your concern for the lass is sweet, me laird. How ye developed a fondness for her so soon." Edan narrowed his eyes and scowled. "I would be concerned for any lass I thought at risk of ill treatment. Lady Miriel isn't special." The lie tasted like ashes on his tongue, but he couldn't get it into anyone's head that he was interested in the woman. All he needed was for Kayerstein to find out, and he would never know a moment of peace until he and Lady Miriel were forcibly dragged down the aisle by his sister. "If ye say so, me laird," Paik sighed, throwing his hands up. He didn't appear convinced, however. His eyes glinted with mirth. "Is that all?" Edan snapped. "If so, ye may excuse yourself fae me presence." Paik chuckled, but turned to the door. "Aye, me laird, as ye wish." Edan watched his second-in-command leave before letting out a huff of frustration. He stabbed his fingers through his hair as he moved to stand in front of the window of his room. The countryside around them was bathed in moonlight, and he felt a semblance of peace settle over him at the sight. Edan was a man who craved knowledge and understanding. His Dar had taught him that the more he knew, the more prepared he was to face any threats in his path. He needed to know more about Lady Miriel and Craddock, about the history of their family and this clan. He needed to know their secrets and lies. He told himself he needed to know for Kayerstein's sake. In reality, he wanted to know because Lady Miriel had found her way beneath his skin. It was like an irritating rash he could not help but scratch. From what Pike had told him, it was clear she was in some sort of troubling situation here. He wanted to help her, needed to help her. He may never bed her as he'd hoped, but there was a part of him feeling possessive of her. Any threat she faced, he was determined to crush. If that threat was her uncle, as he suspected, he'd unleash hell on the man. He didn't understand why he felt so strongly about this, but it wasn't his nature to question his instincts. They were screaming at him to protect Lady Miriel. He'd bloody well do so. Chapter 11. Miriel. "Wit hae I done?" Miriel paced the length of her bedroom in agitation, the events of the previous night running through her mind over and over again. How could she have allowed Laird Edan to take such liberties with her? How could she have lost her senses so completely? Yet, the way he'd kissed her, touched her, it had been unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. He'd controlled her body in a way that she'd have never thought possible, and dragged such intense pleasure from the deepest part of her being. She'd thought she was going to fall apart in his hands. She had come apart, in truth. She'd lost control of herself and surrendered everything, her body, mind, and soul, up to the man. Miriel had heard that the intimate happenings that could take place between a man and woman could prove pleasurable, but she'd never imagined they could make her mindless. Her cheeks reddened, and that most private part of her began pulsing as it had the night before, though it was not so demanding a sensation now as it had been then. She bit her lip and halted in her pacing. Her thighs squeezed together of their own volition, and a yearning began to swirl within her belly. Nor, enough of this, I am nae some wanton we opens her legs to any man that passes by. Gritting her teeth, she tried to bring her body back under her control. She would forget what had transpired between her and Laird Eden. She would forget the feel of his hands on her thighs, the touch of his lips on her throat, the strength of his broad chest. Miriel shook her head, hard, pushing the vivid thoughts from her mind. She needed to pretend it never happened, and to avoid Laird Eden as much as she possibly could. She didn't think she could bear the embarrassment of seeing him again. Her plans were ruined, she realised. There was no way she could ask for his help now, not when the mere thought of facing him had her stomach twisting into terrible, painful knots. "You foolish lass, you've doomed yourself to an eternity in this hell." There was a knock on her door, startling her from her wild thoughts. "Why is it?" she called, her voice cracking. "Me, lady, are ye well?" Miriel recognised one of the maids' voices. "I was sent to inquire as to why ye hadna emerged fae your room yet today." It was well past time to break her fast, and she had delayed leaving her room for fear of encountering Laird Eden. She should have known, however, that her uncle would notice her absence and immediately hunt her down. "Craddock canny gae lang wi' oot keening where ye are and which ye are daying." She let out a frustrated sigh and closed her eyes for a moment as she waited out her rise in temper. It wasn't the maid's fault she could find no peace in this place, and did not deserve any shortness of speech. When she was calm enough that she would not voice her angst, Miriel replied, "I was merely tired after last night's festivities, and elected to sleep a bit longer this morning. I will be oot momentarily." "Vera well, me lady," the maid said. Did she sound relieved? "I will inform the laird." "Has Craddock been threatening the staff again to keep me in line?" She didn't know if it were possible to hate him any more than she already did. Still, it appeared she could delay no longer, else risk unleashing Craddock's true wrath upon herself and the rest of the household. It would not be the first time her uncle sent his men up to forcibly remove her from her room, refusing to allow her to hide away. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, she moved to the door and opened it. Miriel looked up and down the corridor to determine that it was empty before stepping out of the safety of her personal domain. When it did not appear anyone was nearby, she hurried along toward the great hall. She would appear before Craddock, so that he knew she was out of her room, then go and hide herself away in the garden for as long as she could. The chapel would have been her first choice, but she'd avoided being in there alone since her previous encounter with her uncle. As she neared a corner, she heard voices approaching from the adjacent direction. She stumbled, recognising the deep brogue that had murmured shocking things in her ear as she'd laid stretched across its owner's bed. Laird Eden was coming. With a gasp, Miriel frantically searched her surroundings for a place to hide. She did not wish to see him, not so soon after their illicit encounter, and not ever if she could help it. There was an entrance to the hidden tunnels somewhere around. She knew there was. Running her hands along the wall, she searched for the notch that would open the door. The voices drew closer, and the sound of her heartbeat reverberated in her ears. When her fingers skimmed a divot in the stones of the wall, she nearly cried out in relief, but stopped herself in time. Opening the door, she slipped inside and slid it closed behind her, just as Laird Eden rounded the corner. She waited and listened, having left the door open the barest crack. Holding her breath, she didn't move until he and whoever he was speaking with walked past her. They didn't so much as pause next to the door. Miriel didn't re-emerge from her hiding place until his voice had faded further down the hall. Peeking her head out, she made sure all was clear before stepping out into the open. She hurried in the opposite direction as Laird Eden, putting as much distance between them as quickly as she could. No, it should be simple to avoid him. I need only stay away fae the area of the keep his people occupy. Somewhat inconvenient, but not impossible. It was a large castle, after all. It should take her little effort to avoid meeting Laird Edan any time soon. Her uncle was another matter entirely. Miriel continued on to the great hall, her stomach knotting with every step. Thoughts of Laird Edan were pushed to the side as she prepared herself for whatever Craddock might have in store for her this morning. She wondered if he had calmed some from the night before, or if he would still be suspicious of her, if he ever found out what she'd done with Laird Edan. She shivered at the possible punishments he could inflict on her. Now that she couldn't count on Laird Edan's help, she wasn't sure if her boldness had truly been worth it. Reaching the doors of the hall, she paused to brace herself before stepping into the wolves' den. The hall was bustling with men of both the Tosh and McCayzer clans, breaking their fast together. She hurried through the crowd toward the head table where her uncle sat, and thankfully, her aunt. Without a word, she slid into her chair. But of course, Craddock wouldn't allow her to begin her meal in peace. "Ach, there she is. So good of you to grace us wi' your presence at last, niece." His tone dripped with sarcasm, and she gritted her teeth in irritation. Dioride didn't say a word to Miriel, or acknowledge her in any way. She stared out over the hall with a bored expression and a cup in her hand. Still, her very presence was a comfort, as it would guarantee Craddock would not try to do anything to her. In as calm a tone as she could muster, she replied, "Apologies, uncle. I wasn't feeling well. Me sleep was fitful." He arched a brow, looking as though he didn't believe her. "Indeed? Your sleep was fitful. Wit could be robbing such an innocent of her rest." A terrible thought crossed her mind at his words. Did he suspect her of her improprieties with Laird Edan? Had he somehow discovered she'd left her room? She gulped and tried not to look nervous as she answered, "I'm sure it has naething tae day wi' ye sicking your dog upon me." His eyes flashed with annoyance. "Ye shouldn't be so ungrateful of me efforts to protect ye, me dear. Or I day for your benefit." She barely kept herself from rolling her eyes. "Will I be forced to endure your efforts to protect me all day?" Craddock narrowed his eyes at her. She watched his jaw tick for several moments before he finally opened his mouth to speak. "No, lass, I cannae spare naether today, and so ye shall hae a reprieve." Leaning closer to her, he lowered his voice to a hiss. "But if I suspect ye of any improper behaviour with the Northern Laird or his men, I'll lock ye in your room and nae allow ye out until they depart. Do ye understand?" She blinked, taken aback by the venom in his tone. I understand, uncle," she murmured. He nodded, a cruel smirk curling his lips. "I dae prefer ye good and obedient, me dear. You're so much mair appealing when ye submit tae me." Miriel shuddered at his words and tone. It made her want to peel her skin away and scrub her exposed flesh with scalding water to clean herself. Craddock leaned away from her and turned his attention back to his food. Miriel no longer had an appetite. She sat in her chair eating nothing and feeling anxious and sick. It was at least a good thing she intended to avoid Laird Edan at all costs. There would be no reason for Craddock to suspect her if she had no interaction with the man whatsoever. There would be no reason for her uncle to bother her so long as she stayed far away from his rival. "Is this cursed man following me?" Miriel was stunned by how Laird Edan seemed to appear everywhere she was, or wished to be. She usually felt like a prisoner in her own home, but today she felt like a mouse trapped in a maze as a cat stalked her. Everywhere she turned, Laird Edan was there. When she tried to escape to the garden, He was resting beneath her favourite tree with his eyes closed. She'd managed to sneak away without disturbing him, but it had meant she was forced back into the keep where Craddock could find her. She'd slipped into the library, thinking everyone else would be too busy to frequent that part of the keep. Yet, not long after she'd arrived, Laird Edan had appeared in search of some dusty old tome. She'd been forced to hide among the shelves and slip away before he stumbled upon her. No matter where she turned, he was there. Though she managed to escape each time before he noticed her, she was growing exhausted in her efforts to maintain her distance. Feeling defeated, she walked with drooped shoulders through the keep, deciding it was likely impossible for her to avoid him indefinitely. As she passed a row of open windows overlooking the courtyard, she heard a great commotion rise up from outside. She frowned, curious, and wandered closer to one window to see out. Her lips parted at the sight of several Tosh men sparring out in the open. While some men fought, the rest stood in a large circle looking on. She couldn't help but search out Laird Edan among the crowd. When she didn't find him within the spectators, she turned her gaze to the pairs of men fighting. She found him at the centre of the melee, facing down a large, bearded man. Laird Edan was bare-chested, and she could see the glint of sweat along his skin as he moved. She stared at him, transfixed. A god among men, there is no other way to describe him. He was glorious, his muscles straining, his movements fluid and controlled. His face was twisted into a scowl of concentration, but even that expression was beautiful in a raw, terrifying type of way. He was an amazingly skilled swordsman, overwhelming his opponent quickly and with ease. When the man hit the ground and surrendered, Laird Edan's entire appearance changed. His body relaxed, and a smile stretched across his face, turning him from fierce and frightening to jovial and kind. It was nearly as breathtaking to look upon as his warrior facade. He reached his hand down to assist his man to his feet, then thumped him heartily on the back. "Those hands were on me last night. Those large, strong fingers touched me so tenderly, but so skillfully." Miriel shivered at the memory. She touched her fingertips to her lips and clutched at the windowsill with her other hand. Her body felt strange, somehow more alive and sensitive. Had he done that to her, awoken a greater awareness within her so that every small breeze had gooseflesh rising on her arms, and everything she touched seemed intensified in sensation? The stone beneath her hand was cool and smooth, but the mortar between the rocks was so rough. The men below in the courtyard were laughing and shouting. They appeared to be enjoying themselves in a way that her uncle's men never did, as if they enjoyed the gruelling training rather than dreaded every moment of it. She thought Laird Edan's presence among them did much to boost their collective morale. Craddock would never have trained with his men. Miriel doubted he'd ever picked up a sword, other than for some ceremony or formal purpose. Craddock wasn't like Laird Edan. He wasn't a warrior or a protector. He didn't put the needs of his people above his own. Laird Edan was a good man and a great leader as far as Miriel could tell. He didn't demand the respect of his people, but was freely given it. She doubted he'd ever do anything to harm an innocent. No, the two lairds were very different indeed. Under better circumstances, she might have hoped to catch Laird Edan's eye. As it was, she didn't have the luxury to dwell on such fanciful notions. She doubted Laird Edan would willingly help her now, after she'd fled him and his bed. If he could no longer be of potential help to her, she couldn't waste her time thinking of him. She needed to focus on her escape from this place. Just a few mere minutes looking will-nay hurt, though, surely. He was such a magnificent sight to behold. Any woman's eyes would be drawn to him. She was a woman, flesh and blood as any other, so should she not be able to enjoy such a display of masculine excellence? She watched as he bid a young lad toward him, and showed him the proper technique to block a charging attack. He appeared a patient teacher, adjusting the lad's stance with a grin, and he was easy with his praise. Miriel's heart did a funny little flip at his clear care for his men. Suddenly, as if he could sense her eyes on him, Laird Eden glanced up toward the window she stood in. She gasped when his bright blue gaze latched onto her. Surprise flashed across his gaze, but then shifted into something else. Something darker, hungrier. Her body reacted to his stare like a physical touch. Her stomach clenched and her breathing grew heavy. Startled, she jerked away from the window, her cheeks heating. She pressed her hands to her cheeks and shook her head. "Dobber! No, you've done it!" "He'll think you've been watching him." Never mind that she had been watching him with less than proper thoughts running through her mind. Creeping back to the window, she peeked back down into the courtyard. She squeaked to find him still looking up toward her, an amused grin playing about his lips. Miriel pushed away from the window again and turned to hurry back into the keep. Her heart raced and she chewed on her bottom lip in agitation as she hurried down the hall and away from the courtyard. Wringing her hands together, she reaffirmed the need to stay away from Laird Eden. He was far too distracting, and she couldn't risk losing herself to him. Already, she had given too much of herself to the man. She had so little left to give. Should she surrender anything else, she thought she might cease to exist entirely. Chapter 12. Eden. 2 days. He'd given her 2 days to come to terms with what had transpired between them and come to him. Instead, the lass had been avoiding him as though he carried the plague itself. When Eden had seen her watching him from the window above the courtyard the day after they'd been together, it had made him confident she would realise how futile it was to fight her desire for him. He knew she felt it. He'd seen it in her eyes that night, as he'd touched and kissed her. Yet the stubborn woman had yet to give in and seek him out once more. Eden was finding it difficult to stay away from her himself. He couldn't stop thinking about how soft her skin had been beneath his hands, or how she'd clung to him with her eager little fingers. Apart from those burning memories, though, was his growing curiosity of her. It was becoming an obsession, his desire to uncover her secrets. A few times over the last couple of days, he'd attempted to bring up the subject of Lady Miriel to members of the McCayzer clan. None were forthcoming with information, and he dared not question Craddock directly about his niece. He suspected that would put her in some sort of trouble, though he had yet to understand why. It was beyond frustrating to not have the answers he desired. The morning of the 3rd day following their illicit encounter, Eden's patience finally wore out completely. If the lass would not come to him of her own free will, he would seek her out himself and demand answers. "I will ken whit is going on in this family. I will ken why she sought me out that night." With a hunter's determination, Eden began searching the keep for her. He scoured the library and chapel and invaded the kitchen and servants' areas. When there was no sign of her inside, he stormed out to the garden where he'd first encountered her. He felt a wave of relief when he spotted her kneeling beside a rosebush, tending to its branches. Pausing in his stride, he observed her for several moments. Her lovely face was scrunched in concentration. Her dark brown hair pulled back into a long braid down her slender back. Her plump lips were parted slightly, and his mind instantly returned to the moments when they'd been pressed against his, soft and giving. Eden clenched his hands into fists as his manhood stirred to life for her. No woman had ever had this type of effect on him. It was aggravating, yet incredibly thrilling at the same time. Eden had always enjoyed a challenge, and Lady Miriel was proving one of the most fascinating challenges he'd ever encountered. He took a step closer to her and cleared his throat to alert her to his presence. She stiffened and slowly turned her head to look back at him. Her bright green eyes went wide with shock. With a speed that stunned him, she jumped to her feet and moved as if to flee from him. "Me lady, stop! Dinny move another step," he barked. To his surprise, she halted in her tracks. Her nostrils flared as she faced him, and her jaw was tensed so tight he briefly feared she might crack her teeth. He didn't like how nervous and upset she appeared to be with him. "Wit do ye want of me, me laird?" she murmured. He narrowed his eyes at her. "An explanation would be a start," he snapped. She frowned. "For wit?" He stared at her, unsure whether to be annoyed or impressed by her audacity. "For wit? For treating me as a leper these past days?" Her cheeks turned red at his words. In embarrassment? He'd suspected that was part of her avoidance of him, but he wasn't convinced it was the only reason. I dinna ken what you're speaking of, me laird." He crossed his arms over his chest and scowled. "Dinna try tale I tay, me lass. I will nae tolerate it." Her lips thinned into a tight line, and he could see in her gaze her internal struggle as she determined how to proceed with him. "Ye are mistaken," she said at last, continuing with her lie. "I ha' nae been avoiding ye, I ha' simply been busy." "Och, is that all?" He spoke with sarcasm, not believing a word she said. He moved another step closer to her and was impressed when she didn't attempt to back away. "Do ye think me a cuddy, me lady?" Her throat worked as she gulped. Shaking her head, she admitted, "Nor me laird. I dinny." "Then dinna treat me as one." Her hands opened and closed at her side. Would she continue to try and ward him off, or realise the futility of her ruse and give him the truth at last? At length, her shoulders slumped, and a look of defeat crossed her face. While he didn't enjoy that expression, he felt a tad relieved as it appeared she was going to stop fighting him. "Me laird, I mayst admit something to ye," she began in a soft voice. I didna ask he come to your room that night for the reason ye believed." "I gathered as much," he nodded. "Ye mayst ken, I had never been intimate wi' a man afore that night." As he'd suspected, the lass was an innocent. The way she'd responded to his ministrations when they'd been together had been so raw, so unrefined. There had been no feigned pleasure, no exaggerated writhing or moaning. Everything she'd offered up to him that night had been genuine and real. He could almost forgive himself for nearly defiling her. After all, what man would be able to resist the woman's natural sensuality? A stronger one than I. She'd dropped her gaze from his as she'd admitted her untouched state, and she was blushing again. The lass blushed with an astonishing ease. He found he enjoyed it, however, because it gave him a clue as to what was going through her mind. "Why did ye nae tell me?" he asked. "I wouldn't ha' gone so far wi' ye." He didn't think that was a lie, but he wasn't so sure. The moment he'd put his hands on her, he'd been lost. He wasn't sure he could have stopped himself after a certain point. She began wringing her hands together and refused to look up at him as she answered. I cannae say why I didnae tell ye," she admitted. "I think I was simply so overwhelmed, I couldnae think straight." Edan sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "Ye bloody bastard. Of course she would nae ken how to tell ye to stop." "I am sorry," he said, his voice gruff. "It wasna ye of me to touch ye as I did." She peeked up at him, nibbling at her bottom lip. That didn't help turn his thoughts away from her taste, or the feel of her. He took a deep breath to try and steady his speeding heartbeat. "It wasna your fault," she replied, her tone shy. "I led ye to believe that was me intention. In truth, I deceived ye. Ye cannae be made to feel guilty for me actions." Her words brought him back to his primary question for her at present. Why did ye deceive me, me lady? What was it she truly wanted from him? The wringing of her hands became more frantic. She was possibly even more nervous than she had been telling him she'd tricked him into thinking she wished to bed him. I wish to get ye alone to speak wi' ye. There was a slight tremor in her voice. Wit a boot. Would he at last get some insight into her situation here? Was it something about her uncle that she wished to seek his assistance for? She held his gaze for several moments, looking uncertain. He remained silent as he waited for her reply, praying she wouldn't decide to flee from him again and keep her secrets guarded. I wanted to ask ye. Lady Miriel, whit do ye think ye are doing? Edan jerked around to find a man approaching them from the keep. He recognised him from the banquet the night before. He was Craddock's commander. Nathair, Edan thought his name was. The man's expression was cold and impassive as he drew near. He moved past Edan without a glance and moved to stand before Lady Miriel. She stared up at him, a combination of irritation and anxiety burning in her eyes. "Whit do ye mean?" she snapped. "I was tending to the rose bushes." "Ye are oot here wi' no chaperone, alone wi' a man," the commander growled. "Hae ye lost ye senses to humiliate your uncle so?" Lady Miriel rolled her eyes. "How exactly hae I humiliated me uncle, Nathair?" "That is for him to say, me lady." Nathair pointed back to the keep. "He is waiting for ye in his chambers to explain your behaviour." Edan's shoulders stiffened. Nathair's tone was rankling and disrespectful. Who did he think he was, speaking to a lady of her status in such a manner? Perhaps he needs a lesson in proper etiquette, a very forceful lesson. He glared at the back of the man's head, but kept his silence despite the building rage burning within him. He didn't wish to cause Lady Miriel more trouble, however, and he knew she was being called in to see Craddock because she was speaking with him. Edan didn't miss how Lady Miriel tensed at Nathair's command. She clearly didn't wish to go in to face her uncle, but even he knew she had little choice in the matter. He could see she wished to disobey and rebel, to throw the order back in the commander's face and defy her tyrant uncle. Of course, she couldn't, and her face fell with recognition of the uselessness of her circumstances. His heart ached at the sight. She should never look so beaten down and helpless. Lady Miriel looked over Nathair's shoulder and met Edan's gaze. There was an apology in their green depths, and then she turned to glare up at Nathair. Without a word, she shoved past him and hurried to go back to the keep. Edan had to stop himself from reaching out to touch her as she passed. He didn't know why he felt the urge to connect with her in that moment, but he wanted to remember the feel of her skin. The knowledge that Nathair would most assuredly inform his laird of such contact between him and the lass kept him from satisfying the itch. Nathair turned to face Edan once Lady Miriel had disappeared from view. His dark eyes were narrowed and vicious, like a wild hound off his leash with his teeth bared, ready to attack. Edan knew a wild beast with prey in its path when he saw one. "May I offer ye some advice, me laird?" Nathair said in a low, cold tone. Edan narrowed his gaze. "I doubt ye would keep your thoughts to yourself if I said nay." Nathair showed no reaction to Edan's words and continued on as though he hadn't spoken. "Ye should forget that lass and put aside any aspirations ye may have toward her. She is nie for ye." "Aye? Who is she fear, then?" Did Nathair desire Lady Miriel for himself? Nathair tilted his chin up, and his black eyes became slits. "Just heed me warning, aye? She is nie worth the trouble that would come wi' her." Edan said nothing in response. He didn't need to. Nathair's threat was clear, and only fueled his anger and strengthened the possessiveness he felt toward Lady Miriel. If a man like Nathair had his eyes on the lass, She was in greater danger here than he'd assumed. Should Nathair approach Craddock to ask for her hand, the laird would likely grant his most loyal man permission to wed his niece. "Let me offer ye a warning, sir," Edan hissed. "If ye speak to me in such a manner again, I'll make ye regret it. Do ye understand?" The two men stared at each other for several moments, animosity thick between them. Nathair was the first to move, bowing his head low with a smirk. "Aye, me laird, I'll remember which ye has said this day." "As will I." Edan remained silent, however, and simply glowered at the man as he straightened. He didn't move as Nathair walked around him to return to the keep, his shoulders tense, uncertain if the commander would make a move to attack him in some way. He did nothing, however. But Edan heard him chuckle as he wandered further away down the path. Edan stayed standing in the garden long after Nathair disappeared into the keep. He needed to get his temper under control before he went inside himself and possibly encountered Craddock. It was becoming increasingly clear to him that Lady Miriel was in need of help. Exactly what kind of help she required, he was not yet sure, but he was determined to give it to her if he could. He would not leave her to the mercy of the likes of Craddock and Nathair. His motivation for staying at Cadwell was no longer to see his sister wed, but to rescue Lady Miriel from whatever threat hung over her. He only needed to understand exactly what it was. Chapter 13. Miriel. I should negate him, show him he canny control me. Miriel sighed at her own fanciful thoughts as she moved through the corridors of the keep toward her uncle's room. She knew, however, that any resistance would only have resulted in Nathair forcibly dragging her to Craddock. It was easier to obey and save herself from the humiliation, especially in front of Laird Edan. As she neared the door to her uncle's rooms, her heart began to thunder. She was a lamb walking into the lion's den. She was certain he'd invited her to this specific part of the keep, because he could be truly alone with her, a likely trap to force his desires onto me. Yet, what choice did she have? She would be punished for ignoring his summons, or someone else would be punished on her behalf. At least Laird Edan knew where she was, as Nathair had spoken loud enough for him to hear. Her stomach flipped as she thought of Laird Edan. Had she been a fool to avoid him the past few days? His apology to her had seemed so genuine, his concern heartfelt. Would he still help her, even after her lies and rejection of him? Perhaps she should try to speak with him again, but without deceptions. He was an honourable man, so surely he would agree to assist her once he'd heard her plea. Reaching the door to her uncle's rooms, she paused. All thoughts of Laird Edan fled her mind, as her fear of what she might encounter on the other side of this door dominated her. Her hands shook at her sides, and she clenched them into fists to try and steady them. Ye canny show him weakness, he will feed upon it and break ye. She took several slow, deep breaths. When she felt she was in enough control of herself that Craddock would not be able to see how terrified she was, she reached out her hand to open the door. "Ah, there's the wee whore!" Her uncle's voice lashed at her like a whip, stopping her in her tracks before she'd fully entered the room. She gaped at him, shocked. He stood on the opposite side of the sitting room by the fireplace. A second open doorway to the right of him showed his actual bedroom. It should have been a relief that he wasn't waiting in there for her, but his furious, reddened face told her she'd not be any safer from him out here. Her mind screamed at her to flee. He was more dangerous in this moment than she'd ever seen him. "You're clearly unable to speak civilly to me at present," she muttered. "I'll return when ye ha' calmed." "You will nae," he snarled. "I order you to stay and answer for your behaviour." Unwilling to anger him further, Miriel reluctantly entered the room fully and shut the door behind her. She pressed her back to the wood, needing the possibility of a speedy escape to calm her enough to face him. Wit, hey I done te anger ye so, uncle? She asked, raising her chin and squaring her shoulders so she at least appeared brave. I ken which ye ha been daying, he spat, pointing an accusing finger at her. Dainey think ye can sneak a boot behind me back like a common harlot. A cold sweat broke out along her forehead. Did he know what had occurred between her and Laird Edan? That she had snuck to his room and allowed him intimacies she would never allow Craddock? No, that wasn't possible. The only ones who knew of that night were her and Laird Edan himself, and she didn't believe he would say a word to anybody. Yet, worry nagged at her, knowing Craddock's wrath could be deadly if he were to ever find out. Wit are ye speaking of, uncle? Her voice shook, and she tried to control the tremor as she continued. Wit, hae I done to deserve such insults? Dinna play the fool wi' me. He began pacing back and forth before the fireplace, looking like a savage beast trapped within a cage. I ha seen ye wi' me own eyes. Ye watch him wi' lust in your eyes and dinna think I notice. She blinked at him. What was he talking about? Uncle, please, I truly dinna ken whit ye speak of. He advanced on her with a wild gaze, and she shrunk back against the door, startled. Slamming both hands against the wood on either side of her head, he leaned in close to her. I speak of Laird Edan, he hissed. I ken ye want him, and he clearly wants ye in return. Dinna think to deny it. Miriel was speechless. Her mind was shrieking at her to get away from him. He was clearly mad with jealousy, and she couldn't predict what he might do to her in his current state of fury. No, you're wrong. I swear to ye. I said dinny lie. He slapped his hands to the door again, startling her. Spittle flew from his lips and hit her face. Disgust and anger churned into her fear, making her nauseous. How this horrid man could be of her blood, she didn't understand. How he could feel such unnatural lust for her that he would turn into this ravening beast she couldn't fathom. All she knew was that she despised him, down to her soul. That utter hatred gave her strength and returned her voice to her. She narrowed her eyes into a glare. If I want him, whit does it matter? He is handsome, strong, and a capable leader who has earned the respect of his men. Wit woman would nae look own him with desire. Craddock shoved away from her with a roar. He stormed about the room, toppling furniture, ripping at drapery, smashing vases, and throwing items against the walls. Miriel ducked and covered her head as he raged about her. It was several minutes before his tirade ceased. Miriel didn't look up right away, however. She huddled against the door, paralysed in her fear, her cheeks wet with tears. Look at me, Craddock barked. Slowly, she raised her head and gazed at him. He appeared calmer now, but the chaos around him was a stark demonstration of the violence boiling just beneath his surface. He drew closer to her again, his steps slow and measured. Sniffing, she straightened to her full height and met his gaze. She wished she wasn't here, alone, facing him with no one at her side. Miriel wished there was someone in this world who would fight for her, who would defend her, who truly cared about her. As she watched Craddock approach, however, she knew there was no one else. Since she'd lost both her parents, it had only been her who could fight for herself, and it would always only be her. Craddock came to stop just before her, but he didn't touch her. It has become clear that ye are too wild, he said, his tone mild after his explosion of rage. It is time ye were settled properly. Miriel stared up at him, unable to comprehend his meaning. Wit do you mean by settled? His smirk was cruel. Why, I mean marriage, of course. Marriage? She shrieked in disbelief. He'd always been opposed to arranging a marriage for her. His desire for her and his pride couldn't stand the idea of another man possessing her. Aye, marriage. She didn't like the twinkle in his eye, didn't like how eager he seemed. Te way. He reached up a hand to slide the back of his fingers down her cheek. She flinched away from his touch, feeling as though he left a burning trail behind. A shiver of disgust travelled up her back. "Tay the only man I would trust wi' my lovely, precious niece," he murmured. He appeared mesmerised by her hair, pinching a lock between his fingers. Dread pooled in her stomach. Nah, he could nae mean. Nathair. He spoke his commander's name with a wide grin. "No!" she cried. "Ye canny be serious. Ye canny." A sudden knock on the door startled her into silence. Stepping back, Craddock took hold of her arm and pulled her so she was out of the way of the entrance. "Enter!" he barked. The door swung open, and to Miriel's horror, none other than Nathair stepped into the room. Shutting the door behind him, he held his hands together in front of him and stood as if awaiting further orders. "Your timing is impeccable, Nathair," Craddock spoke with glee in his tone. "I had just informed Miriel of your impending nuptials." Nathair flicked his gaze toward her but did not appear at all impacted by the news. He returned his attention to Craddock and inclined his head. "I thank ye again for your generosity, me laird," he said. "Lady Miriel will make a suitable bride." "Indeed, I believe she will." As he spoke, Craddock slid his hand up her arm, boldly touching her in front of her supposed intended. She gaped, turning her gaze from Craddock to Nathair and back again, yanking her arm from her uncle's grasp. She stepped away from him to put distance between them. She turned a questioning look toward Nathair. Did it not bother him that his laird and master clearly lusted for his bride-to-be? A terrible thought passed through her mind. Did he not care? And that was why Craddock was giving her to him. If she were the bride of his most loyal soldier, there would be no infuriated husband to thwart his advances. Craddock may need only say the word, and Nathair would hand her over to him. She felt as though she would be sick. "I will nae," she hissed, shaking her head. "I will nae marry him." Craddock nodded, his expression smug. "Aye, ye will, because I ha' ordered it. Ye hae no choice but to obey. I swear to ye, and the souls of me more and da, I will never marry Nathair," she cried. Her uncle merely laughed. Nathair seemed unaffected by her declaration. It was clear he didn't care what she wanted, only what was ordered of him. "Dare ye truly think ye can defy me in this?" Craddock asked, his tone mocking. "Whit power dare ye hae against me? Ye hae nor one tea turn tay, and nowhere tea gay." She opened her mouth to shoot back a retort, but there was nothing she could think to say. He was right, after all. She had no one to help her and nowhere to run from him. Miriel was trapped, helpless to resist his will. "Perhaps I can only escape him in death, as me more did." She clenched her jaw and glared at him as he continued to laugh at her. In the darkest recesses of her heart, she wished him a slow, agonizing death. When he was able to contain his mirth once more, he said, "It is time ye understand your place, Miriel. Ye cannae resist me, nay any more." She knew he didn't just mean his decree of her marriage. In a particularly cruel way, he was informing her that she would not be able to fight off his advances for much longer. Her time was running out. He was telling her that she would soon be his in all the ways he desired. The urge to retch grew overwhelming. Slapping her hand over her mouth, she made a dash for the door. Neither Craddock nor Nathair attempted to stop her as she fled the room. Of course, there was no need for them to catch her. She was already trapped in their web, a helpless fly at the mercy of the bloodthirsty spider. Her fate was sealed, with no concern to her whatsoever. In that moment, Miriel realised, even if she could escape, It wouldn't matter where she went. Craddock would hunt her. He was cruel and greedy, and his lust for her made him crazed. He would always search for her, he would always find her, he would always do as he pleased with her. No one could help her, not even Laird Edan. She was all alone, with no one to fight for her but herself, and she was not enough. Chapter 14. Miriel. She didn't know what compelled her to return to the tunnels that night, but Miriel found herself winding through the dark, hurrying toward Laird Edan's rooms again. Sleep had proved impossible for her. It felt as though a noose were closing around her throat, and she was growing more and more desperate for breath. As she'd been tossing and turning in her bed, the only person she could think of other than Craddock and Nathair was Laird Edan. She remembered how secure she'd felt in his strong arms, how safe as he'd touched her with his large hands. His smile made her heart ache, and she'd grown desperate for the comfort she could find with him. She jumped from her bed and entered the tunnels without further thought. She had no idea what she would do once she reached him, but she didn't care. It didn't take her long to reach his room. As quietly as she could, she opened the hidden door and peeked her head through. The room was dark, save for the small fire still burning in the hearth. Slipping out of the tunnels, she padded toward the bed and found him sound asleep. For a moment, she stood at his side and stared down at him, admiring his beauty. The firelight danced across his features, sharpening his hard edges and softening his gentle curves. Without thought, she reached out a hand and placed it on his shoulder to try and shake him awake. "Laird Edan," she whispered. "Me, Laird. It's me." His eyes shot open, and before she realised what was happening, he'd grabbed and lifted her into the air. Throwing her down on the bed beside him, he jumped on the top of her, pinning her to the bedding. He produced a dagger from beneath his pillow and held it against her throat. "Me, Laird," she cried. "Wait! 'Tis only me, Miriel." "Miriel," he murmured, blinking, as if coming out of a haze. His eyes suddenly focused, and he let out a shout. Tossing his dagger away, he scrambled from atop her. She sat up, wide-eyed, rubbing at her throat. There appeared to be no cuts, but she still felt a swell of panic within her. "I'm so sorry," he said hurriedly. "I did nae ken it was ye, Miriel. I mean, Lady Miriel. I ... "It's all right," she assured him, though her breaths were heavy and her blood hummed. "I shouldn't ha' snuck upon ye as I did. You're a warrior trained, and I should ha' kent better." "Still, are ye all right?" he asked. He slowly reached out his hand, glancing to her for permission. She raised her chin to allow him to inspect her throat. After a moment, he released a sigh of relief. "Nae marks. I did nae cut ye." She blew out a breath of her own, relaxing. However, she tensed the very next moment when she realised they both sat on his bed together. She wore only her nightgown, and he was naked. Laird Edan appeared to realise the same thing as well. "Ach, apologies, me lady." He jumped from the bed and she averted her gaze as her cheeks heated furiously. She heard him rummage among his belongings and prayed he was searching for clothes. Without looking at him, she scrambled from the bed herself and stood with her back to him. I am sorry for disturbing ye so late," she said nervously as she waited for him to dress. I was nae thinking." "Dinna apologise," he replied. A moment later, he said, "Ye can turn back, me lady." "I am decent." Gulping, she slowly spun around to face him. He had put on a pair of trews, but remained shirtless. Though she had seen it multiple times now and should be more used to it, her heart beat faster at the sight of his wide chest. She dropped her gaze, her cheeks heating with embarrassment at her own shamelessness. It was outrageous enough that she'd come to his room in the middle of the night, uninvited this time. She couldn't be caught Googling him as well. An awkward silence stretched between them. She had no idea now what to say to him and felt like such a fool. What he must think of her, ye disturb his sleep. Then didn't even offer an explanation as to why. Say something. Me laird, I am vera sorry to disturb. I told ye need nae apologise, he insisted. He took a step toward her, making her tense. Whit is it ye came here for, Lady Miriel? His nearness was so overwhelming, she found it hard to concentrate on his words. In that moment, her mind could only remember how big and warm his hands were. She kept her eyes lowered, afraid of where her mind might stray were she to look him fully in the face. Me, lady, are ye all right? She gulped, feeling suddenly too hot and crowded in what had always seemed such a spacious, cool room. I am, me, laird. It is only... Wit? Wit are ye trying to say to him? What was she'd come here for again? He stepped even closer to her, though he didn't try to reach out and touch her. Me lady, you're unnerving me. Blinking, her gaze flew up to his before she remembered she was avoiding laying her eyes on him. His blue gaze captured hers, and she didn't know if she would be able to move her body away from him. His red hair was mussed from sleep and seemed to her to be begging for her fingers to comb through it. With a start, she realised she was openly staring at him. She couldn't imagine this moment being any more mortifying than it was. Giving her head a small shake to clear the fog, his presence had settled on her. She opened her mouth to explain her presence to him at last. Me laird, in truth, the reason I ha came to ye is because I could nae sleep, and I did nae ken who else I could turn to wi me troubles. His brow furrowed with concern. Are ye well, me lady? Whit has happened to drive ye to me like this? She hesitated to tell him the full truth. After all, what could he possibly do to change things? Still, the burden of her impending fate felt like a crushing weight, and she was desperate for someone to help support it. Today me uncle informed me that I am to be married, she at last confessed in a soft voice. Laird Edan went very still. "Te who exactly?" His voice was as hard and cold as steel. It made her shiver with a strange mixture of fear and need. "Te his commander, Nathair." "Wit!" Laird Edan roared, startling her. She stared up at him in shock. She had expected some show of displeasure over her circumstances, but not a burst of outright rage. "Me laird, Wit. He intends to wed you to that snake." He growled. He appeared bigger in his anger. His muscles were taut and his jaw clenched. She gaped at him with wide eyes as she slowly nodded. "Aye, he does." Though in truth, that wasn't all he intended, or her largest concern. Laird Edan took a few moments to seemingly calm himself down. She watched him take several deep breaths, and the redness in his face began to lighten. Closing his eyes, he slowly uncurled his hands, loosening them from the fists they'd been. Opening his eyes once more, he held her with his bright blue gaze. His expression was sombre. "Lady Miriel, I need to ken something. I need to ask ye a question, and ye must promise to answer me honestly." His words made her nervous. She didn't know if she could promise him such a thing. "Laird Edan, I dinna understand." "Promise me, Lady Miriel," he snapped. Then, in a softer tone, "Please." Licking her lips, she stared at him as she considered what to do. She could only imagine what he intended to ask her, and she worried what her answer would have to be. Yet she found she couldn't resist his pull. couldn't resist the opportunity to unburden her soul to someone she instinctively knew she could trust. Releasing a deep breath, she nodded. Me, Laird, I promise. He gave a nod of approval. Then, with careful words, he asked, Has Craddock ever touched you? She sucked in a breath, the question striking her like a physical blow. Of course, she'd suspected he might ask her something similar, but she hadn't realised how the words spoken aloud would affect her. It was as if hearing the words made Craddock's threat all the more real. Fear made her shudder until her knees knocked against each other. Laird Eden appeared startled by her reaction. "Me lady, are ye all right?" he asked, reaching out to grasp her shoulders and steady her. "You've gone deathly pale." She clutched his wrists, desperate for some type of kind of support to stay upright. His skin was warm beneath her fingers, his hands heavy and comforting. She could feel the roughness of his palms through the thin material of her nightgown. His touch calmed her in an instant. She released a heavy breath and felt as though the ground was settling back beneath her feet. She whispered in response to his question regarding her state of being. "I'm all right." He studied her for several moments, then dropped his hands with a slow nod and stepped back. She immediately missed his touch. "By your reaction, I fear your answer to me question about your uncle." His tone turned grim. She turned her gaze toward the low, burning fire in the hearth. "No, he hasn't touched me," she said in a low voice. "But he intends to." Every day his advances grow bolder. "It feels as though a noose is wrapping around me neck, getting tighter and tighter every day. Me lady, can ye nae seek help? Fae your cousin, your aunt, surely they would nae abide by Craddock's treatment of ye. They would protect ye, would they nae?" Logical questions, yet I hae no logical answers, at least none that I can give. She kept her eyes locked on the fire. "Isn't it possible?" she murmured. "Why?" he demanded to know. She didn't answer him, didn't look at him. "Lady Miriel, why will ye nae gae tae your cousin or aunt?" She couldn't say. She couldn't tell him that. Despite hating Craddock with her whole being and wishing for nothing more than to see him dead, she was also terrified of him. Miriel knew what he was truly capable of, perhaps better than anyone else within the walls of Cadwell. "Miriel! Answer me!" "Lady Miriel, if ye please me, Laird." She could sense his growing frustration thickening the air around her. "Wit is the matter, lass." His voice turned cajoling. "Why will ye nae tell me wit stops ye fae seeking help?" She folded her arms across her chest and shook her head. "I canna me, Laird. Dinny try to drag it fae me. It will dae ye no good." With heavy footsteps he moved until he stood between her and the flames, his chest dominating her vision. Yet, not even that sight could distract her from her tumultuous thoughts. When she stubbornly maintained her silence and refused to meet his gaze, he released a sigh of defeat. "Vera, well," he growled. "I'll let you keep your secrets for noo. Mark me words, though, me lady, I'll discover the truth eventually." That startled her enough that she turned her glare up to him. "Me, Laird, I advise ye against such a goal. Ye will nae ken anything I dinna want ye tae." He arched his brow at her. "We shall see, me lady." He moved closer to her until he towered over her, and she had to crane her neck back to meet his eyes. "I swear tae ye, though, I'll dae all I can tae protect you myself." They stared at each other for several long moments, a heavy silence settling over them. His gaze darkened, and her heart began to beat with wild abandon. He was looking at her the way he had the last time she'd been alone in this room with him. For a fleeting moment, He looked as though he might kiss her, and for a fleeting moment she thought she might let him. "Miriel," he rumbled. Her breath caught in her throat, and she took a cautious step away from him. "Lady Miriel, me laird," she whispered, holding his gaze. "Don't gay!" His voice was soft, but insistent. He didn't make a move to stop her, however. She hesitated, a part of her wanting very much to stay there with him. She didn't stay, however. Instead, she turned from him without a word and walked through the hidden door into the tunnels. He didn't chase after her, and she didn't look back. Chapter 15. Edan. She was avoiding him again. The woman was beyond frustrating. First, she ignores him for days after offering to share his bed. Then, she appears in his room late at night, once more, in nothing but her nightgown. Only to go right back to ignoring him the next day. Lady Miriel had been temptation incarnate, with her long hair loose and curling down her back, and her thin gown that nearly gave him a glimpse of all her secrets. Had she not come to him looking so desperate and anxious, he wasn't sure he could have kept himself from touching her again. He'd nearly kissed her, even as her stubbornness infuriated him. Why would she not seek help from her family if her uncle was threatening her harm? What pull did he have over her? Though Edan burned to know the whole truth from her, he knew it would do him no good to force her confession. He tried not to think of her, distracting himself as much as he could during the day. He'd increase the amount of training he did with his men, sparring with them for hours on end. He'd work his body into a mindless exhaustion, finding temporary relief from his aching desire and curiosity for the lass. He was sporting countless bruises and small wounds across his body from the rigorous training, but the pain didn't bother him. Edan was used to pain. What he wasn't used to was obsessing over a woman, and he didn't care for it. When he wasn't with his men, he occupied his time and thoughts pursuing his original goal in coming to Cadwell. Each day he would seek out Kerstin and Artair, and either observe them from afar or interact with them directly. The two were rarely apart anymore. Edan was growing to like the young Artair. Not only was he attentive and respectful of Kerstin, he was a bright lad, with a good head on his shoulders. He treated everyone he came upon with kindness and was gracious to those whose stations were below his own. The lad was knowledgeable of the politics within his own clan, as well as between the clans nearby. Edan particularly appreciated his interest in agriculture and his ability to easily speak to the practices of his clan and the surrounding villages. The more Edan came to know Artair, the more convinced he was that the lad would make a more than acceptable match for Kerstin. He could see the two were coming to care deeply for each other. It was no longer a simple attraction between them, but the beginnings of true love. The only hesitation he had in granting the pair his blessing was the lad's father. After learning of the laird's true intentions for Lady Miriel, his dislike of the laird had bloomed into full hatred. He had been doing his best to avoid the man as much as was possible in their current situation, but he couldn't stomach the sight of him. How can I in good conscience leave me sister defenceless within his grasp? If Miriel wasn't willing to turn to Artair for help, did it mean she thought her cousin incapable of doing so? Would he not be able to defend his chosen wife from his father's advances? Would he even believe her if she came to him for protection? Those questions plagued Edan nearly as much as the ones he had about Miriel. He couldn't leave Kerstin in this place if he didn't feel certain she'd be safe. He also didn't think he'd be able to leave Lady Miriel here once it was time for he and his clan to return home. He wasn't sure she would come with him, however. He wasn't sure about anything when it came to Lady Miriel. The woman baffled, intrigued, and aroused him in a way no woman before her ever had. It didn't matter how well he distracted himself from thoughts of her during the day. At night, There was no escaping his desire for her. He would lay in his bed, staring up at the canopy, the memory of her soft thighs and wet heat making his blood burn. No matter how many times he took himself in hand, he could never find satisfaction. He wanted her touch and her body pressed against his as they satiated their lusts in each other's arms. She haunted his dreams, and there seemed to him no relief for his growing torment. One day, after a particularly restless night for him, Edan tried to work the worst of his frustrations out in the sparring ring with his men. He found little reprieve, however, and his battered body was on the brink of collapse when he finally conceded to his men's pleas for a break. Lumbering back into the keep, he wandered the halls toward his room, sweat-drenched and sore, his mind unable to focus on anything but Lady Miriel. It had been 3 days, and she'd yet to speak to him again. He was determined not to chase after her this time, however. Though he swore he'd protect her as long as he could, he wasn't about to stalk a woman that didn't want him around her. "Laird Edan, I ha' been looking for ye." He froze in the middle of the corridor at the sound of that hateful voice. Nostrils flaring with a frustrated release of breath, he slowly turned and met Craddock's smug glare. Edan's hands curled into fists, and his stomach lurched with disgust. "Laird Craddock," he greeted in a tight voice, "whit do ye want of me?" With a twisted smirk, Craddock sauntered closer to him. Edan stood a head taller than the man, but the laird didn't appear intimidated by his size as others were. "Better men than ye ha' trembled in me presence. Ugh, I simply feel we ha' nor spoken much as of late." His tone suggested some kind of familiarity between them that made Edan's skin crawl. "I thought I'd find ye, and we could come to ken each other better." "Why?" Edan asked, not bothering to make the question polite. If Craddock took note of his guest's rudeness, he offered no reaction to it. "If we are tae be kin, me laird, we should find common ground atween us." The idea of kinship with this bastard made Edan want to vomit right then and there in the middle of the corridor. He maintained his icy composure, however. He wanted there to be no doubt in Craddock's mind that he despised him. Yet he didn't want to display any signs of weakness in front of the man, either. Like a leech, he knew Craddock would latch onto them and use them against him if he could. That was the way of men like Craddock. In order to make themselves feel more powerful, they attacked the vulnerabilities of those around them and preyed on those who couldn't fight back. Like Lady Miriel, Edan's anger bubbled within him as he thought of what the vile creature before him wished to do with his own niece. Such a man deserved a slow, painful death. At me own hands, if there is any justice in the world. "Dinny ken if there is any common ground atween us, me laird," Edan replied in a cold voice. "Apart fae me sister and ye son, I dinny think we ha' anything we share interest in." "I wouldn't be so sure, me laird." Craddock grinned and raised his brow. He spoke as though he thought Edan was jesting with him. Does the man truly nae see how revolting I find him? Edan decided he had best extract himself from the man's presence. "I fear I'm in nae state to converse at present, me laird." He gave the man his back dismissively and began walking away. "Perhaps we could carry this Owen at another time." "Ugh, there's no need for that," Craddock insisted. He hurried forward to walk at Edan's side. "I dinna mind your current state." Damnation! Why will he nae leave me be? He was forced to continue on to his rooms with Craddock next to him. He decided he couldn't very well beat the man to a bloody pulp within his own keep. "I ha' noticed ye spending time wi' me, lad," Craddock said in an almost jovial tone, as if the two of them were somehow friends. "Aye, I hae," Edan nodded, keeping his answer short and stiff. "A fine lad, do ye nae think?" Craddock glanced up at him, but didn't bother to wait for a reply. Fair of face and quick-witted, reminds me of myself at that age. Indeed, Edan said dryly, refusing to believe for one moment that the lad was anything like his father. Aye, quite alike. He is very taken with the ladies just as I was. He winked, and Edan wanted to slam his fist in the man's ugly face. I'm certain he'll tame himself dun once wed, though. He appears quite taken with your sister. Aye, he does. He didn't bother to add that Kerstin was just as taken with the lad. He didn't want to further feed into Craddock's ego. Such a bonny lass, your sister, nor doubt she'll be mair than capable of holding me lad's attention. Dinna speak of me, sister, ye swine. He was only confirming Edan's fears for her were he to allow her to stay here and marry Artair. Love the lad she may, but Edan wasn't about to allow Craddock the opportunity to abuse her. I may he break her poor heart yet. Artair appears well liked, Edan said, forcing the conversation away from his sister. Or who come upon him seemed to think very highly of him. To Edan's surprise, Craddock released a sigh of annoyance. Aye, they day. The fools practically grovel at his feet. Curious as to the source of Craddock's irritation, Edan couldn't help but ask, Day ye nay think it wise for the future laird of this clan to earn the affections of his people? Craddock released a bark of laughter. Affections? Better to earn their fear. Easier to keep them in line that way. Throughout his stay thus far, Edan had noticed a certain nervousness amongst the servants and members of the clan, that they feared their laird was apparent. That he actively cultivated that fear was not surprising. Yet, as he looked the man over, Edan struggled to understand why anyone would fear him. He was clearly no warrior, and his characteristics reminded Edan very much of a weasel. The man was perhaps a pest, but how was it possible for him to strike such fear into the hearts of his people? Was that why Miriel was so tight-lipped? Did her fear of her uncle run deeper than Edan had initially believed? I'll ha' to disagree with ye on that point, Edan murmured. Craddock shrugged. Believe what ye wish, me laird. I ha' no doubt your people feel at least a wee bit of fear toward ye, even mingled with their love. Considering how freely his men spoke with him, especially Pike, Edan very much doubted they felt any fear toward him. He knew he held their respect, however, and that was far more valuable than their fear. Of course, a man like Craddock would never understand that. At last, they reached Edan's room. He wanted to sigh in relief that he'd finally be able to rid himself of the laird's hateful presence. Casting Craddock a withering glare, he said, I will bid ye farewell for noo, me laird. Ach, I almost forgot. Ha' ye heard the happy news? Tension seized Edan's body. Whit news is that? Craddock's gaze flashed with an almost maniacal glee. Me lovely niece is betrothed. Ta me maist loyal commander. Nather, I ken ye've taken a shine ta the lass, but such a pitiful orphan is no true match for such a great laird as yourself. Ye understand, of course. He understood that Craddock wanted to smear his face in the knowledge that Lady Miriel would soon be stolen far from his reach. The man stared up at Edan's face, as if he couldn't wait to see his reaction, as if he knew it would fill him with rage. Edan fought the urge to reach out and strangle the laird with his bare hands. He'd only ever felt such a murderous rage on the battlefield, and even then, he tended to at least respect his enemies. He had no respect for Craddock. Is Lady Miriel happy with the arrangement? He knew she wasn't, but he wondered how Craddock would try to convince him otherwise. To his bafflement, Craddock smirked and replied, Her happiness is nor me concern, only her submission. Before Edan could muster any kind of response to Craddock's infuriating statement, the laird turned from him with an evil grin and ambled down the corridor as though he hadn't a care in the world. Edan watched him go for only a moment before he turned to storm into his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 16. Miriel meandered from the keep to the stables, paying little attention to her path or the world around her. It had been 4 days since her late-night visit to Laird Eden's room, and like a coward, she'd refused to face him ever since. She was not only terribly embarrassed by her behaviour, but afraid if he questioned her further about her uncle, she would reveal suspicions and truths she never wanted to have to face again. Yet strangely, even as she feared encountering him, she longed to see him. She would sneak peeks at him whenever he trained in the courtyard with his men, which was more often than not now. She would wander the halls of the keep like a restless spirit, secretly hoping to catch a glimpse of him or to hear his rumbling brogue commanding the audience of those he spoke with. It was a strange sort of purgatory she'd confined herself to, wanting desperately to speak to the man who haunted her every waking thought and dream, but avoiding him as though her life depended on it. In a way, it did, especially now that Craddock was forcing her marriage to his right-hand brute. Though she was intent on preventing such a terrible fate to befall her, the engagement did make it more difficult to rely on Laird Edan or anyone else for help. Miriel was so lost in her depressing thoughts that she didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching her. "Lady Miriel?" She stopped, startled from her musings. Turning her head to her left, she was surprised to see Lady Carstein standing next to her with a gentle smile. "Lady Carstein, whit are ye daying here?" Lady Carstein took a step closer. "I ha' been looking for ye, me lady." Miriel furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to come up with a reason why the lass would seek her out. They hadn't spoken, just the two of them, at any point during Lady Carstein's visit. The lass was almost always at Artair's side, and if not with him, then she was with her brother. "Whit day ye need fay me?" She looked the lass up and down and had to admit she found the sweet beauty somewhat intimidating. She was so small and lithe, with the loveliest blonde hair that looked nearly white in the sunlight. The lass watched her with big, sky-blue eyes that Miriel was sure had left more than one heart broken. Aside from her appearance, however, Lady Carstein possessed an easy grace and sociability that Miriel couldn't help but be envious of. Everyone who spoke to the lass came away half in love with her. Miriel had never had an easy time with others. She was too brash and forward for most people's liking. Miriel doubted she'd ever be able to inspire in others the instant devotion Lady Carstein seemed to gain with ease. "I wondered if we could speak together. Privately, that is," Lady Carstein said in a soft voice. I suppose we could. Would ye walk wi' me?" Miriel offered. Lady Carstein's smile widened slightly, and her eyes glinted with relief. "Thank ye, I will." She fell into step beside Miriel as she resumed her walk towards the stables. The lass didn't speak for several moments, and Miriel grew slightly uncomfortable with the odd tension that settled between them. "Me lady, whit was it ye wished to speak wi' me aboot?" Lady Carstein glanced toward her, her expression thoughtful. "If it is nae too bold of me to ask, whit is the relationship between ye and Edan?" Miriel stared at the lass in astonishment. Does she ken whit her brother and I had done together? Would Laird Edan have told her? Worry making her stomach clench, Miriel slowly replied, I dinna ken what ye mean, me lady. There is naething atween your brother and meself." Lady Carstein tilted her head. "Begging your pardon, me lady, but I dinna believe ye." Miriel's eyes widened. Why would you nae believe me? Whit does she ken? Lady Carstein arched a delicate brow. I had never seen me brother's attention so thoroughly snared afore. It's a rather remarkable sight, to be sure. Miriel felt her cheeks heat, and a warm feeling of pleasure burst in her chest. She so badly wanted to believe that was true. Just the idea filled her with glee, but she wasn't naive enough to think such a thing of a worldly man like Laird Eden. Ye flatter me, me lady, but I ken that canny be true. Lady Carstein nodded her head. It is. I swear to ye, it is. Me brother has never paid much mind to any woman, at least that I has seen. Miriel was certain the lass was mistaken, or perhaps not fully aware of her brother's liaisons. Still, it was a pleasant thought, even if an impossible one. In that regard, me lady, I mayst also confess that I had never seen Artair so taken wi' anyone before. You appear to hae captured him completely, body and soul. A pretty blush coloured the lass's cheeks, and she couldn't hide her shy smile. Your cousin is a vera wonderful man, me lady, she murmured. I have enjoyed his company vera much. Miriel studied the lass, pleased with her visible affection for Artair. The two appeared perfectly suited for each other, and Lady Carstein thoroughly smitten. If a marriage happened as so many hoped, Miriel thought they truly capable of forming a happy life together. At that moment, they reached the stable doors. Miriel halted in her steps and turned to Lady Carstein. "Do ye wish to gae riding wi' me, me lady?" The lass's eyes lit up in delight for a moment, but her face fell in disappointment the next. In truth, I would, however, I ha' promised to meet wi' Artair. "Gae," Miriel insisted, reaching out to pat the lass's hand affectionately. "We can ride together another time. Gae spend your day losing your heart to me cousin." Lady Carstein bit her lip as her cheeks darkened to a deep rose. "Thank ye, me lady. I will dae that." With a giggling smile, she dropped into a shallow curtsy, before turning and hurrying back toward the keep. Miriel watched her go with a grin. A delightful lass, to be sure. No reason to be intimidated or jealous of that one. Chuckling, Miriel turned and entered the stables. Moving down the wide aisle, she made her way toward her own horse's stall. Her mare was a black beauty, with a white strip stretching from her forehead to her nose. As if sensing her approaching, the mare poked her face out over the gate of her stall and whinnied happily at the sight of her mistress. "Good day, Rosebud," she murmured, petting the horse gently along her nose. "How are you today, me dear?" The mare butted her nose into Miriel's hand. Laughing, Miriel opened the gate and stepped into the stall to harness the horse and lead her out to saddle. She needed to ride today and clear her thoughts. She needed to get away for a few hours and pretend she could always be so free. As she readied Rosebud, she chatted freely as though speaking to a dear friend. "Ah, me darling lass, ye would nae believe the trials I ha' been through as of late," she said as she tightened the straps of her saddle. "Laird Eden haunts me thoughts, and Craddock stalks me endlessly with such ill intent, I cannae put it into words." "Perhaps ye should try a wee bit harder," a deep voice spoke from behind her. With a cry, Miriel whirled and blanched to find Laird Eden standing at her back. Her body instantly reacted to him, as though she had lost all control of herself. Her heart began to race, and her skin prickled with gooseflesh. That secret place between her legs tingled, and she clenched her thighs together to try and relieve it, before it turned into an ache she was becoming all too familiar with. She couldn't help the feeling of delight that rushed through her at his nearness, though she was quick to mask her expression so as not to give anything away to him. He didn't appear as happy to see her, however. His expression was dour as he stared down at her, but his eyes blazed blue fire. "Me, laird! Whit are ye daying here? Why would ye sneak up on me in such a manner?" She was flustered by his presence, but fought to maintain her composure. He folded his arms over his wide chest, towering over her like a giant. "I saw ye come this way, fae the courtyard," he explained. "I followed ye." "But why?" she demanded to know. It had been days since they'd last spoken, and he'd not once tried to approach her. Why now? "You've been avoiding me again, lass," he snapped, his anger clear. She considered denying it, but found she didn't have it in her to lie to him so blatantly. She confessed, "I ha' been—" A flash of surprise crossed his expression, but was gone in an instant. He narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "I asked you first. Why did you follow me here?" His nostrils flared. "Infuriating woman!" She arched a brow and folded her arms across her chest, mirroring his own stubborn stance. "Well, will you insist on nae telling me, then?" She knew she was challenging him, and that in truth, if he tried, he could overpower her and do as he pleased with her. He wouldn't try, though, of this she was certain. This man wouldn't harm a hair on her head, no matter how she infuriated him. Laird Edan was nothing like Craddock. He released a deep sigh. "Me, lady, dinna push me. Then tell me what ye want." They stared at each other for several long moments. It was a battle of wills between them, but she refused to lose to him. At length, he appeared to reach his limit at last. With an aggrieved sigh, he snarled, "Ah, vera well. I followed ye because I need to ken what your uncle has over ye to make you so afraid to seek help." Her breath left her in a rush. Though she'd suspected that was what was bothering him so, she'd been too afraid to entertain the notion that he'd actually put his queries into words. She couldn't answer him, couldn't tell him what she knew, or thought she knew at least, about her uncle. She couldn't tell him what made her so afraid to turn to Arter, or even Deoirid. Pressing her lips into a thin line, she shook her head wordlessly to tell him she would not speak of it. His jaw tightened as he appeared to understand her message perfectly. "Why, Miriel? Why will ye nor tell me?" She didn't even bother to correct his informal use of her name. Turning her back to him, she made a show of preparing her saddle. Then, still silent, she slipped her foot into the stirrup and hoisted herself up onto Rosebud's back. "Miriel!" Laird Edan barked. She ignored him, but he crowded the horse's side and grabbed Miriel's ankle. She gasped, her leg jerking in his hand in her surprise. His touch was firm, but he didn't hurt her. The heat of his palm shot up her leg and seemed to settle between her thighs, turning that tingling into a throbbing. Shaking from his hold, she urged Rosebud forward to run out the wide stable door. "Miriel!" he shouted after her. "Miriel, come back!" She didn't stop. She didn't even look back at him, too afraid she'd be tempted to return to him and confess all. Digging her heels into Rosebud's sides, she pushed the horse to run faster. "Must get away," she thought desperately as the wind whipped against her face. Must get away. Miriel was a superb horsewoman, having found riding to be her only means of true, if only temporary, escape from her troubles at Cadwell. The breakneck speed at which she and Rosebud fled didn't scare her. What did make her heart race with fear was the sound of pounding hooves in hot pursuit. Glancing over her shoulder, she gaped in disbelief. Laird Edan was chasing after her. Chapter 17. Edan. He couldn't remember ever pursuing a woman, especially not one so hell-bent on getting away from him. But Edan had lost the last of his patience at last. Grabbing a horse and not even bothering to saddle it, He took off after her riding bareback at a startling speed. He wouldn't let her get away from him this time. One way or another, she'd give him the answers he sought. Then, he was tempted to kiss her until her knees gave out, and she became mindless with desire. This woman stoked a fire in him that burned to his very soul, and it would be her touch that would finally douse those flames. As he rode after her, he grew terrified of her wild pace. She was going too fast and would likely be thrown from her horse and break her damn neck. Yet, as he followed her, struggling to catch her, he came to realize that she was in total control of herself and her mount. The woman was a brilliant rider. Had he not been so furious with her, he would have marvelled at her skill. She might be better than even him, and he'd been riding since before he could walk, or so the stories were told. They tore through the countryside, Cadwell soon fading in the distance behind them. Above, the sky began to darken, and a rumbling in the distance warned of an impending storm. He needed to reach her and make her stop before they were caught in a downpour, yet he wasn't sure he could catch her. Her horse appeared faster than his, and Miriel made for a lighter load than his bulky frame. She was moving further away from him, bit by bit. Stubborn lass. Why must she make this so difficult? Suddenly, the skies above opened and rain poured from the dark clouds in a pounding curtain. Shite! This is dangerous new. Even a horsewoman as skilled as Miriel could lose her footing in this type of weather. "Miriel, slow yourself!" he called, but the wind picked up and threw his words back at him. The cold rain pelted his face, and he was soaked through within minutes. As they crested a hill, he spotted a stone barn a short distance ahead of them. It appeared abandoned and unkept, but the roof was whole. He prayed she would see reason and seek shelter. "Please, stop, dinna be foolish, lass." To his relief, as they drew near the barn, Miriel began to slow. She came to a full stop in front of the barn's door, which hung loose on its hinges. As he pulled his own horse to a halt, she dropped to the ground. "Miriel," he snapped. But she ignored him, taking her reins in her hands and leading her mount into the barn. With a growl, he slid from his own horse's back and followed after her with the beast in tow. Anger sizzled in the air between them as they both took the time to secure their horses once safe under the shelter of the barn. The moment her mare was tethered and resting, she whirled on him. Her beautiful face was ablaze with fury. Strands of her dark hair were plastered to her forehead and cheeks, and her clothes were drenched. He tried not to notice the way her skirt clung to her shapely legs, or how the material of her bodice was now almost transparent. She didn't appear to realise the scandalous state of her appearance, however. Marching up to him, she poked one finger hard into his chest, her eyes flashing. "Whit is the matter wi' ye?" she demanded to know. He gaped down at her, bewildered. "Me? Whit is the matter wi' ye, woman?" he barked in response. "Whit were ye thinking? Riding like a mad woman in this storm? Ye could ha' killed yourself. Why are ye following me?" She stomped her foot and clenched her hands into fists, ignoring his censure of her riding completely. "Why will ye nae leave me alone? Why will ye nae tell me whit I want to ken?" He threw his hands into the air. "It was a mistake to ever seek your help," she hissed. "I shouldn't ha' come to your room that night. I should ha' tried to find a different way out Faye under Craddock's thumb." "Why are ye under his thumb?" he demanded to know. Releasing a shriek of frustration, she turned and stomped away from him. When she reached the middle of the barn, she began pacing back and forth, but she remained stubbornly silent. He wanted to rip his hair out in utter frustration. "You're driving me mad," he roared. She halted in her pacing and faced him, She appeared so fierce. She looked better suited for a battlefield than the rundown barn around her. Even in his anger, his body reacted to her. His manhood stiffened, and his muscles tightened as he fought the urge to run to her and grab her up into his arms. He'd kiss that furious wrinkle from the middle of her forehead, then make her moan his name as he took her to the floor of the barn. "Stop it, ye dobber." She would nae accept ye knew, nor matter how much he begged her, yet his desire wouldn't lessen. Neither would his anger. The emotions coiled together inside him, two great serpents battling for supremacy within his mind. He wasn't sure which would win out in the end, nor did he know which he wished to win out. All he knew in that moment was that this woman was driving him insane. She could force a man into his cups or into an early grave with the madness she produced. "Then leave me be," she cried in response. "Ye stalk me every move, then blame me for your frustrations. Ye'd escape such irritation if ye only walked away. "Do ye think I enjoy this?" he growled as he stalked closer to her. "Do ye think I enjoy being led about by me here? Tay be pulled tay and fro with nae idea which way is up." "I did nae ask for ye tay care for me," she insisted. "Ye did nae," he spat. "Ye can wit ye did ask me for." She shook her head, her jaw taut. He towered over her now, and he had to duck his head to meet her glare. Even as wee as she was, she appeared larger than life to him, as she boldly held his stare. Lowering his voice to a hiss, he said, "Ye asked me to warm me bed. Ye asked me to let ye slip in to me room in the dead of night." Her eyes widened. I didnae mean it. I didnae want tea. Tea anything but talk. I told ye as much." He smirked, wanting to see her flustered, and that smart mouth stunned into silence. "Ye did nae want today anything." He lowered his voice and made it husky. He saw her shoulders shiver, and pink tinged her cheeks. "No," she whispered. "I did nae." "That did nae seem to be true when you were spread out on me bed like a gift fae heaven." He brushed the backs of his fingers down her arm. She yanked away from his touch, and her throat worked up and down as she swallowed nervously. I wasnae thinking clearly. You were so soft." He leaned down so he spoke into her ear. "So hot, so ready for me touch." With a small cry, she took several steps away from him. "Enough," she snarled. "I ken which you're daying, and it will nae work. Ye will nae make me lose me wits to ye again." Her ability to resist him would have been impressive if he was not so tired of her stubbornness. He reverted back to his anger. If he couldn't make her succumb to seduction, then their battle would resume. "Ye're the maist infuriating woman I have ever met. Ye ken that." Her eyes narrowed. "Why? Because I am the only woman who has nae swooned at the sight of ye, given in tae your every whim." "Whit do ye think I am?" he shouted. "Do ye really think me so wild that I bed every lass I come upon?" She shrugged. "It dis nae matter to me who ye bed. Ye could lie wi' every female in Scotland, and it would nae matter a whit to me." "No, I ken you're a liar," he sneered. "Admit it. It would drive ye mad to ken I was wi' another." She gasped. "How dare ye? Do ye think me some wanton, or a simpleton who pines for a man who disnae deserve her? I think you're a woman who refuses to acknowledge her true feelings." He advanced on her again, and she backed away from him, which only infuriated him more. "Damn ye, Miriel! Do ye think I would hurt ye?" She shook her head, surprising him with her honest response. Her back hit the barn wall, and he moved in on her to keep her from escaping him again. "Nay, I ken ye would nae." Her voice softened, and she dropped her gaze from his to stare down at the floor. "Then why back away fae me?" he asked, his heart clenched with hurt. but also concern. Was it possible she feared him? Craddock's words from the previous day came rushing back to him. I hae no doubt your people feel at least a wee bit of fear towards ye, even mingled with their love. He forced the memory away and focused back in on Miriel. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, her fingers stretching out, and she gazed around the barn nervously. She looked everywhere but at him. Miriel, answer me for once in your stubborn life. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. Dinny make me say it. Please. He placed his hands against the wall on either side of her head. Miriel. Dinna say that, she hissed. Wit? He growled. Dinny say wit? Your name? She turned her hot glare back up to him. I had told ye afore I nae say it so informally. Ugh, woman, truly, I had touched ye as nor man afore me ever has. Are we nor past such formalities? We are nae, she shouted, bringing up her hands to shove against his chest. She could not budge him, which only seemed to infuriate her further. When she began pounding her fists against his chest, he let out a growl of fury and snagged her wrists in his hands. Enough, ye wee hellcat, sheath your claws afore ye hurt someone. I only wished he hurt ye. Why? He took her hands and trapped them against the wall above her. Wit hae I done to earn your wrath. Ye sought me help. I hae been nahin but kind to ye. Why do ye seem to hate me so? I dinna hate ye, ye dobber. She wriggled to try and free herself from his grasp. He furrowed his brow, his hold on her remaining firm. No. Then why treat me so? Why ignore and avoid me? Why fight wi' me new? And why refuse to confide in me? It's easier this way, she screamed. Her eyes widened with shock, and her mouth clamped shut, as though she hadn't meant to speak those words. He released her hands and took a step back to grant her a small amount of space. Wit does that mean, Miriel? He asked in a cautious voice. Her eyes darted around him, as though searching for an escape. She could try to run again, but he would catch her. He would always catch her. With a sigh of defeat, she let her head fall back against the wall, and her eyes fell closed. I cannae feel the things I feel for ye, she confessed in a whisper. Why no? His heart was beating wildly in his chest, and his fingers itched to touch her. Opening her eyes, she met his gaze. It's tae dangerous. They'd returned at last to the heart of the matter. The reason she would not be honest with him, and the secrets that lay between them like a chasm. Why is it too dangerous, Miriel? Let it gae, Edan. I will nae say. The thrill at her casual use of his name was tempered by her continued refusal to let him into her head. She pushed away from the wall as if readying to move away from him. He couldn't let her go. Not yet. Not like this. Miriel, wait. She shook her head. No, Edan. I ken ye nae used to losing a battle, but consider this a stalemate. I will nae give ye me secret, even though I ken ye will nae let the matter rest. Ye're being stubborn again. Tilting her chin, she murmured, No, mair than ye, me lad. He didn't know if it was the defiant glint in her eyes, or the bubbling over of his frustration that drove him to it. Whatever drove him to his breaking point, he crashed through it with a roar. Grabbing Miriel's shoulders, he pushed her back up against the wall. She stared up at him, shocked. Before she could utter another word, he brought his mouth down to crash against hers in a bruising, desperate kiss. Chapter 18. Miriel. She couldn't stop herself from melting against him and surrendering to his demanding lips. In truth, She'd been dreaming of his touch since that first night she'd snuck into his rooms. The memory of his kiss tormented her in the dead of night, heating her blood and making her yearn for that sweet release he'd given her. "Miriel," he whispered against her lips. "Me sweet, sweet Miriel. You drive me mad." "You've said that afore, I believe," she murmured back. He moved his hands from her shoulders to wrap around her waist. She let her fingers slide up his chest and neck to cup his face and pull him back into their kiss. As their lips and teeth clashed wildly, she felt her body moving as he pulled her away from the wall. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and he suddenly lifted her from her feet completely. Carrying her to one of the abandoned stalls, he put her back down and pulled away from her. "Wait 'ere." Furrowing her brow, she watched him move toward Rosebud and fetch the saddle blanket. Returning to Miriel, he stepped into the stall and spread the blanket on the dirt floor. He faced her once more with a hungry glint in his eye. Holding out his hand, he rumbled, "Come 'ere, me beauty." She gawked at him for a breathless moment, unsure what she should do. The first time they'd been intimate, she'd been overwhelmed and swept away by the sensations he provoked and the excitement of the moment. It had happened so quickly she hadn't been able to think logically about any of the experience. Now she was more clear-headed, and he was beckoning her to him. If she took his hand and entered that stall, she was making the choice to be with him, knowing full well the pleasures that could exist between a man and a woman. She was crossing a line she could never return from. Yet, as she gazed into Edan's eyes, she didn't feel as though the choice was a difficult one. She didn't think she would be surrendering anything to him, but gaining a part of him for herself. Taking a deep breath, she pushed her worries aside and slid her hand into his. Edan drew her into the stall and helped her down onto the blanket. He followed her and rested on his side next to her. His hand gripped her waist and turned her so they were face to face. "Are ye certain?" he asked in a hushed tone. Biting her bottom lip, she nodded. I am." With a groan, he dipped his head and claimed her lips once more. She slid her hands into his hair and gripped the strands as his tongue teased hers. He rolled them over so that she rested on her back and he was propped on his elbows above her. Their kiss grew more demanding with each moment that passed. His hands moved from her waist to her hips, then slid upward toward her breasts. When he cupped the soft mounds of flesh in both hands, she arched her back with a whimper. "Beautiful, sensitive lass," he murmured, pulling his lips from hers. He dropped his mouth to her throat, laying hot kisses along her skin, there down to her collarbone. She whimpered and clung to him as pleasure began to burn through her. This felt different than last time. Though it was just as passionate, it felt less hurried. He took his time exploring her body with his hands. Though he didn't remove any of her clothing or push up her skirt, she found herself wanting his hands on her skin to skin, just as it had been the last time. She wanted him to drive her to that exquisite peak once more and let her crash into the abyss beyond. "Edan," she whispered, "please, I want. His lips brushed gently across hers, silencing her. "Shh, you need nae say it," he assured her. "I ken exactly what ye want." His fingers clutched at her skirt and began pulling it up to her hips as his lips teased and caressed hers. Cool air brushed her bare thighs and she shivered with desire and anticipation. She prayed he wouldn't make her wait long. Edan's fingers brushed against her hot female flesh, and she gasped. He touched her just as he had the last time, though his movements were more controlled. Her hands fell to his shoulders, and she clutched him tight as he drove her wild. "Ah, Edan!" she cried out. "That's it, me bonny lass." His breath warmed her cheek and his lips touched her forehead. "You're so perfect. Do ye ken that? Perfect and lovely and mine." She could only nod in agreement. Yes, she was his. Perhaps not forever, but in this moment she hoped would last forever. She was his to do with as he pleased. Suddenly he stilled, his fingers stopped their movements, and his lips left her skin. She blinked open her eyes and stared up at him in dazed confusion. "Wit! Wit, are you daying? Why did you stop?" His lips curled into a smirk. "I have an idea of something I think you'll enjoy very much." She blinked at him. Wit is it?" He didn't answer her and instead pressed a swift kiss to her lips. When he pulled back, he said, "Dinna move, no." He began to back away from her on his hands and knees, moving down her body with that wicked grin on his face. She realised his face would pass by her bared sex, and she quickly moved to close her legs and hide herself from him. Arching a brow up at her, he shook his head. "No, me darling. Dinny day that. I canny hae me fun that way." She grew more baffled as he took hold of her thighs and gently pulled them apart again. Her face heated with embarrassment as he stared down at her, his eyes gleaming with hunger. "You're so bonny, ear," he said in a dazed voice. Before she could fully comprehend his intent, he lowered his head and placed his mouth on her feminine flesh. She released a cry of shock and ecstasy at the contact. She didn't know whether to be mortified or delighted by this turn of events. Was this something commonly done during the act of lovemaking? Did a man often kiss a woman's intimate places as though kissing her lips? Can I kiss him in the same way? He began to feast on her with lips, teeth, and tongue. She was helpless to do anything but accept his onslaught. Letting her knees fall wider, she dropped her head back to the ground and whimpered as his tongue swept over her. She wanted to clench her thighs around his head, but she forced them to stay open. Her fingers curled into the blanket she lay on as she fought not to buck her hips. He'd told her not to move, and she was determined to obey. Small noises escaped her lips as he continued his ministrations. She mewled and purred like a cat in heat, feeling as though her body were on fire. How had she gone so long in her life without knowing this pleasure? He pulled away from her long enough to growl, "You taste so sweet, like honey." "Eden," she whimpered. "Wit are ye daying tae me, worshipping ye," he growled. He ducked his head and set back in with his devil kiss. He was driving her toward that explosive release she'd been longing for since that first night they'd been together. She wanted to experience that exquisite feeling again. She wanted to know if it was as intense every single time. Eden pushed her closer and closer to the edge, and her hips rose to meet his tongue as she grew desperate for the knot twisting in her belly to come undone. Her reactions seemed to spur him to lap at her with greater pressure and speed. Closer, closer. "Oh, I'm so close." "Eden," she gasped. It's happening again." "Let it happen, beautiful," he murmured. "Let yourself gay." When he pressed his lips to her again, it was the final push she needed. With a scream, she went soaring past her peak, and her body shattered as pleasure crashed through her. She clawed at the blanket and undulated her hips, riding her release as he dragged it from her. At length, when her body calmed, she stared up at the ceiling of the barn as she fought to catch her breath. She relaxed her arms and legs as Eden planted soft kisses on the inside of her thighs. He pushed up onto his hands and knees and crawled up her body. Catching her off guard, he pressed his lips against hers. She gasped, tasting her essence on his tongue. Eden settled himself between her hips and she felt something hard and insistent prodding her belly. Is that his... Miriel felt her cheeks flush as her ingrained sense of modesty struggled to know how to react to the evidence of his own unfulfilled desires. When he pulled his head back to gaze down at her, his features were twisted in discomfort. "Edan, are ye in pain?" The corner of his mouth twisted up in what might have been meant to be a half smile, but appeared more like a grimace. "Aye, I admit to feeling a wee bit of an ache, but it isna something ye should concern yourself wi'." She slid her hands up his arms and he shuddered above her, his eyes sliding closed. Miriel wondered if she shouldn't help him find his release, as he had helped her find hers. Day ye wish to slake your ache wi' me?" His eyes shot open and his nostrils flared. "Careful, me beauty. Ye dinna ken which ye're asking. I canna take your virtue, nae matter how much I may desire te." She raised one finger to run along the crease in his forehead. His concern for her virtue made warmth bloom in her belly, and she felt a lance of tenderness toward him. Surely there was something she could do for him. Is there some way to ease your discomfort without sacrificing anything of myself? He stared down at her with a furrowed brow. "You truly wish to relieve me?" Sinking her teeth into her bottom lip, she slowly nodded. I do." He didn't speak for several moments more, studying her as though determining if she truly meant what she said. Slowly, he raised his hand to her face and cupped her cheek before dragging his thumb along her bottom lip. "Give me your hand," he said in a low, rough voice. Eyes wide and heart pounding, she lifted her arm and he wrapped his fingers around her wrist. "Keep your eyes on me," he softly ordered, and he lowered her hand toward the front of his kilt. He slipped it under the heavy material. She gasped when her knuckles brushed against that thick hardness that had been pressing into her. He uncurled her fingers and wrapped them around his manhood. It was hot in her palm, and she lost her breath at the realization that she was holding a man so intimately for the first time in her life. He kept his kilt arranged so that she couldn't see that part of him now resting in her hand. Releasing her wrist, he held himself over her by placing both his hands on either side of her head. "No, stroke me beautiful," he bit out. "Run your soft hand along me length." Her cheeks blushing furiously, she tentatively moved her arm to slip her palm and fingers up and down his manhood. She watched his face as she stroked him. His expressions were fascinating to watch. He appeared in both pain and ecstasy. His jaw was taut and his teeth were clenched. She met his hooded gaze and felt her mouth fall open slightly in awe. He was so beautiful like this. "Miriel," he whispered, "the way you're looking at me, your hand feels so good. I dinna think I will be able to last long." She nodded. "Tell me if I day something wrong." "You're daying everything so perfectly, I'm like to lose me mind." Miriel felt a strange sense of pride at his words. Watching this powerful, assured man come undone above her was a heady enough experience, but to know he came undone at her hand was intoxicating. Soft grunts and moans escaped from his lips, and she moved her hand faster. She wanted to pull more of those sounds from him. She wanted to push him past his point of control. "Miriel, I'm almost there. Dinna stop, beautiful. I beg ye, dinna stop." She stroked him faster and faster, her own body growing hot and heavy once more in response to his pleasure. Her breaths turned to pants, and she felt that throbbing begin in her core once more. What will his release be like? Will he feel the same as I day? His fingers dug into the blanket on either side of her. Dropping down to press his forehead to hers, he released a guttural cry, and his length jerked in her hand. Something coated her fingers and palm down to her wrist. something hot. He shuddered above her, burying his face into the crook of her neck and shoulder. Neither of them moved for several moments, and as she stared up above her, her mind began to clear of her lusts. Embarrassment quickly rushed in to replace her feelings of desire. Whit had I done? The rain stopped. He murmured into her neck. Aye, it has, she whispered. She could no longer hear it pounding the barn's roof. Edan slowly raised his head and gazed down at her. Are ye all, eh? He murmured. Gulping, she nodded, avoiding his eye. Aye, I am. She pulled her hand from under his kilt, her fingers sticky with his essence. Ugh, hold on a moment, he rumbled. Pushing to his feet, he collected his shirt and returned to her. Helping her to sit, he used the wadded-up material to wipe her hand clean. She didn't speak as he cared for her. She couldn't meet his eyes, and the silence that stretched between them grew awkward. Suddenly, all she wanted was to get away from him. She didn't know what to say or how to feel. Miriel had never done anything like what they'd done together before. He was tense as well, and she wondered if he was uncertain how to proceed with each other as well. Why will ye nae tell me which scares ye so aboot your uncle? He asked softly, surprising her. Of all the things he could have said to her in that moment, that's what he'd settled on. Her back stiffened with irritation. Once her hand was cleaned, she yanked it from him and pushed to her feet. Miriel, I ken you hold him back fae me, he insisted, standing with her. She pressed her lips into a thin line and shoved past him. He turned to follow after her as she made her way toward Rosebud. Miriel, why will ye nae talk to me? She ignored him as she untethered her horse. His fingers wrapped around her arm, and he spun her around to face him. Vera well, he snapped. Dinny tell me, but tell me this at least. Do ye want to marry Nathair? She raised her eyes to his and answered in a dull voice. I'd rather die. As he stared down at her in bafflement, she pushed him back so she could turn and mount Rosebud. Without another word or a backward glance, Miriel rode out of the barn and away from Edan and his probing questions. Chapter 19. Edan. Edan used to pity the poor fools who lost themselves in their cups over a woman. He'd always sworn to himself that would never be him. He would never be made a fool of or lose his wits to a woman who didn't want him. Yet, here I sit, well own me way to pisht of a lass. He stared down into his pint of ale and sulked. It was later that evening, after his and Miriel's illicit tryst in the barn, and he still couldn't understand what had gone wrong. He'd never found such incredible release with a woman before, and she had only taken him in her hand. He'd thought they'd reach some sort of understanding with each other, that they'd finally be able to move past the strange pull and push that existed between them. He'd thought she'd stop running from him. Apparently, he'd been wrong. She'd fled him just as quickly as every other time before. He'd spent the ride back to Cadwell, cursing himself for pushing her about Craddock so soon after they'd been intimate. He was a bloody dobber. Me laird, wit has you looking so doon. Poik slid onto the bench next to him. He slapped Edan on the shoulder. And why are you sitting among the common folk tonight instead of with a fancy folk up there? He indicated toward the head table with his tankard. Craddock was throwing yet another banquet, no doubt to try and woo Edan further with a display of his wealth. Edan didn't know how the man could afford such extravagant feasts so often, however. He'd attended because he knew it would be more trouble to avoid the event completely, but he'd declined the invitation to sit with Craddock at his table. He'd claimed he needed to eat among his men now and again to maintain morale, but the truth was, just the sight of Craddock made his stomach roil with disgust. Edan had never hated another person quite so much as he'd come to hate Craddock.
I just needed to take a break fae them. Edan answered Beek's question. They can be a wee bit stuffy. Pike chuckled. I can understand how they could prove aggravating. Oh, but Lady Miriel and the lad, I would think. Edan sighed, sneaking a peek up toward Miriel. Aye, all but them. Miriel appeared miserable, slumped in her chair with her head lowered. How he wished he could go to her and put a smile on her bonny face. He resisted, however, unsure if she would be accepting of his company or not. Shaking his head, he moved his gaze down the table to check on his sister, who sat in her usual place next to Artair. The two were talking and laughing, completely oblivious to the tension growing between their two lairds. It made his heart ache to see Kerstin so happy. Artair was a genuinely good man. That had become clear to Edan during their stay. He was nothing like his father, and his feelings for Kerstin appeared deep and true. Edan was torn over the match, as he did not wish to let Craddock anywhere near his wealth and family, but he was also unwilling to separate Kerstin from the man she clearly loved. Could he trust Artair to protect her? Could he avoid breaking her heart without putting her at risk? He wasn't sure what to do, and the situation was wearing on his soul every day that they remained at Cadwell. Bayek tilted his head and frowned. Ye seem to hae a lot on your mind, me laird, but I dinna think revelry is among them. Would ye rather nae be alone? Edan nodded. Aye, I would, but I will nae retire for the night until Kerstin does. And Lady Miriel. Pike patted him on the shoulder. Ye're a brother, and a good man. I'll leave ye be for noo, but later ye must tell me whit it is that troubles ye so. It's nae good to let these things fester. Edan sighed. Agreed. Later, I'll confide in ye whit I can. With that, Pike slipped away to rejoin the rest of the Tosh men. It was for the best, as they were drinking and enjoying themselves, and Edan was surly and quiet. He would rather be anywhere else in the world but that hall. But he was determined to remain, as he'd told Beech, until Kerstin took her leave for the night. He also wanted to keep an eye on Miriel, whether she wanted him to or not. Edan didn't like that her uncle had such easy access to her at all times. Edan sat and drank and lost himself in his own head for several long minutes. The meal had ended and there was dancing about to begin. For a moment, he teased the idea of asking Miriel to dance with him again. He decided against it, however, not wishing to put her under undue distress if she truly wanted to stay away from him. Instead, he poured himself another drink and settled into wallow by himself for the next few hours. Me laird, me I join ye. Edan glanced up in surprise to find Artair at his side. He hadn't even heard him approach. The lad was looking down on him expectantly. Aye, Edan answered at last. Ye may. Artair settled onto the bench in the exact spot Pike had occupied, not long before. The lad didn't wait for Edan to ask him what he wanted. He cleared his throat and plunged ahead unbidden. Me laird, I apologise for intruding upon ye, but I feel as though we ha' nae had time together to speak. Edan furrowed his brow, curious as to the lad's point. Aye, I suppose that is true. Whit would ye like to speak wi' me aboot? Artair took a deep breath before answering. I ken ye and me are nae the fondest of each other. Ye both try to hide it, but it is clear to me as daylight. Edan flinched, somewhat embarrassed for allowing his true feelings for Craddock to be discernible to the laird's son. He wasn't about to lie to the lad, however, so he nodded and said, Ye eh? We dinna care overly much for each other. Is this concerning ye? It is, Artair confessed. I ken ye are protective of your sister, and I cannae blame ye. She is a treasure to good for this world. I could understand ye nae wishing to leave her here wi' me for fear of my day. Intuitive lad.
But ye wished he sway me away fae that choice? He asked.
Artair's jaw set with determination. Aye, me laird, I day. I care for your sister, mair than any lass that's come afore her. I would day anything ye asked of me to secure her place by me side. Anything. Eden wished to confirm, an idea coming to mind. Aye, anything. Eden considered the lad's rather generous offer for several moments. He admired Artair for approaching him and pleading his case for his sister's hand, and gave him credit for recognising the strained relations between himself and Craddock, even if he didn't know why it was that way. The way he spoke of Caerstein with such care and affection was also pleasing. More and more, Eden wanted to offer his blessing for the two, but he continued to hesitate because of the lad's father. What could he ask of the boy, though, that might possibly be worth his sister's hand? The idea that had tickled at his mind began to solidify. He glanced once more toward Miriel, who still sat at the head table, avoiding looking at anyone else. Turning back to Artair, he said, "There is something ye could help me wi'. I will nae guarantee me sister's hand to ye, but I will agree to consider the match without letting me dislike of ye do interfere. Days that sound agreeable?" Artair nodded eagerly. "Aye, me laird, I can agree to that." "Very well." Eden looked to his left and right to make sure no one was listening in on their conversation. Lowering his voice, he explained, "I wish to ken mair aboot your cousin, Lady Miriel. Will you tell me aboot her?" Artair frowned. "Whit da ye wish to ken?" Eden thought through his list of questions for any he thought the lad might actually be able to answer. Whit happened to her parents? How did she come to live with ye and your family? Artair considered his questions for several moments before replying. "I was nae born when Miriel lost her parents, but I ha' heard that both their deaths were quite gruesome." "How so?" Eden urged. Artair seemed hesitant to say, but at length said, "Ye see, her da was the Laird of Cadwell afore me da, but he was murdered when Miriel was very young." "Murdered? How?" He'd known the previous laird had met an early end, but Eden had heard nothing about him being killed. An intruder broke in tae the keep and slaughtered him in his bed next tae his sleeping wife. Eden let out a choked sound of shock. "Wit! How does something like that happen? How could an enemy make it so far in tae the keep without being discovered?" Artair shrugged and shook his head. "I ha' no idea, me laird. Nor one kens how the murderer even goat inside Cadwell, let alone how he goat all the way to the laird's bedchamber." Eden could only stare in bafflement at the lad. Finally, he was able to prompt Artair to continue. "Miriel's more, ye said, both her parents met gruesome ends." Artair swallowed, and his expression turned pained. "Aye, her Moore's was particularly bad. Her name was Rodina. She is said to have been a great beauty, adored by A.W." "Indeed?" Given Miriel's own stunning appearance, Eden could believe her mother had been lovely as well. Aye, she was so beautiful, nae only Miriel's da, Laird Drosten, fell in love with her, but me own da as well. She chose Laird Drosten, however. Eden could only imagine how well Craddock had taken that rejection. Me da was still in love with her, though, when her husband died. He married her in hopes of maintaining her place within the clan, as well as earning her love in return at last. Eden very much doubted that Craddock cared one bit about the lady's place among his clan. To marry his brother's widow, he must have coveted her very much indeed. He didn't speak his suspicions, however, and let Artair continue with his tale. "Mead told me they'd found happiness together, and Lady Rodina was soon wi' child. However, she lost the bairn nae too far into the pregnancy. She went mad wi' grief, haying lost both her bairn
and her previous husband. She threw herself from one of the walls of the keep and killed herself. Artair's words felt like a blow to Edan's stomach. His first thought was for Miriel, and he felt a swelling of grief for her within his chest. He'd had no idea the loss she'd faced already in her young life. "What happened after Lady Rodina's death?" he asked softly. Artair sighed. Midar was devastated by the loss of his beloved. He took Miriel Owen as his ward, choosing Tay Razor as his own. The duties of lordship compelled him to marry again and produce an heir, so he wed me more shortly after losing his first wife. Theirs is more a political union than a romantic one. That fact had been obvious the first moment he'd met Craddock and Deoirid. It was clear to anyone who paid attention that the two despised each other. Edan could only imagine how their loveless marriage had impacted Artair as he'd grown up. Once more, he was amazed at how well the lad had turned out. He turned to look at Miriel again. Is no wonder she disney wished to speak of her past, or her relationship to her uncle. As he watched her, she suddenly stood from her chair and slipped from the table while her uncle's back was turned to her. Moving quickly, she hurried down the hall, staying close to the wall. Without looking around, as if hoping to avoid notice, she slipped out the hall's door into the corridor beyond. The urge to chase after her was overwhelming. Now that he'd learned so much more about her, he realised he owed her an apology. He shouldn't have been pushing her so hard to reveal her secrets to him. "Thank ye, lad, for telling me all this," he said, turning back to Artair. "Ye dinna ken how helpful ye've been." Artair blinked up at Edan as he pushed to his feet. "You're welcome, me lad," he said, his tone surprised. Edan gave him a quick nod before stepping away from the table and hurrying through the hall to catch up with Miriel. Chapter 20. Miriel. Miriel hurried out into the garden and released a sigh of relief. The hall had felt stifling, and she'd grown desperate to escape her uncle's incessant gaze. The moment he turned his back to her, she'd slipped away to seek a reprieve away from the noise and activity. She was terribly miserable, but it couldn't be blamed completely on Craddock. This night, she was just as much to blame for her despondent mood as anything else. Miriel was furious at herself for pushing Edan away yet again. Why did she continue to do this to him? Despite everything that had happened, he could have still helped her escape Craddock. She was a coward, though, and was afraid of the intense attraction that existed between them. She sank onto a stone bench, remembering their time together in the barn. Her cheeks heated in a furious blush and her belly clenched with need. She hadn't disliked him touching her. In fact, she'd loved every moment of it. The sensations he'd pulled from her had been mind-blowing, and the pleasure he gifted her had been soul-shattering. Miriel could no longer deny that she desired him. She desired more from him. He would make a far better bedmate than her intended future husband, she was sure. Nathair was cold and cruel, and she was certain he would not change in the bedchamber. Edan was attentive and gentle when he needed to be, but firm and demanding when she wanted him to be. "But ye continue to drive him away, ye fool. He likely disney want ye noo for all the grief ye've caused him." She dropped her head into her hands and groaned. She was such a dauber. Why did she have to be so afraid of the feelings he provoked within her? The sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel of the garden's path pulled her from her thoughts and self-loathing. She glanced up, her heart hammering wildly with sudden excitement. "Has Edan come to find me?" She'd noticed him glancing toward her throughout the banquet, though he'd chosen not to sit at the high table. His empty chair had made her believe her foolishness had driven him permanently away at last. But perhaps she'd been wrong. Miriel's face fell and her heart stopped when she saw who it was walking toward her. Craddock. Nathair was close on his heels. She shot to her feet in alarm. quickly glancing around for a means of escape. Unfortunately, she was in a part of the garden hidden away by tall hedges. She'd effectively trapped herself in her attempt to escape him in the first place. Craddock came to a halt when he stood directly in front of her. His expression was thunderous. She'd sensed his anger during the banquet, but he'd kept it hidden from their guests. Now, there was no one around to keep him from unleashing his wrath on her. The only question was, what exactly was he angry about? "What do you want, uncle?" she asked, her tone soft and cautious. "Why did you follow me?" He glared at her before hissing, "I heard you went for a ride earlier today." Dread uncurled in her stomach. I did. Why is that worth note? I ride nearly every day." "But ye dinna ride every day with a rival clan's laird, dae ye?" She licked her lips and darted her gaze between her uncle and Nathair. I dinna ken what you're speaking of." "Dinna lie to me," he snarled, pointing a finger in her face. "I ken that Tosh bastard rode oot wi' ye, and ye two didna return for several hours. What happened atween ye?" She felt the blood rush from her face. If he found out what she'd allowed Edan to do to her, what she'd done to him, Craddock would unleash hell on her. Shaking her head, she insisted, "Naething happened, uncle. Whit kind of last day ye take me for?" "I take you for a whore who would open her legs for any man showing a passing interest," he snarled. Spittle flew from his lips and landed on her cheek. She flinched away from him, wiping at her face with the back of her hand. Anger burned through her, quickly replacing her anxiety. How dare he speak to her this way, when he was the one who consistently tried to force his unnatural lusts onto her? He wished to force her into a marriage she didn't want, so he could more easily take her against her will. He defiled her family's home with his disgusting advances on a nearly daily basis. He made her life a living hell with every look and unwanted touch. And he had the nerve to call her a whore. "Ye evil, spineless bastard, I pray for the day ye meet your end, and I hope it is painful." "Dinna speak to me like that," she hissed. "I am the daughter of a laird. Ye're a worthless orphan whose only purpose is to please the men around ye," he growled. "No, tell me, did ye let him atween your legs like a whore?" "I dinna," she shouted, "but I wish I had. I'd rather give meself to Edan than your disgusting carcass forced on me." Craddock's eyes bulged from his head in equal parts surprise and fury. It would have been a satisfying sight were she not certain he would punish her severely for her insolence. "Is that wit ye wish?" His voice was dangerously soft, and Miriel's fear overtook her anger once more. Moving faster than she would have thought possible for him, Craddock reached out and snared her arm in his hard grasp. He yanked her into his chest, and she released a cry of alarm. "What do ye think you're doing?" He wrapped an arm around her waist, trapping her against him while his other hand grasped her neck. "Ye've teased me long enough, lass," he murmured, his lips hovering over hers, his putrid breath fanning over her face. "I'm going to claim what's mine and erase that brute's touch from every inch of ye." Miriel's eyes widened, and she began thrashing about to try and free herself from him, but he was startlingly strong despite his lanky frame. He moved his hand from her throat down to her breast and groped her over her clothing. She let out a shout of protest and doubled her efforts to fight her way free. Nathair stood watching her violation impassively. She could see in his cold gaze that he didn't care if she were his intended. This is what had been their plan the whole time, just as she'd suspected. Nathair didn't want her. He simply wished to please his laird. He wouldn't help her. He wouldn't keep Craddock from pulling up her skirt and forcing himself into her. She let out a scream when her uncle's hand slid down to her hip. He grasped the material of her skirt and began yanking it up. She tried to kick at him, but he trapped her legs between his own. "Dee nae think to fight me, lass," he muttered. "Ye will nae win." Tears blurred her vision as her desperation and frustration grew. Her struggles were futile. She was too weak. She couldn't stop him. "What in hell is happening here?" A deep voice boomed, startling Craddock, so he jerked his hand from her, dropping her skirt. Looking over her uncle's shoulder, she nearly wept in relief when she saw Edan storming toward them. His face was red with fury, and he shoved past Nathair when the commander tried to step in his path and stop him. Craddock shoved Miriel behind him as he whirled to face the charging laird. "This is nae your concern, Tosh," he bit out. "Me niece has proven herself an unfaithful fiancée and needs to be punished accordingly." "Is that wit ye call wit ye were dane tae her? Punishment?" Edan snarled, coming to a stop in front of Craddock. "It appeared tae me ye were aboot to force yourself on her." Craddock released a shocked gasp. "How dare ye accuse me of such reprehensible behaviour? Miriel is me niece, Tosh. The vera notion is too disgusting to even consider." "Oh, aye. So ye were na pulling her skirt up wi' your hand there." He pointed an accusatory finger toward the hand in question. "No," Craddock cried. "As I said, I was aboot to punish her for her unfaithfulness to Nathair. If it appeared I was pulling at her skirt, ye simply are misunderstanding the motion." "I think I understand things vera clearly," Edan growled. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, and his expression was murderous. Miriel's sense of dread shifted from concern for her own safety to fear for his. If he lays a hand on Craddock, Nathair will kill him where he stands. Already, her uncle's right hand was slinking closer to Edan from behind, ready to pounce on him should he threaten Craddock. Miriel had to stop Edan before he did something foolish. Yanking herself away from Craddock, she hurried to Edan's side. "Get back here, lass," her uncle hissed, but she ignored him. Wrapping her fingers around Edan's arm, she gazed up at him pleadingly. "Please me, laird. Dae do anything to put yourself in jeopardy here. Nay, own me account." He stared down at her in shock. "Me lady, Please, just take me fae this place," she murmured. His nostrils flared and he glanced toward Craddock, clearly torn. "Dae nae think ye can escape your chastisement so easily, niece," Craddock snarled, taking a step toward her. Edan put his body between Miriel and her uncle and levelled the most terrifying expression she'd ever seen on another person onto the laird. Even she felt a tremor slide down her back, and she knew she had nothing to fear from Edan. Her uncle stopped his advance and raised his hands, as though warding off a wild animal, an apt description, in truth. "There is no need for such a face, me laird," Craddock said, his tone placating. "This is o'er a simple mistake, I assure ye. If I ever see ye lay hand on her again, I'll rip ye limb fae limb." Edan's voice was a low, deadly rumble. Miriel watched in shock as the colour drained from Craddock's face. He clearly feared Edan would make good on his threat. "Nathair, we are done here," Craddock declared, though he never took his eyes from Edan. "Let us return tae the keep." "Me laird?" Nathair's brow was furrowed in confusion. He glared at Edan, and Miriel sank closer to the laird's side. "No, Nathair," Craddock barked. He hurried around Edan and Miriel, giving them a wide berth before continuing on toward the keep without a backwards glance. Nathair fell into step behind him, though he cast a dark look over his shoulder toward the pair. "Keep walking," Edan hissed, though Miriel wasn't sure that Nathair could hear him anymore. Once her uncle and his commander were out of sight, Miriel released a shaky sigh of relief. As her body began to release the tension that had seized it, she felt a flood of weakness overtake her, and her knees trembled. She was certain she would collapse.
"I goat ye, lass,"
Edan murmured, draping a large arm around her shoulders and pulling her tight against him. Safe at his side, tears rushed to her eyes as she fully comprehended what had nearly been done to her. If Edan hadn't come along, her uncle would have, and Nathair wouldn't have. She gasped, suddenly struggling to breathe. "Shh, shh, there's a good lass." Edan pressed his lips to her hair, keeping her upright with his strong embrace. "You'll be alway. I'm here." But what if he hadn't been? And what about all those times when he wouldn't be? Craddock had clearly run out of patience and was going to force himself on her no matter how hard she tried to fight him. He was so much stronger than I thought he would be. Nausea rolled in her stomach. "Edan, I'm going to be sick."
"Hold on, sweetheart. I'll get you to your room."
With slow, steady steps, he guided them back to the keep. Miriel was grateful for his support and protection, but in the back of her mind, she knew she would not always have it. Chapter 21. Edan. As they neared her bedchamber, Miriel's whole body began to tremble. Alarmed, Edan hurried her inside and locked the door behind them. He directed her toward a chair next to her fireplace and sat her down in it. She was deathly pale, and tears began to stream from her wide eyes down her cheeks. He darted toward the bed and grabbed a blanket. Returning to her, he draped it over her shoulders and tucked it in around her to make sure she was warm. His attempts to calm and comfort her appeared to have the opposite effect. Her tears intensified, and she dropped her head into her hands as she began to sob. Edan didn't know what to do. He wasn't used to caring for women. Kerstin rarely cried, and when she did, she didn't usually bring her troubles to him. He'd kept her old nanny on as a companion for her, and the lass most often took her sorrows to the old woman. He was desperate to care for Miriel, though, to comfort her and take away her pain. If he could shoulder it for her, he would. Knowing that wasn't possible, however, he dropped to his knees next to her and began to rub her back in what he hoped were soothing circles. "There, there," he cooed. "Cry as much as you want, lass. I'm here. I'll protect ye." She cried and cried for several minutes, her shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs. The sight of her pain made him wish he'd beat Craddock bloody back in the garden. The man shouldn't have been able to walk away from what he'd done. What exactly had he done? Edan had a sickening feeling he knew full well the laird's intent, but he needed to be sure. If he was going to kill the man, he needed to justify the murder. He waited until her weeping began to subside, however. Rubbing her back in silence, he felt a sense of relief when her cries tapered off to pitiful hiccups, and then she fell completely silent. Her heaving breaths were the only sound she made as she caught her breath. "Miriel," he murmured, keeping his voice gentle. "I dinna wish they upset you further, but I must ken. Whit happened?" She sniffled. Her head was bowed, and she didn't raise it when she answered. "Can ye nae guess?" I need to hear it. I need ye to confirm what I believe to be true." At last, she looked up at him. Her eyes were dulled, however, and her mouth was a hard line. "Me uncle desires me," she confessed. "He threatens to force himself on me often, but lately he has grown bolder and truly attempted to so several times afore today. This was the closest he'd ever come to success, though. Even though he'd known in his bones that is what Craddock had been attempting, a fiery rage, the likes of which he'd never known, exploded through him. "The vile bastard dared to touch wit is mine." Craddock lusted for his niece, and had been moments away from raping her out in the garden. with a banquet hall full of people. If Edan had not come along when he had, if he hadn't followed her from the hall, he hadn't even noticed that Craddock and Nathair had slipped out ahead of him. They must have known the moment Miriel had gotten away and left the hall another way. I'll kill them both so slowly. He shoved to his feet, intent on chasing Craddock down and giving him the beating he'd wanted to in the garden. "Stay here, lass," he snarled. "I'll be back shortly." She must have guessed his intent because she released a startled cry and grabbed onto his wrist with both her hands. "Wait, Edan. Nay, ye cannae gae tae Craddock." "Why nay?" He stared down at her, baffled as to why she would keep him from seeking revenge on her behalf. She licked her lips. Her lovely eyes brimmed with worry. "Ye will nae return if ye gae tae him noo," she explained. "Nathair and his men will kill ye, I swear they will. If ye gae and beat him bloody, ye will only cause mair trouble." "Miriel, please," she begged, shocking him. Miriel did not strike him as the kind of person who would beg for anything. "Please, dinna do this. Listen to me. Stay here with me. I dinna wish to be alone." The last thing he wanted to do was cause her more distress. Though it burned him not to go and give Craddock exactly what he deserved, his care for Miriel won out. He released a deep sigh. "Vera well, I will stay wi' ye," he murmured. She closed her eyes in relief. Opening them again, she whispered, "Thank ye." Turning to face her fully, he shook his wrist from her grasp and then reached down to take hold of both her hands. Drawing her to her feet, he manoeuvred her away from the chair so he could sit down in it himself. Once he was settled, he drew her down onto his lap. She didn't hesitate to obey his silent command. When she was spread across his thighs, she curled up into his chest and rested her cheek against his heart. He wrapped his arms tight around her and held her close. They stayed like that for some time in total silence. Holding her helped him reassure himself that she was safe, that he could protect her from danger. But for how long? He couldn't stay at Cadwell forever. The urge to steal her away was nearly overwhelming, but he worried she wouldn't want to leave. She'd run from him so many times already. What made him think she'd run with him if he asked? "I cannae leave her here, however. No matter if she wants to stay, I cannae leave her unprotected fae Craddock." He needed to convince her to trust him. Perhaps if he revealed what he'd learned about her, she wouldn't feel it so necessary to keep her secrets guarded from him. Then, she may willingly leave with him when he departed this place. "I kenna boot your parents," he murmured into her hair. She stiffened in his arms. Wit do ye mean ye kenna boot them?" He released a heavy breath before explaining. "I asked your cousin how ye came to be under Craddock's rule. He explained your day the previous laird was murdered and your maw killed herself after losing a bairn and gaying mad with grief." She sat up in his lap and glared at him. "Ye ken naething aboot me more and da," she hissed. He blinked, startled by her vehement response. "Then explain it tae me," he urged, cupping her cheek in one hand. "Tell me your secrets, lass, so I can better ken the dangers ye face and how to protect ye fae them." She studied him for several moments, and he feared she'd pull back into herself and maintain her silence. Her eyes darted as she took in every detail of his face, as though trying to discern his true character by his features. He sat very still and let her look her fill. At last, a look of resolve flashed across her expression, and she nodded. "Vera well. The truth, then. When I was just a girl, I witnessed me Da's murder." Edan had not expected that. Artair had said nothing to allude to the fact that Miriel had seen her Da's death. She must have been so young. Wit!
Whit do ye mean? Ye witnessed his murder. Her eyes grew bleak, and she looked away from him to gaze into the fire in the hearth. It was a stormy night, she began in a soft voice. The thunder woke me, and I ran through the keep's secret tunnels to me parents' room. I ken those tunnels like the back of me hand. I could navigate them in the dark even then. He'd wondered how she could disappear into the secret passage she'd revealed when she'd fled his room that first night with no light. Sneaky, clever lass. When I reached their room, I heard noises on the other side of the passage door. I cracked the door open and peeked through. "Whit did you see?" he gently asked when she fell momentarily silent. She ran her hand through her hair as she replied, "I saw a man dressed in a black hood. I couldn't see his face. It was covered with something. I think perhaps a mask of some sort." Edan stared at her in horror. This sounded like something from a nightmare. He pulled a large dagger fae his cloak and stabbed me with it over and over again. Her gaze grew distant, as though she were watching the murderer wield his blade over her dar. In that very moment, Mimor woke, but the cloaked man said something to her to keep her face screaming. "Whit did you day?" he asked. He couldn't imagine what it must have been like for her to see such a horrendous sight. The image of Miriel as a scared wee lass alone in the dark as she watched her dar be killed made his heart twist painfully in his chest. "Nehing," she breathed. Her eyes slid closed and she shook her head. "I did nehing. I was a coward and did nae even try to get help." "Ye were a child," Edan said, attempting to soothe her. "There was nehing ye could ha' done if ye'd revealed yourself or been caught." He shuddered to think of what could have happened to her. "It disnae matter, nae any more." She opened her eyes again and met his gaze. The sorrow he saw in her stare gutted him. She held so much pain inside herself, so much guilt, even after all this time. "Miriel, I'm sorry," he murmured, sliding his palm against her cheek and stroking her skin with his thumb. "I'm sorry you witnessed such a horrible thing. Was the murderer ever caught?" She shook her head at the same time she leaned into his touch. "No, but I am certain I ken who did it, or, at the least, who planned it." Edan frowned, his thumb stilling against her face. "Who day ye suspect, Miriel?" Her gaze flashed with menace. "Craddock." "Ye think your uncle killed his own brother?" The idea stunned him, though he thought perhaps it shouldn't. If Craddock could violate his own niece, why not murder his kin? Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do ye think he had a hand in it?" "2 reasons," she said, holding up 2 fingers. "First, he wanted to be laird. Midar was the elder brother, and by far the mair able of the Tuti rule. At least, that is what has been told to me. It made sense that Craddock would desire power so much he'd kill for it. Edan considered the lengths he was going to secure a hold on Kerstein and the fortune that came with her. Such a greedy, power-hungry man could be capable of anything. Wit is the second reason." Miriel gnashed her teeth. "He wanted me more for himself." Jealousy. It all came down to jealousy for Craddock. He had coveted his brother's title, power, and wife, and had wanted those things for himself. Men had killed for far less. "So he killed your datai become laird and marry your more," Edan murmured. "Artair said your more and Craddock were making their way together. They were expecting a bairn." "It's nae true," Miriel insisted. She shifted so she faced him fully, her knees parting so she straddled his lap. Resting her hands on his shoulders, she raised herself so they were eye level. Edan ignored her position, knowing he couldn't be distracted from what she was saying to him.
She was bearing her soul in a way, and if she believed he was thinking of other things, he doubted she'd ever be open with him again. "Your Maw didnae kill herself?" he asked, his voice slightly choked. She shook her head hard. "No, I mean, she did kill herself, but nae for the reason Cradock wants everyone to believe. It was nae oot of sorrow for her lost bairn." "There was nae bairn," Miriel hissed with narrowed eyes. Cradock lied aboot her being wi' child to cover up the true reason she threw herself fae the keep's wall. It was tae escape him. He was hurting her. Again, it was not difficult for Edan to believe such an accusation. Miriel nodded, her eyes growing shadowed once more. "Aye, she tried to hide it fae me, but I saw the bruises. She was never the same after Da died. Her grief consumed her." "And Cradock resented her for it," Edan concluded. "He couldn't stand her continued grief over her lost husband, so he punished her." "I believe so, yes," Miriel confirmed in a soft voice. "She killed herself because she couldn't stand the sorrow and pain that plagued her. She managed to escape, but—" She trailed off, and her expression grew agonized, and she dropped her gaze from his. "But she left ye in her place." Edan gently tilted her chin up with his finger, so she met his eyes again. "Dae ye look like her?" Licking her lips nervously, she slowly nodded. Aye, her fate was sealed, fae the start. "Cradock has grown mair obsessed wi' me in recent years because I resemble her so," she whispered, a note of fear entering her tone. "He wants me because he could nae hae her." Edan had never heard anything so horrifying before. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her back into his chest, hugging her tight. Her hands slid to his back, and her fingers clutched him. "He will nae hae ye either," he swore in a hushed tone. "I swear to ye, I will save ye fae this place, fae him." She nodded her head against him. "Please, Edan, dae so. I fear whit will happen tae me if I dae nae escape him soon." They clung to each other, as if their very lives depended on the other's nearness. In her case, Edan feared that may be a truer fact than either of them was willing to admit out loud. Chapter 22. Miriel. Sleep was impossible. She stared at the canopy above her bed, wide awake and fearful. Cradock may yet try to sneak into her room to finish what he'd started in the garden. The very idea made her sick to her stomach. She shuddered, remembering how close he'd come to forcing himself on her at last. If Edan had not stepped in when he did, she may have ended the evening by throwing herself to her death from the keep, just as her poor Maw had. Miriel remembered the way Edan had protected her from her uncle, placing his large body between them to guard her. Then, when he'd brought her to her room and cared for her, he'd made no advances on her. He'd only touched her to hold her and comfort her, with no expectations that she'd touch him in return. He'd been so kind, so compassionate, so willing to believe her words. Anyone else she'd dared to share her suspicions with had dismissed her outright. Whether it was fear of her uncle, or disbelief that he was capable of such a vile crime as fratricide, she was never certain. All she knew was that Edan was the first person not to question her. Warmth unfurled in her belly as she thought of him, surprising her. She would not have thought herself able to be put in such a state after such a terrible incident. Yet, as arousal bloomed within her, she wondered if perhaps that wasn't exactly what she needed in this moment. To be held by someone who cared for her, to be touched by someone who believed her without question, to make love to someone who would protect her at all costs, and who made her feel safe. She twisted her bedding in her hands as she considered what she should do. Edan wanted her, he'd made no secret of that since they'd met, and she could admit she wanted him too. In fact, She might crave him and his touch after their previous times together. No man had ever made her feel the things he had. No other man would have dared touch her as he'd touched her. She wanted his touch again, wanted his hands exploring her body and erasing any remnants of Craddock from her flesh. She wanted to lose herself in Eden and forget everything else, if only for a time. It was no use resisting what she truly desired. Sitting up, she shoved the blankets away from her and climbed out of her bed. She didn't bother with a robe as she padded across the room to the secret tunnel door. She slipped into the familiar, comforting darkness and wound her way through the passageways toward Eden's room. Her heart was loud in her ears as she came upon his door, and for a moment she hesitated, second-guessing herself. What if he rejected her? Wit if he disnay? Heat flooded her cheeks and her blood hummed with anticipation. Pushing aside her doubts, she opened the door and made her way silently toward his bed. Pulling up the bedding, she slipped in next to him. He was naked again, and the urge to touch his broad, muscled back proved too overpowering to ignore. With gentle fingers, she traced the ridges of his shoulders and the remnants of old battle wounds. His skin was warm and smooth beneath her touch, except for those scarred places, which were rougher. Eden shifted, then his body jerked as he woke. She tensed, remembering the last time she'd snuck into his room without warning. When he rolled over to face her, though, he didn't attack. He blinked at her, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Miriel," he murmured, wiping the sleep from his eyes with the palm of his hand. "Whit are ye daying? Are ye all riched?" "No, I'm nae, but ye could help me be." He shook his head. "How?" "Kiss me loneliness away," she whispered. Before he could react, she leaned toward him and pressed her lips to his. He froze, but she kissed him more forcefully. At last, his hands came up to grip her shoulders, and he pushed her away. "Och, Miriel, whit are ye thinking? Ye cannae come into a man's room at night like this and kiss him. He's like to take advantage of ye." "Ye will nae be," she said, feeling somewhat shy, though she knew she needed to remain bold. "Taking advantage of me, that is. I'm a willing participant." "In wit?" he exclaimed. She licked her lips. "Speak, damn ye! Dinna lose your nerve noo." In the act of love-making," she stammered at last. His eyes bulged, and as though the bed were on fire, he flew from beneath the covers to his feet. He gazed down at her, his expression a shifting canvas of shock, agony, and lust. "Ye dinna ken what you're saying," he insisted. "You're an innocent, Miriel. Ye dinna ken how tempting and dangerous your words are." "I ken vera well." She trailed off when her eyes fell on his manhood. She'd glimpsed it once before, the last time she'd snuck into his room, and touched it when they were together in the barn, but to have such an unobstructed view of it now. "Miriel, stop that!" He snatched a pillow from the bed and pressed it over his hips, hiding his sex from her sight. She gasped, feeling as though she were snapping from a daze. Sitting up, she moved to sit on the edge of the bed, but he held up a hand to stop her. "Dinna move," he snapped. She froze, confused by his strained tone. "Why? Whit is the matter?" Your nightgown. It disnay hide much, and when you move, things sway." She glanced down at her chest in surprise. Just as he'd said, her gown was rather transparent in the moonlight filtering in from the windows. Her cheeks heated, but not in embarrassment. She refused to feel embarrassed in front of this man. Turning her gaze back up to his, she slowly moved so she was on her hands and knees and began to crawl toward the end of the bed. "Miriel, whit are ye daying?" he stammered. Ye
Ye dinny ken wit ye're daying." "I ken exactly wit I'm daying," she assured him in a husky tone. Reaching the end of the bed, she pushed up onto her knees and grasped the skirt of her gown. Leisurely, she began pulling it up to her thighs. His breathing quickened, and his eyes latched onto her movements as though he couldn't help himself. "Miriel," he breathed. "Eden, please," she softly pleaded. "I dinny want me virginity to be taken by a man like Nathan, and I dinny want Craddock to steal it, either. Let me give it to ye. I ken ye'll treat it like the gift it is." His jaw was clenched and the muscles of his neck strained as he fought to resist her. She slipped her nightgown up to her hips, but paused, before revealing her most feminine place to him. I dinny want you to regret anything come morning," he bit out. She flexed her fingers in growing excitement. "I will nay, I swear to ye." He bared his teeth a moment. "Ye're sure this is wit ye want?" She nodded eagerly. I had never been mair sure of anything." He hesitated a moment more, and she feared his will may prove strong enough to resist her after all. A thrill shot through her when he growled in defeat. "Damn ye, Miriel, you'll likely be the death of me." He tossed the pillow away and stormed toward her. Without a word, he grabbed the hem of her nightgown and yanked it up and off her. Miriel yelped, and her hands instinctively moved to cover herself. He balled her gown up and threw it over his shoulder, then reached out and took hold of her hands to pull them away from her. His gaze devoured her as he raked his eyes up and down her body. "You're so bonny," he hissed. "So pert and perfect. You've a body that could bring men to their knees." "Truly?" He met her gaze with a wry half-grin. "Truly. Ye are lovely to behold, Miriel." She liked his eyes on her, and she liked his praise of her. Her sense of modesty and embarrassment vanished in the face of his admiration. She wanted to spread herself before him and allow him to look his fill of her. Before she could move to lie back, however, he leaned down and captured her lips with his. He kissed her like he was a starving man, and she was a banquet he'd stumbled upon unexpectedly. His tongue swept into her mouth to tangle with hers, and she moaned as her body melted for him. With a gentle touch, he guided her back toward the pillows, crawling up onto the bed to follow her. She lay down and spread her arms for him, and he lowered himself into her embrace. The feel of their bodies pressed together sent a jolt of heat shooting through her. He cupped her face and angled her head to deepen their kiss, then trailed his fingers down to her breasts where he cupped her flesh and teased her sensitive peaks. "Ye fit in me hand so perfectly," he growled against her lips. "You're so soft, impossibly soft, I fear bruising ye." "Dinna fear that," she replied with a gasp. "Dinna fear hurting me. Ye will nae, ye would never hurt me." "Miriel." He slanted his lips back over hers, and his touch grew firmer. Soon she was arching her back to press herself tighter into his palm, little mules of pleasure escaping her throat. He moved his hand from her breasts and slid it down her belly toward the apex of her thighs. She spread her legs without hesitation, eager for him to touch her there. When he slid his fingers through her wetness, she cried out in delight. "You're so sensitive, me beautiful lass," he said as he kissed his way down her throat. "Do ye want me tongue own ye again?" She nodded. I do want that." He grinned against her collarbone. "Me eager, wee lass." His lips left a scorching trail between her breasts and down her belly. When he reached her sex, the first touch of his tongue nearly had her shooting from the bed. Her fingers tangled into his hair,
and she held him against her as he lapped at her and nipped her sensitive flesh with his teeth. "Ach, Edan, this is heaven!" He increased his pace and his pressure, wrapping his arms around her thighs to hold her in place. She thrashed her head from side to side, groaning and whimpering as he drove her wild. That pressure began building in her belly. It was like a coil tightening within her, ready to spring in release the moment it grew too taut. She was the coil, and he was winding her tighter and tighter until she exploded. With a scream, she felt the rush of relief as she hit her peak. Edan didn't let up his assault, driving her further and further into the blinding pleasure of her release. Only when her body went limp and heavy did he raise his head with a smirk. "Had enough, lass?" he asked with a teasing lilt. Panting, she grinned down at him and shook her head. "No, I dinna ken if I will ever goat enough." He crawled back up her body and pressed his lips to hers. She tasted herself on his tongue, and it reignited her arousal in an instant. She was stunned that her body could recover so quickly, but that pressure returned to her sex, and her belly tightened with need once more. "Edan," she whimpered, "please." "Whit day ye need, lass," he murmured as he placed hot kisses along her jaw and throat. "Tell me, whit are you feeling?" I'm feeling empty." She didn't know how else to describe it. Her body yearned to be filled, though she didn't know if it was because it instinctively knew that's what she needed, or if it was because Edan was above her, ready to press himself between her legs. "Day ye ache." His voice was at her ear, low and husky. He was temptation incarnate, and she was helpless to resist him. She moaned, "I ache. Do ye wish for me to take the ache away?" I day, Edan. Please dinny tease me." He pressed his lips to her nose. "Ye can still change your mind, lass. If ye dinny wish to gae further, we can stop." Miriel took his face in both her hands and forced his gaze to meet hers. She stared deep into his eyes, willing him to see within her own how desperate she was for him. "I am certain," she insisted. "Edan, I want this, and I want it wi' ye." Resting his forehead to hers, he nodded. "I wished. I just wanted to be absolutely sure, because I want ye vera badly, Miriel. Once I ha' had a taste of ye, I dinna think I'll be able to stay away fae ye." His words sent a thrill rushing through her. He reached between them to grip his length and line himself up with her. She gasped when she felt him prod at her feminine flesh. The sensation foreign, but exciting. "Keep your eyes on me, beautiful," he ordered in a soft tone. "There may be pain, but I promise ye it will pass." Gulping, Miriel nodded and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I trust ye, Edan," she whispered. He would take care of her. He would make sure she experienced pleasure despite the hurt. Taking a deep breath, Edan gritted his teeth. He held her gaze as he slowly began to sink into her. She tensed as the stretch burned, and then turned painful as he went deeper. She whimpered, and he ran his hands over her hair. "You're daying so good, lass. Just a wee bit mair and it will feel better. I promise you." Tears gathered at the corner of her eyes, but she nodded. Edan pushed in further, and when he was seated at the hilt, he paused his movements. His hands fell to her breasts, and he moulded her flesh in his palms. His touch was like magic, because she found her body relaxing beneath him. Soon, the pain began to melt away into pleasure, the more he worked her body. When he next rolled his hips, a gasp of delight escaped her lips. "Are ye all riched?" he asked. "Aye," she breathed. "Dinny stop. It feels good. New." With a low growl, he began to move, pumping in and out of her with slow thrusts at first, but then his speed increased after several moments. Miriel let out a cry as the pleasure began to build up within her once more. He gripped her hips and held her down as she began to writhe beneath him. "Eden, it's happening again. I'm gaying Tay." "Let yourself gay, lass," he snarled. "I'll follow ye. I'll always follow ye." She released a brutal scream as her second release crashed through her. Wave after wave of ecstasy hit her, stealing her sight and sense of being. Eden's roar rang in her ears as he pumped furiously in and out of her, and she felt his hot essence fill her. After they both floated back to earth, they lay in each other's arms, catching their breaths together. Eden rested between her breasts, and she combed her fingers through his silky hair. "Dinny sneak away in the night," he suddenly murmured, catching her off guard. "Wit?" She furrowed her brow and gazed down at him. Turning his head up to meet her eyes, he explained, "You tend to run, Miriel. After we had been intimate, I just dinna want to wake to find you gone. So, dinny leave. Riched." The vulnerability she saw in his expression made her heart twist. "I will nae leave," she promised in a soft voice. "I promise ye, I will be here when ye wake." His smile was gentle and relieved. "Good." He turned his face back down and snuggled into her chest. Miriel resumed petting his hair, but her heart thundered with a deep emotion that frightened her. Chapter 23. Eden. His eyes fluttered slowly open, and he blinked against the sunlight, filtering into the room through the window's curtains. Eden stared up at the canopy above the bed, feeling more rested and satisfied than he could remember ever being. He was often plagued with restless nights, as the pressures of being a laird followed him into his dreams. With a sigh, he turned his head and found Miriel curled into his side, her head resting on his arm. His heart tightened as he studied her peaceful, sleeping face. She kept her promise. She did nae run away. She was so incredibly beautiful. Her dark hair lay spread out across her pillow. It was tangled and wild, but so soft and silky when he ran his fingers gently through it. He could not believe his incredible luck. In her time of greatest need, after trying to keep such a stubborn distance between them, she had turned to him for comfort, had given him the precious gift of her innocence. Yet, despite what they had shared that night, her situation had not changed. She was still promised to another man. Eden's gut knotted at the idea of losing her. Rage threatened to burst at the thought of another man touching her, after now knowing of her sweetness and inner heat. Taking wit is mine. No, he couldn't allow that. Everything was different now. Miriel was his, and he was hers. Nathair would not have her. Craddock would never come near her again. Eden knew he had to get her away from Cadwell and the reach of her uncle. He knew he could risk a war between the clans if he stole her away, but as he gazed down into her angelic face, he didn't care. She was worth anything he might have to face to keep her. She was his Helen of Troy, and not even the wrath of the gods would keep them apart. He wasn't sure that he loved her yet, not truly, but he thought he might be hurtling down that path, regardless. He couldn't stand the thought of her remaining within Craddock's clutches. As he contemplated his plan for stealing her away, she began to shift next to him. His fingers remained tangled in her hair as her eyes slowly opened. She met his gaze, and a slow smile curled her lips. "Good morning, me laird," she murmured sleepily, stretching her arms over her head and giving him a glorious view of her perfect breasts. A small, satisfied sigh escaped her lips. "I cannae remember the last time I slept so well. Wit aboot you." "Run away wi' me, Miriel," Eden blurted, surprising them both. She stared up at him with wide eyes, and he inwardly cursed himself. He hadn't meant to bring up the subject to her so suddenly. She blinked several times before parting her lips to murmur, "Edan, wit are you saying?" He sat up and turned, so he faced her fully. She sat up as well, the bedding falling around her waist. She didn't move to cover herself, however, as she studied him intently. Taking her hands in his, he said, "Let me help ye escape this place. Come wi' me, take me home when we leave here. I swear I will keep ye safe." She licked her lips nervously, and her fingers trembled in his grip. "Dae ye ken whit ye risk, stealing me fae here?" she whispered. "Craddock will nae let me gae easily. He will hunt me doon. He will bring war tae your clan." Edan took a deep breath and nodded. "Aye, I ken. I dinna care. Me clan is strong enough to crush him should he dare darken our doorstep. He would be a fool to try and take ye back fae me." There was such hope brimming in her eyes, but he could see she was fighting it. It broke his heart to witness her struggle. After everything she had suffered, he couldn't imagine how difficult it must be for her to believe there was a real chance at escape. "Why?" she asked. "Why would you risk so much for me?" He brought her hands to his lips to press his lips against her knuckles. "I cannae bear the thought of ye here alone, wi' no protection. When I think of Nathair or Craddock laying their hand on ye, I am overwhelmed with the urge to cause them pain. Ye dinna deserve the hell ye are subjected to in this place." She dropped her gaze from his and slowly nodded her head. "Aye, you're right. I dinna deserve it." "Then ye'll come wi' me." She brought her eyes back up to his and stared up at him for several moments without a word. The silence that stretched between them made him tense with anxiety. Could she really tell him no? "I dinna ken if I can leave here if she is nae wi' me." At last, after what felt like ages to Edan, Miriel said, "Aye, Edan, I'll run away wi' ye." The relief that coursed through him nearly made him slump over into her lap. He didn't wish to embarrass himself in front of her, however. Needing to touch her nonetheless, he released her hands so he could cup her face and pull her into a deep kiss. Her lips parted eagerly, and he swept his tongue in to dance with hers. She moaned and leaned into him. His length stirred to life, and he moved to press her into the bed to take her one more time. With a gasp, Miriel pulled away from him before he could lay her down. "I had to gae," she breathed, wiggling from his hold to jump from the bed. He watched, baffled, as she hurried to gather her nightgown and slide it on. Edan nearly groaned in disappointment as her luscious curves disappeared from sight. "Whit do ye mean?" he asked. "Must you truly gae?" She came around the bed to his side, her smile soft. Cupping his face, she leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. "I must return afore anyone notices I ha' gone," she explained. "I will find ye later. Aye? We can speak mair then. Dae ye swear?" He grabbed her wrist and held her in place, his voice gruff as he practically begged for her promise. "Whit is this lass daying tae me?" Her eyes shone with some tender emotion that made his heart race. She nodded. "Aye, I swear it." She tugged at her wrist, and he reluctantly released her. He watched as she hurried across the room toward the secret passage's door. She paused at the threshold to cast him a shy smile, but then turned and disappeared into the darkness beyond. Edan stared after her for several long moments before releasing a heavy sigh and falling back onto the bed. He threw his arm over his head and stared up at the canopy once more as he let his mind stray. That sense of satisfaction he'd felt upon first waking up waned somewhat now that Miriel had left him. He was surprised to find that he missed her already, but was it the warm softness of her body or her company that he missed the most? I miss her smile. I want to hear her laugh again. She'd been so tender to him before leaving. The night before, he'd been so afraid he would wake up to find her gone. Even after she promised to stay, after what they'd done, he hadn't been sure he could bear her running from him once more. She hadn't, though. She'd been there, sleepy and happy, and so beautiful. Her smile of satisfaction had filled him with such masculine pride, he'd felt like howling. What did this all mean, though? He'd bedded her, and she had agreed to flee this place with him, but he didn't know what exactly their future would be. Did he wish to marry her? He certainly didn't want any other man to have her, but marriage had never been something he had wanted for himself. It wasn't unheard of for a laird such as himself to keep a mistress, but he knew if he were to propose such an arrangement, she would be insulted and furious. She was a laird's daughter, and she should be a laird's wife. But does that mean she should be mine? He'd spoken true to her the night before, when he'd said he wouldn't be able to stay away from her after making love to her. Already, he yearned to bury himself between her soft thighs once more, and would likely be able to think of little else until they could be together again. He was not willing to give up the pleasure they had found together. The more he considered the issue, the more he realised he may have no other choice. If he wanted her safe, if he wanted her in his bed, and if he wanted her untouched by other men, he would likely have to make her his wife. Strange how that thought didn't make his chest seize with dread, as it usually did when he contemplated marriage. Before he could consider that development too deeply, however, a loud banging on his door ripped him from his musings. With a deep growl, he rolled from the bed and found a pair of breeches to slip into as the violent knocking continued. Whoever was on the other side appeared insistent and angry. Has Cradock discovered already whit I had done to his niece? Storming to the door, he grasped the handle and yanked it open. Nathair stood on the other side, his expression dark and angrier than Edan would have thought the usual stoic commander capable of. "Whit do ye want?" Edan snapped, baring his teeth. "Where is Lady Miriel?" Nathair snarled in response. Edan frowned, careful to keep his expression one of curiosity rather than panic or guilt. Shite. She was right to return when she did. "Hae ye lost the lass?" Nathair gnashed his teeth. "The lady was nae in her room this morning, and her uncle is worried for her safety naturally. He has ordered me to search your room for her." "Why me room?" Nathair's dark eyes narrowed. "It is no secret ye desire the lass. Laird Cradock is worried ye may have seduced her fae her innocence." "Quite the opposite, in fact." Edan arched a brow and leaned against the doorframe, blocking the entrance with his body. "The lass isna here, ye may be on your way." "Let me see for myself." Edan shook his head. "Nah, I dinna think I will. Your laird insults me enough to believe I would soil his niece. I will nae hae ye invading me space on top of such accusations. If ye are neighing tae hide, then ye would allow me inside." Nathair's voice was low and deadly, but Edan wasn't cowed by the clear threat behind his words. "Might I suggest ye return and search for Lady Miriel once more? Ye could simply be mistaken that she wasna in her room." Nathair took a step closer to Edan, so that they were directly face to face.
"I believe me, laird. I did once warn ye to stay away fae the lass, did I nae?"
Edan arched his brow and held Nathair's glare. I dae believe ye did." "I would heed that warning, were I ye," Nathair hissed. "It will dae ye no good to tangle yourself up wi' her.
Might I suggest ye heed your own advice, Commander, and stay away frae the lassie yourself? Edan growled in response. The same is true of your laird. He should leave her alone, if he kens what is best for him.
Nathair stared at him in silence for several long seconds. At length, he replied in an eerily calm tone, Laird Cradock always gets wit he wants, and he wants that lass. Nor matter who he has to gae through, she will be his, just as her moor was. Without another word, the commander turned and walked away. Edan watched him go until he disappeared around the corner at the end of the corridor. Retreating back into his room, he shut the door and leaned his back against it with a shuddering sigh. He didn't fear Cradock, but he did fear what the man was capable of. No matter how much he told himself he would be able to protect Miriel from her uncle's clutches, he could not shake the sense of dread that had settled into his belly at Nathair's words. Laird Cradock always gets what he wants. Edan knew he had to get Miriel away from this place as soon as he could, before Cradock had a chance to trap her within his vicious web. Chapter 24. Miriel. Hurrying through the tunnels, Miriel couldn't erase the wide grin from her face. She felt light as a feather. The anxiety and fear that always seemed to weigh on her soul lifted, at least for the moment. Edan's promise to steal her away from this place, coupled with their night of passionate lovemaking, left her feeling as though she could walk on air. She was going to escape. Edan was going to help her get far from Cradock's grasp, and had even sworn to fight her uncle's forces in order to protect her. How could I have doubted him? How could I have hesitated in seeking his help aforeknew? Edan was the best man she knew, the truest, the strongest, the most loyal and brave. If anyone could free her from her uncle's tyranny, she was now certain it was him. Her mind turned to their night together, and her cheeks heated as she giggled to herself. Edan had been so tender, but so commanding of her in bed. She was sore between her legs, but it was a delicious sensation that reminded her that she was now a woman in truth. I wonder when we will be able to do that again. The shameless thought should have startled her, but she felt no embarrassment over her desires. She wanted Edan fiercely, and she would have him again at her earliest opportunity. Her lower belly twisted in anticipation of their next encounter. Reaching the door to her room, she opened it and slipped inside as quietly as she could. "And where have ye been, lass?" A cold voice made her freeze, her back to the room. Slowly, Miriel turned and was stunned to find Doirid sitting in one of the chairs by her fireplace, watching her through narrowed eyes. The woman being in her room was not the only shock, as she also appeared sober for once. "Aunt, wit are ye daying ear?" Miriel stammered, her belly twisting with dread. The pleasure she had begun feeling on her return vanished in an instant. Her aunt's presence could not bode well for her. The woman had never shown an interest in Miriel, even before her marriage to Cradock began to rapidly deteriorate, and she began showing little interest in anything. There was only one reason she could think of for Doirid's visit, and it was because the woman knew exactly where Miriel had spent her night. Doirid confirmed her worst fears when she said, "I ken where ye were last night, lass. I believe we should hear a conversation." Miriel knew it was useless to deny her aunt's words. She slowly made her way to the chair opposite Doirid and sank into it. "How did you find oot?" Her aunt smirked. "I had been entertaining meself with one of the Tosh men throughout their visit. I was owing me way back fae meeting me lover last night, and passed by Laird Edan's room. I heard your voice within, me darling, and it sounded as though you were enjoying yourself vera much, indeed." Miriel felt all the blood drain from her face as her aunt chuckled, as though she found the whole incident amusing. Will ye Will ye tell Cradock? Miriel asked in a small, petrified voice. Deoirid waved her hand impatiently and shook her head. Dinny fear him hearing of your illicit tryst fae me, child. I wish for naething mair than to see that man suffer. He has made me life a living hell, and there is nor one I despise mair. Miriel had always known this about her aunt and uncle's relationship, but she'd never known why. Cradock was a terrible man, to be sure, but she'd always wondered if he'd done something specific to drive his wife into hating him so completely. Why dae ye hate him so? She dared to ask. It felt as though she could be honest with her aunt for the first time in her life. They may not care for each other, but they could agree on their mutual hatred of Cradock at the very least. Deoirid scoffed, and her gaze darkened with anger. When he married me, he clearly still wanted yer more, nor matter that she was dead and buried. He needed a wife, however, and me, Day, wanted an alliance. Did he ever hurt you? Her aunt's eyes fell closed, and her mouth thinned as pain flashed across her expression. When she opened her eyes once more, her gaze was hard. Aye, he hurt me. He was a cruel bedmate, and expressed his disappointment that I was nae Rodina regularly through his word and his fists. Thankfully, after I gave birth to Arter, Cradock lost interest in me altogether and satisfied his lusts with whores and peasants. That is, until ye came into your beauty. Miriel furrowed her brow. Did ye ken of his desires for me? I did, Deoirid confirmed with a shudder. Nay, that there was ever much I could dae for ye. I am as powerless against that monster as ye are. Dae ye can wit it was like for me to watch me husband's disgusting pursuits of his own niece. I doubt as disgusting as being Owain the receiving end of his pursuits, Miriel thought bitterly. She shouldn't be surprised that her aunt knew, however, the woman may not have any influence over Cradock's actions, but she had never reached out to offer comfort or support to Miriel either. That she should have been capable of. Instead, she'd wallowed in her self-pity and allowed an innocent child to be bullied and harassed by the man who was supposed to have been her protector in place of her father. Deoirid never did anything for anyone unless it benefited her. Miriel could sympathise with the woman's unfortunate lot in life, but that didn't dispel her anger toward her. Ye could he tried, Miriel said through gritted teeth. Ye could he tried to stop him, tae protect me, but ye dinna because your only concern has only ever been yourself. Aye, you're right, Durid nodded, though she did not look sorry in the least. Me concern has only been myself. That's what I hae had today to survive these lang years with that beast. If I bothered to care about anyone else, I'd likely go mad with sorrow and frustration. Miriel glared at her aunt. She could understand her reasons, but it struck her as cowardly all the same. Whit day ye want, Durid? She snapped. Me well-being is clearly nae why ye are here, so whit is your purpose for bothering me? Her aunt tilted her head and regarded her for several moments, a small, wicked smile playing about her lips. Your uncle has caused me naething but misery for years. He has humiliated and hurt me mair times than I can count. Whit I want is revenge, and I am here because I ken know just how to get it. Miriel's shoulders stiffened, and a creeping feeling of suspicion climbed up her spine. She couldn't begin to guess what her aunt would say next, but she had a terrible feeling she would somehow be tangled up in it. How do ye intend to get your revenge, aunt? Miriel asked with careful words. Deoirid cackled. Ye're gang to kill him for me. Wit! Miriel cried, shooting to her feet. Are ye mad? Well, ye dinna hae to do it personally, if ye dinna wish to, her aunt said, as though she were speaking of some light chore instead of murder. Ye could always convince Laird Edan to do it for ye. After your night together, I'm sure he would be mair than willing to accommodate ye. Miriel stared at her aunt in horror. The woman had truly lost all sense and reason if she thought Miriel capable of killing anyone. Yes, she hated Craddock with a burning passion, but she could never inflict violence on him. She wished for his death. She wished for it to be slow and painful, and to be present when it happened. She had never wished to be the one to bring his life to an end, however. What was Dyrid thinking? The alcohol has rotted her brain. She is crazed. If ye hate him so much, ye wish him dead, why nae day it yourself? Would that nae be mair satisfying, Miriel questioned in a desperate tone. Oh, aye, it would be, her aunt agreed easily. I could nae day that tae me son, however. Tae lose his day will prove painful enough. I could nae increase his suffering by daying it wi' me own hand. It was a strange way to show her affection for Artair, but there was a part of Miriel that was relieved the woman considered her son's feelings in her plot, at the very least. She wasn't as completely heartless as she let on. Still, it didn't diminish the shock of the woman's desires for revenge. Why would ye think me capable of this? Miriel exclaimed. She began pacing back and forth, her mind scrambling to come up with some reasonable explanation for her aunt's request. Whit makes ye think I could commit murder? Ye hate Craddock as much as I day, Deoirid replied. I would ha' thought ye'd be eager to be rid of him. I am, Miriel confessed. Laird Edan has promised he'd take me away for this place. I'll no longer be under Craddock's thumb. Her aunt chuckled and shook her head. Ye naive, simple-minded child. No matter how hard ye try, so long as Craddock lives, he will never let ye gae. Edan has sworn to protect me. Deoirid arched her brow incredulously. Would ye really risk the peace of his clan? Ye ken Craddock will bring war tae the Tosh people if Laird Edan steals ye. Miriel's heart raced as her aunt's words unleashed doubt onto her plans with Edan. He'd told her he didn't care if Craddock threatened him. He'd said his clan was strong enough that her uncle posed no real threat. But what war ever ended with no loss of innocent life? Blinking, she quickly stammered, even if that is true, and I cannae escape here. I'm no a killer. Ye may nae be new, but ye may reconsider once I tell ye all I ken. Miriel halted in her pacing and frowned at her aunt. Wit ye ken? A boot wit? Deoirid lounged back in her chair and studied her nails with an air of indifference. Are ye sure ye wish tae ken? Some things, once learned, can never be unlearned. Miriel placed her hands on her hips, her irritation sparking. Why was the woman dragging this out? Did she enjoy holding her secrets over Miriel's head? Deoirid, either tell me whit it is ye had to say or get out of me room. Miriel growled, her patience running thin. She didn't have time to play this woman's games. Her aunt released a deep breath, her expression turning sombre. That was enough to alarm Miriel. What horrible things did she have to say? Vera, well, years ago, when I was still a young bride, your uncle was delivering one of his drunked beatings o'ente me. They were a common occurrence then. Miriel blanched and lowered herself back to her chair. I'm so sorry, Aunt. Your concern means naething new, Deoirid said dismissively, and that is nae why I'm telling you this story. That night, after Craddock finished with me, I asked him why he hated me so. Whit had I done to deserve such ill treatment? Whit did he say? Miriel murmured. Her aunt's nostrils flared. He told me it was because I was nae her. I was nae Rodina, ye more. He said he'd done everything in his power to possess the woman, and she killed herself in spite of him. Miriel felt a rush of rage, but not toward Deoirid, toward Craddock. His abuse of her mother had driven her to her death, and Miriel had been left to fend him off by herself. Something her aunt said poked at her mind, however. Whit day ye mean he did everything in his power? Miriel narrowed her eyes, bothered by those words. Whit did he day? To her surprise, Diorid turned her gaze away and appeared hesitant to answer. Alarmed, Miriel insisted in a louder voice. Diorid, answer me. Whit did Craddock Daitai secure me Moore's hand? It was another moment of tense silence before her aunt finally met her gaze again. In a low voice, with careful words, Diorid answered, that night, in his drunken rage, Craddock confessed to it, take killing your day, so he could hae Rodina for himself. The world seemed to stop, and Miriel stared at her aunt in disbelief. Her heart raced so fast, her chest hurt, and her vision began to blur as her aunt's words swirled in her mind. Craddock had killed her father. He'd killed his own brother to possess his wife. Bile rose in her throat, and she fought it as blackness creeped into the edges of her sight. Her aunt may have been calling her name, but it sounded distant and faint. The room began to spin, and all she could see was that hooded figure standing over her dar, a bloody knife raised in his hand. Craddock. It had been Craddock. Her life of suffering and abuse began and ended with Craddock. Everything went black, and she felt the merciful pull of unconsciousness beckon her into its depths. The last thought she had before she completely passed out rang through her head like a church bell. I'll kill him. I will make Craddock pay wi' me own 2 hands. Chapter 25. Edan. Where could she be? Why hae I nae seen her yet? Edan couldn't help the nagging worry he felt, having not seen Miriel anywhere in the keep all morning. It was well into the afternoon, and there was still no sign of her. She'd promised to find him. Had something happened to her? Did Craddock discover what we had done? If he had, he'd punish her, and Edan didn't want to think about all the ways the depraved laird could hurt her. He needed to get her away from this place, and soon. Earlier that morning, he'd informed Bahayek that he wished to return home at week's end. His right hand had appeared relieved by the news. Aye, thank goodness, he'd said. The men are growing restless, and the McCayzer men grow mair cold toward us each day. Edan had been glad to hear his men were as eager to return home as he was. He knew one person among the Tosh group who would not be as happy to return north, however. Kerstin would be devastated, and as impatient as he was to hunt down Miriel and ensure she was okay, he knew he had to deliver the news of their departure to his sister first. He stalked through the keep toward her room, dreading the encounter to come. When he reached her door, he gave a tentative knock. Part of him hoped she wouldn't be there, even though her lady's maid had assured him she was. When he heard movement inside the room, he released a low groan of disappointment. The next moment, Kerstin opened the door. She smiled, but appeared confused to find him standing on her threshold. "Brother, what are you doing here?" she asked. Edan gazed down at her and felt his heart clench, knowing he was going to hurt her. It was the last thing he wanted, but he'd made up his mind that he couldn't let her stay here. Not so long as Craddock ruled the keep. "Kerstin, we must speak," he said in a low voice. Her lips flipped down into a frown, and worry crossed her gaze. A boot wit? He didn't want to have this conversation with her while standing in the corridor. "Let me in first." She hesitated before stepping aside to give him room to enter. He walked past her and moved to stand at the centre of the space. Closing the door, she turned to face him. "What is going on?" she demanded to know, crossing her arms over her chest. How best to tell her she must give up her love? With a weary sigh, he began. "Kerstin, I must inform ye that I hae decided to take our people fae this place at the end of the week." She blinked at him, and he wasn't sure she'd understood his words. You're leaving already? She spoke in a small voice. Edan shook his head. No, Kerstin, we are leaving. Her eyes went wide with shock. We... No, Edan, I cannae, ye cannae. Why would ye make me gay? He ran a hand through his hair and couldn't bring himself to hold her gaze. It isn't safe here, Kerstin. Our hosts are hostile, and our people grow weary of this keep. They wish to return home, and in truth, so do I. She was silent for several long moments, and he peeked up to try and gauge what she was thinking. His stomach lurched at the sight of the tears forming in her eyes. He could see she was fighting them, and her lip trembled with her effort. Ye would take me fae him. Her voice shook with her grief. Crossing the room so he stood before her, Edan took her hands in his. Kerstin, believe me when I say I dinna wish to hurt ye. I ken ye care for Arter, and I can see how much he cares for ye in turn. If he were laird already, I would happily give ye both me blessing. But he is nae laird, she murmured. Ye dinna trust his da, dae ye? Edan shook his head. No, I dinna. He is a bad man, Kerstin. I fear he may try to hurt ye once I'm gone. Arter would protect me, she insisted. He would nae let anything happen to me. I believe you're right, but I dinna want ye someplace where ye must worry for your safety. Wit if Arter is nae there and Craddock comes for ye. Who will protect ye then? She licked her lips, panic swimming in her gaze. You're nae certain Craddock would hurt me. I could explain to Arter that he cannae leave me alone. Perhaps he could come stay wi' us. She was rambling, clearly desperate to find a solution. Edan released her hands so he could gently cup her face and force her eyes to meet his once more. Kerstin, I am sorry. It grieves me to do this to ye, but I cannae risk ye. I will marry no one else, she cried, slamming her fists against his chest. I love him. Ye cannae tear us apart. Her tears broke free as she beat him, and he let her cry and fight without a word or resistance. Soon the violence went out of her, and she collapsed into his arms as she sobbed for her broken heart. Edan hugged her tight and pressed his lips to her hair. Me sweet lass, if I could, I would move heaven and earth to see ye happy, he murmured. But I cannae lose ye. I cannae let that man near ye. Please understand. He could not let Miriel's terrible fate be repeated with the only family that remained to him. He would take both his women and abandon this place to its demented ruler. I cannae leave him, Kerstin gasped between sobs. Edan squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. He'd known this would be hard, but he hadn't expected it to gut him so terribly. He didn't wish for her to suffer, and he knew taking her from Arter would cause her more pain than he could bear. Whit would I day if someone tried to take Miriel fae me? The thought was jarring and made him lose his breath. He'd go mad, he realised. He couldn't imagine his life now without Miriel in it, whether she was his mistress or wife. Could he really force such unhappiness onto Kerstin? With a groan, he held her away from him so he could look down into her eyes. Kerstin, please, no more crying. Wit if I promise to try and figure out some solution. Wit day you mean? She sniffled. Wit if I allowed ye and Arter to write to each other. Ye could maintain contact while I consider the possibility of your engagement in the future. Her eyes lit up with hope. Really, brother? Ye would still consider it? He nodded. I would, but I will nae allow ye to stay so lang as Craddock poses a threat. Is that understood? Kerstin took a deep breath. I understand. I admit, I dinna care for the man. He is unkind to Arter, and the way he looks at poor Lady Miriel, she shuddered. Reminded of Miriel's precarious predicament, Edan said, "All right, we shall proceed as such. Ye may inform Arter if ye wish." "Aye, brother, I will." He chucked her gently under her chin and turned to hurry from her room. Now that he was no longer worried for Kerstein, his concern for Miriel overwhelmed him. What if Craddock and Nathair had hurt her? Unable to wait any longer for her to find him, he hurried through the keep toward her bedchamber, intent on checking on her. As he passed by several windows overlooking the garden, however, he stopped, spotting her out among the flowers. He released a breath of relief and changed course to meet her outside. The sun was warm on his face and the air fragrant with the garden's roses as he hurried toward her. As he neared her, his relief at finding her whole and healthy was washed away, and his worry returned with double the strength. She appeared devastated. Her expression was twisted with grief, and her eyes were red as though she'd been crying. She paced back and forth across the gravel walk, muttering to herself. "Miriel?" He spoke with a gentle voice, afraid to spook her. "Miriel, what's the matter? Why do ye look so upset?" She let out a startled cry and turned round eyes toward him. "Edan, I didna hear ye approach," she declared. There was a hysterical note to her tone that had the back of his neck prickling with unease. "Sweetheart, what troubles ye?" he asked, taking a careful step closer. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. "I cannae say." He frowned, taking another step. "Whit day ye mean ye cannae say? Tell me, lass, I can help ye." She opened her eyes and gave him a look filled with such sorrow he thought he'd choke from it. "Ye cannae help me," she murmured. Her expression slowly shifted from pain and worry to one of resolve. "Nor, one can help me. Is it Craddock? Has he threatened ye in some way?" She shook her head. "He has said naething tae me. He can dae naething worse than wit has already been done." Edan's blood froze in his veins at her words. "Wit has he done, Miriel?" She stared up at him, her lips a thin, stubborn line. Closing the distance between them, he grabbed her shoulders. "Miriel, tell me, wit has he done? Has he touched ye?" Her eyes softened somewhat. "No, Edan, he has nae touched me." "Then tell me whit has ye in such a state?" She gently shrugged from his grasp. "I cannae say. All I can tell ye noo is that I cannae gae wi' ye when ye leave this place." He stared down at her in utter disbelief. "Whit? Why no? Was it nae your wish to escape here?" "It was," she whispered. But I cannae leave." "Why?" She turned her gaze from his. "Because me fate is tied to Cadwell and to Craddock. No matter whit I dae, or where I try to run, I'll never be free of him." "Miriel, I dinna understand. You must explain this to me." He felt as though his heart was being ripped from his chest with each word she spoke. What would compel her to stay here, away from him and his protection? Why was she choosing Cadwell over him? Why is she choosing Craddock? None of it made any sense, and when she stared up at him with that familiar, dogged gleam in her eyes, he knew she would tell him nothing. "Last night," he began, "was a beautiful memory I'll hold in me heart forever," she interrupted. "But that is all it can be. Ye should forget aboot me, laird." "I could as easily forget how to breathe. Miriel, I dinna understand why ye will nae let me help ye. Ye will be gone by week's end." She held him with a hard stare. "We will likely never see each other again. It's cleaner this way." "Never see each other?" He was baffled. "If Arter and Kerstein wed, we'll be connected forever." She sighed. We both ken you'll never let Kirstine wed Artair so long as Craddock's alive. She'll be in far too much danger here. It was as though she could read his mind and see his doubts. Still, he couldn't let her do this without a fight. He couldn't let her stay in Cadwell when he knew what awaited her behind every turn. Miriel, you're upset. Something has happened, and though I dinna ken wit, I can ye shouldna be making such rash decisions in your current state. Take some time to think this through. She rested her hand in the middle of his chest. Edan, ye only make this mair difficult, she murmured, her gaze locked on her hand. Thank ye for all you've done and all you've promised today. If things were different, I'd ha' gladly gone wi' ye. Then gae wi' me, he whispered fiercely, grabbing her hand and trapping it against his heart. Meeting his gaze, she simply said, "No." Pulling her hand from his, she turned from him and walked back to the keep without another word or a backwards glance. Chapter 26. Edan. How many banquets can this bloody dauber throw? Edan sat among his men, a full tankard in front of him, his mind a depressing whirl of anger and confusion. He'd once more elected not to sit at the head table, but this time it was not because he was avoiding Craddock, it was because he was avoiding Miriel. He didn't think he could be next to her without demanding she tell him why she was keeping him at arm's length again. They'd come so close, overcome so many secrets between them, yet now they were right back where they'd started. With him wanting her and her pretending he didn't exist. Why wouldn't she tell him what was going on? He could help her, if only she asked him. Raising his tankard, he took a long swallow. He couldn't get her wretched expression from his mind. She'd looked to be in so much pain, but the fire of rage in her gaze hadn't escaped his notice. If he hadn't known Miriel better, in that moment, he would have believed her capable of murder. Craddock had done something to her, that was the only explanation. Edan slid his gaze toward the McCayzer laird and felt his own rage begin to burn low in his belly. Craddock appeared so at ease and relaxed. Thankfully, he didn't appear to be paying attention to Miriel. She sat next to him, her head raised, but her expression blank. She appeared an emotionless doll, staring out over the revellers around her without really seeing any of them. Edan clenched his teeth in frustration. Whatever the reason for her strange behaviour, Edan didn't like seeing her in such a state. He wanted her lively, smiling and laughing. He wanted her passionate and writhing beneath him. He wanted her safe and happy. She was neither so long as she stayed here, and she kens it, so why will she nae leave? He looked back to Craddock. The bastard had to be holding something over her. There was nothing else that made sense in Edan's mind. I'll confront him and demand to ken wit he's daying to her. I'll demand that he stay away fae her if he values his life. Me laird, you look sour again tonight. Bayek's voice suddenly filtered through his swirling thoughts. Glancing up, Edan found his right hand had settled across the table from him. He held his own tankard and was regarding Edan with a studious expression. I did nae hear ye approach, Edan confessed. Pake's brows rose at that. Ye did no? Is something the matter wi' ye? Aye, ye could say that, Edan grumbled, tipping his tankard to his mouth. Are ye ill? Edan shook his head. Nay, I'm nae. Hae ye gone daft? Likely. Edan let his gaze sweep over the hall, his warrior instincts demanding he keep an eye on any perimeter his men occupied. Is it a boot, Lady Miriel? Edan turned narrowed eyes back to Pike. Careful, he warned. Och, so it is aboot the lass, Boyk said with a nod. Wit has she done tae ye? Ye hae nae been yourself as of late. Wit dae ye mean? Paik appeared to consider the question for several moments. You're much more prone to daydreaming. You're letting your guard down far more than usual. I would never have been able to take you by surprise before. Well, some things had changed, Edan shrugged. People change all the time. Nay like ye hae, Behich countered. I cannae decide if it would be better for to just make the last years so ye could return to normal, or if ye should dispel her failure mind altogether. Edan knew expelling her from his thoughts would prove impossible. He'd already tried many times. I fear I will be trapped in turmoil, Bake, Edan explained in a soft voice. Lady Miriel will neither give my thoughts peace, nor will she come away with me. You've asked her? Pace appeared surprised. Edan nodded. I did. In truth, I told her it was to keep her safe, but I fear that may need be me only motivation. You're taken with a lass, Paik said with a grin. Edan released a deep, heaving breath. I believe I am. Did you tell her that? Edan furrowed his brow. Whit do ye mean? Did you tell her you wanted her to come wi' us because you want her for your own? Edan scrubbed a nervous hand through his hair. Nay, in so many words, nay. Ye dobber. Beik scowled. How is the poor lass supposed to ken ye care for her if you dinna tell her? Of course she kens I care for her. Yet, even as Edan spoke the words, he wasn't so sure they were true. Miriel knew he wanted her, yes, but did she know he truly cared for her? Would it even matter if she did? She'd been stalwart in her refusal to escape with him. He wasn't so sure she would change her mind, even if he confessed his growing feelings for her. Me laird, Paich lowered his voice, so that only Edan could hear him, and glanced around to make sure no one was looking their way. Could ye nae just take the lass? It's clear she is nae safe here. Anyone can see how Craddock looks at her. Edan gripped his tankard so tight, his knuckles turned white. He hated how clear Craddock's desire for Miriel was to anyone who bothered to pay attention long enough. It made him want to hurt the laird so badly. I will nae steal her if she disnae wish to gae, Edan explained in a low voice, but I will nae leave without warning Craddock away fae her. Do ye truly think he will listen? Bahayek asked with a raised brow. Edan scoffed. If he values his life. Pites didn't look overly convinced. Me laird. I believe you risk much leaving her ear. Edan turned back to stare at Miriel. She looked so forlorn. Her shoulders were slumped, and her eyes were still vacant as she stared straight ahead. Her food was untouched, and she didn't attempt to engage with anyone around her. Craddock didn't speak to her, but Edan knew the man was very aware of his niece's presence. It made his skin crawl. I fear ye are correct, Edan whispered at last. If Miriel didn't come with him, there was nothing he could truly do to protect her. She'd be left to her own devices and forced to face a man who was waiting for the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her. It would almost be better if I just killed the bastard afore I leave. Edan groaned, knowing no matter how much he hated the man, he couldn't kill him in cold blood. The best I can do is threaten him and pray he heeds the warning. Decided, he rested his tankard on the table. I must do something, he told Bake, moving to push to his feet. Aye, me laird, Pike replied. As Edan stood, intent on pulling Craddock away from the banquet to speak with him privately, the hall went silent around him. Confused, he turned to look up at the head table and found the laird standing and drawing all eyes to him. Me friends. Tonight, we are nae only celebrating our honoured guests, but a very special joining of two of our own. Edan felt his whole body tense with dread. Nay, he cannae be announcing it, no. He glanced toward Miriel, but her expression had not changed. Craddock raised his arms. I am happy to inform ye all of the engagement between me beloved niece, the Lady Miriel, and my most trusted soldier, Commander Nathair. The banquet hall erupted into cheers as Nathair stepped forward to stand by his laird. Craddock extended his hand toward Miriel. Edan watched in shock as she slowly slipped her hand into her uncle's and allowed him to help her to her feet. "Whit is she daying?" Her expression remained cold and distant, and she didn't react in any way to her uncle's announcement. Not even a side-eyed glare to Craddock. "Nathair has informed me that he and his intended are so eager to wed, they dayna wish to wait." Craddock's tone was so jovial, anyone who didn't know his true nature would think he was simply a loving uncle, eager to make a good match for his niece. Edan knew the truth, however, and it sickened him to no end. He narrowed his eyes, worry eating at him. He didn't like this, not one bit. Eager? The lass doesna look so eager to me. Miriel's eyes were glazed as Craddock pulled her closer. He linked her hand with Nathair's, but Edan saw the way his fingers lingered along her skin before lifting away. Nathair and Miriel made a cold-looking couple, standing on either side of Craddock, like stone sentinels. The commander's dark eyes briefly slid up and down Miriel, but then he turned back to face the banquet hall. It was clear he wasn't interested in the lass, which only made Edan angrier. Given their eagerness, the wedding has been set for 3 days, Feynu, Craddock declared in a booming voice. Edan felt his knees shake, and he collapsed back to the bench. "Me laird, are ye all Pike asked, his tone startled. "No," Edan barked. "What the hell is happening?" "It appears you may be too late to save the lass," Pike murmured, glaring toward Craddock. "She is being coerced," Edan growled. "There's no way she would agree to this farce." "I dinna ken how much choice she has, me laird." Pike offered Edan a sympathetic frown. "But why is she nae fighting? Why is she gaying along with this wi' you to word? Where was her fire?" Craddock raised his tankard into the air, above the joined hands of the not-so-happy couple. "Join me in a toast, to the blessed union of Lady Miriel and Commander Nathair." The banquet filled with the clanging of mugs and the excited chatting of the people. Edan could only stare, stunned, as Miriel lowered back into her seat, her expression a blank slate that he couldn't read. He couldn't fathom what was happening. How had things gone so wrong so quickly? Was it truly just last night that she was in me arms, crying me name as she found her pleasure? As the hall began to settle, Edan dropped his head into his hands and gripped his hair with his fingers. Why is this happening? Why? "Brother, are ye all Keirstein's soft voice floated over him. With a start, he jerked his head up and found his sister and Artair standing next to him, staring down at him with concern colouring their expressions. "Whit are you two daying?" he hissed, glancing toward the head table. Craddock appeared deep in conversation with Nathair and seemed unaware that his son and Keirstein had left their seats. "We needed to speak wi' ye," Artair explained. "I did nae wish to raise suspicions by taking ye fae the hall, pretend we are haying a friendly, uneventful conversation, so Mida does nae notice." With great effort, Edan forced his lips to curl into a soft smile and his shoulders to relax. "Whit do ye wish to say?" he asked in a hushed tone. Keirstein and Artair shared a brief look. Taking a deep breath, Artair murmured, "I'm worried, me laird. I dae nae believe a Miriel would willingly marry Nathair. I dinna care for the man myself, but she despises him." "Aye, I ken she does." Edan nodded. "Why is she nae fighting the match, then?" Artair shook his head and shrugged helplessly. "I confess, I dinna ken. I ken
I ken Mida can put pressure on her to obey him, but she rarely allows him to command her without protest. If only ye ken how hard she is forced to fight him to escape his commands. Edan didn't say those words out loud, however. Though he thought Artair should know what his father was truly capable of, he didn't have the heart to tell him himself. "Whit day ye suggest we day?" Edan questioned. I am nae sure," Artair confessed. "I thought perhaps ye'd hae some idea. I'm worried for Miriel, but I dinna ken how best to help her." Edan released a huff of breath. Something needed to be done, but there was little they could reasonably do until they knew what Miriel was thinking. He needed to question her and force the truth from her, one way or another. "I'll find oot whit is happening," he swore. "I'll discover whit is holding Miriel tae this union and expose the match for the farce that it is." Artair appeared relieved. "Thank ye, me laird. I could count on ye." Edan nodded, displaying more confidence than he truly felt. He knew Miriel well enough to know she could be a vault with her secrets. If she truly didn't wish for him to know what was really happening to her, finding out would be like clawing at a stone wall with a wooden mallet, painful and ineffective. Chapter 27. Miriel. The wind was chilly, despite the warmth they had experienced during the day. When the sun had set, however, it had taken that warmth with it. Miriel felt the cold all the way to her soul. Perhaps it is in fact me soul that makes me chilled and neigh the wind. She stood upon one of the walls of the keep, high above the courtyard. It was the same wall her Maw had thrown herself from when Miriel was just a girl. She wondered if her Maw had been cold before she'd leapt to her death, or if she'd noticed much about her surroundings at all. Did she think of me when she stood here? Did she think of where her loss would leave me? Not that Miriel could blame Rodina for her choice. Not now, after what she'd learned. Fury burned through her, remembering all her aunt had told her. Her uncle was her Da's murderer. He'd killed her Da to possess her Maw. He'd driven her Maw from this wall as surely as if he'd pushed her himself. Hatred scorched her soul, making her restless. Sleep had been impossible to achieve, so as the rest of the keep had settled into bed after yet another wasteful banquet, she'd snuck out here to contemplate her impending fate. "I will kill him. I will make him pay for all he has done to me." After she'd come to in her room, Diorid had asked her what she wished to do with the knowledge she now possessed. "I wish to avenge me parents," she'd snarled. "I wish to make Cradock suffer for his crimes." Her aunt had smirked, appearing pleased. "Excellent," she'd murmured. "Ye will bring him the pain he deserves. I can see it in your eyes." So she'd agreed to her aunt's scheme. Agreed to be the one to kill Cradock, somehow. The one thing she refused to do was involve Edan, however. No matter how hard her aunt tried to convince her otherwise, she refused to put him and his clan at risk. "I will nae bring war tae his people. If Edan were to kill another laird, even one as terrible as Cradock, it would pit their clans against each other. Innocent lives would be lost, and all because she was too cowardly to do the deed herself. Cradock's life is mine to take, nor one else will be burdened with this deed." She didn't know how she would do it, though. She wasn't a fighter and had no knowledge of swordplay or archery. Had her Da lived, he might have insisted she learn to defend herself, but Cradock wanted her helpless and at his mercy. An outright attack would get her killed. Of that she had no doubt. She would have to be more cunning with her assassination. Poison, most likely, or a blade in the night. "Whit the hell do you think you're doing?" A booming voice startled her from her dark thoughts. With a gasp, she glanced over her shoulder and met Edan's bright glare. He was pale in the moonlight, and his gaze was stark as he stared at her.
His hands were clenched into tight fists, and the muscles in his neck strained as though he were lifting a great weight. "Edan, what are you doing out here?" she questioned in a breathless voice. Despite knowing she needed to stay away from him, else risk his entanglement in her plot, her body warmed at the sight of him. "I thought I was alone." "I went to your room to find ye," he growled, taking a hesitant step toward her. "When ye were nae there, I began looking for ye and caught sight of ye up here through the windows across the courtyard." "I see," she murmured. "Miriel, please, dinna do this." He uncurled his fists and raised his shaking hands, as if he would try to snatch her from the ledge. She furrowed her brow in confusion before realization dawned on her. "Edan, I'm nae trying to kill meself," she insisted. "It bloody well looks like ye are," he snapped. "Whit are ye thinking, standing on the ledge like that? Whit if ye slipped and lost your footing?" His concern for her made her heart clench, and she had to fight the urge to throw herself into his arms and allow herself to soak in his strength and warmth. She resisted his pull, however, reminding herself why she couldn't let him be put at risk. His people dinna deserve the pain, he disna deserve it. Still, the poor man appeared fit to burst with his worry. Taking pity on him, she climbed down from the ledge and stood before him. "There, is that better?" He closed his eyes and released a breath of relief. "Aye, it is. Whit were ye dayin' up there, though, if you were nae planning to throw yourself fae the wall?" His tone was hard as he demanded an explanation. "I was thinking," she explained. "I come up here sometimes to get away fae the noise of the keep so I can clear me head." Grabbing her shoulders, he gave her a quick shake. "Dinny scare me like that again." The intensity of his voice might have startled her if his touch were not distracting her from his words so thoroughly. She knew how his strong, hard hands could touch her so gently and wring the most delicious pleasure from her very core. Shaking her head, she stepped back and away from his hold. "I apologise if I frightened ye," she said, making sure to keep her tone neutral. "That was nae me intent." He stared at her for several long moments. "Whit has happened, Miriel?" He appeared so lost, it nearly broke her resolve to stay silent. "Whit happened at the banquet tonight." "I dinna ken whit you mean," she lied. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. "Aye, ye day. Why did ye allow Craddock to announce your engagement to Nathair? Why did ye nae resist?" "Because I cannae escape him until I ha' killed him. Edan, ye ken as well as I that there is nor escaping Craddock. Nay, truly, nae matter where I gae, he will follow." "I told ye I'd protect ye." She shook her head. "I cannae risk your people. Craddock will bring war to your doorstep if I gae wi' ye. It is better if I obey him in this. Nae one will be hurt." "Except for ye," he snarled. "I dinna think ye are being entirely honest wi' me, Miriel. There is something else gaying on." Can he so easily see past me lies? Fighting to maintain a blank expression so she gave nothing away, she asked, "Whit do ye mean?" He pointed a finger at her. "You're hiding something. We had discussed these concerns already, last night after we made love," she whispered. His nostrils flared and he gave a sharp nod. "Aye, we laid your fears to rest." "Perhaps nay," she countered. He took a step closer to her, so he towered over her. "I promised to protect ye, and ye accepted me word. Yet no, ye doubt me abilities to keep ye safe." "No," she shook her head vehemently. "No, that is nae wit I am saying. I ken ye can protect me. I ha' no doubts aboot that." "Then tell me the truth. Tell me whit is really keeping ye here." It stunned her how easily this man could read her despite the short time they'd known each other. He seemed to know her better than anyone ever had. Even Artair had never been able to see inside her mind the way Edan could. She could see it would do her no good to continue to lie to him, but she couldn't tell him the truth either. There had to be something she could say to make him leave her be, something to compel him to forget her. "The matter is me own business," she snapped. "All ye need to ken is that I cannae leave here as I once thought. Beyond that, it is none of your concern." His brow furrowed and his demeanour changed. He looked almost as though she'd struck him. "None of me concern," he said in a soft voice. "Miriel, how can ye say such things tae me? Dae ye nae ken how much I care for ye?" She stared at him, his words and expression taking her by surprise. He looked so lost, as if he couldn't decide what he should do next, though he was desperate to try anything. "I didn't want to hurt him. If things were different, if we could be together." She'd want his love. She would want this man for herself if being with him didn't put his entire clan in danger, if she wasn't haunted by her violent past or chained to her uncle's fate. She would want a life with Edan. That realization broke her heart, and she felt as though someone had taken their fist straight to her belly. She didn't want to part from him any more than he appeared to want to part from her. "But I cannae forget the way me da's dead eyes gazed at me in accusation. The guilt she'd felt her whole life could finally be lifted from her soul by achieving vengeance for her slain da and broken moor. That need for retribution burned in her hotter and brighter than anything else. Even her feelings for Edan, but perhaps he would help me." The treacherous thought whispered through her mind, and the temptation it presented nearly broke her. She had to get away, had to distance herself from Edan before he broke her down and pulled the truth from her. "I'm sorry, Edan," she mumbled, dropping her gaze from his. "I truly am, but ye must move past me. I ha' no choice but to stay. Me fate is tied up in Cadwell." Before he could respond, she moved to dash past him toward the door. Like lightning, he snatched her arm before she could get away and whipped her back around to face him. Taking hold of her shoulders, he backed her up until she was pressed against the wall of the keep. "Ye will nae get away fae me again, Miriel," he growled, leaning in close to her face. "Ye keep running fae me, and I grow weary of it. I'll nae let ye run again. Unhand me, Edan," she hissed, jerking against his hold. His grip was like iron, however, and his touch burned into her. Her breathing grew heavy, and her sex began to throb at his nearness. "I will nae, Miriel, nae until ye tell me the truth." His lips hovered over hers, and his eyes flashed with lust, even as his voice was cold with anger. She beat her hands against his chest. "Release me." "Nae until ye're honest." She grabbed the front of his shirt and glared up at him. "Are ye such a brute ye'd hold a woman against her will?" He bared his teeth at her. "Only when that woman is a wildcat in need of taming." Something exploded between them at his words, and his lips came crashing down to claim hers in a brutal kiss. She cried out in surprise and need, yanking on his shirt to pull him closer until his body was pressed flush to hers. Anger and lust swirled about them as his hands landed on her hips and began yanking up the skirt of her dress. They were panting and cursing each other by the time he wrenched the material up to her waist. He cupped her pulsing sex with his large hand and she moaned, biting into his bottom lip like the wildcat he claimed her to be. Snarling, Edan picked her up and urged her legs around his waist. He massaged the bare skin of her backside before dipping one hand between her thighs to run his fingers through her hot feminine flesh. She arched her back, and her head fell to rest on the stone wall behind her. He pressed his lips to her exposed throat and sucked her there. "Ye drive me mad, woman," he growled into her skin. "Ye hae me so twisted up inside, I dinna ken up fae down or left fae right any more." She threw her arms around his neck and clung to him as he continued to work her with his thick fingers. "Edan," she panted, "please, I cannae take much mair." "Ye'll take all I give ye." He slid one finger inside her and stirred it within her depths until her hips squirmed. "No woman has driven me this mad afore, Miriel. Whit are ye daying tae me?" "I dinna ken," she sobbed, her toes curling as her belly tightened with the pleasure he was wringing from her. "Perhaps the same thing ye are daying tae me." "Truth," he snapped, slipping in a second finger to join his first. "Dae ye speak truth? Dae I drive ye mad as ye dae me?" "Aye," she gasped as he pumped his fingers. It wasn't enough, though. She didn't want his fingers. She wanted him. "I need to feel him, be connected to him." As if he could read her scrambled thoughts, Edan pulled his fingers from her hot sheath and hurried to lift his kilt out of the way. Taking himself in hand, he lined his length up with her entrance. His lips claimed hers once more. At the same moment, he surged his hips forward to impale her with his hardness. She released a shriek of ecstasy that he caught with his kiss. Holding her against the wall, he moved his hips at a punishing pace, but she didn't want soft and gentle from him. Not now, when they were so close to breaking apart from one another. She wanted his brutality and his strength, wanted him to dominate and punish her with pleasure. She wanted him to make her forget, if only for a moment, how terrible her life had truly become. There is only us, only me and him. Naething else matters, right noo but us. When his thumb came down to circle that tight little nub at the top of her flesh, she thought she would lose her mind from the pleasure. She didn't want this to end, even as she yearned for that sweet explosion of release she knew awaited her. Harder and harder he thrust into her, driving her against the wall again and again. She didn't care, however. The bit of discomfort at her back was a small price to pay for the ecstasy he drove her towards. Her belly began to tighten, that bundle of knots a sign she was beginning the climb toward her peak. She ground her hips against him, meeting his thrusts so she could chase her release faster. He moaned against her mouth before dropping his face into the corner of her neck. "Miriel, Miriel, Miriel." Her name was a prayer on his tongue. "Ugh, Edan, I'm so close. Dinna stop, please." "Never," he growled into her neck. "I'll never stop. You're mine, Miriel. Accept this as fact. Accept me." Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as the intensity of his words mingled with the powerful sensations coursing through her. She released a helpless sob as the wave built up higher and higher and higher. When it reached the highest point it could go without completely destroying her, the world seemed to still for the briefest moment of time. Miriel felt suspended, as though she were floating in a dark pool of water. Nothing else existed but her and Edan, and everything she felt for him. "I dinna want to give him up." That was her last conscious thought before the wave came crashing back down, and she was overwhelmed with mind-numbing pleasure. Edan pressed his hand over her mouth to muffle her scream as her release shattered her down to her very soul. His lips met her shoulder as he tried to contain his own roar, following after her into the abyss moments later. His hot male essence flooded her, and she clutched him tighter with her arms and legs as she took everything he gave her. When the waves settled into small spasms, she gasped for breath as he held her secure between his large body and the keep's wall. It was the safest she had felt in a long time. Chapter 28. Miriel. She didn't want to let him go. Several minutes had passed since Miriel and Edan had found their mutual release, but they continued to hold each other in silence. Her arms and legs were all still wrapped around him like chains, and she feared the moment she loosened them, she would lose this sense of security and belonging that was thrumming through her. She didn't want to lose that, didn't want to lose him. But how could she keep him without confessing everything to him? Am I willing to walk away, Faye him, even kenning he would help me, even if it put his clan at risk? The tears she had been fighting to hold back broke free and began streaming down her cheeks. It isn't fair. What hae I done to deserve such a terrible choice? Why couldn't she just be granted her happiness, for once in her life? Miriel? Edan's voice rumbled at her ear. Are ye all lass? She sniffed and tried to hide her face in the crook of his neck, but her tears began wetting his skin. He jerked his head back in surprise, forcing her into the open. He gazed down at her with a furrowed brow and agonized expression. Ah, lass, whit has ye so upset? He murmured, cupping one side of her face with his large hand. She couldn't resist the urge to lean into his touch, desperate for the comfort it could provide. Edan, I'm so lost, she confessed in a broken whisper. She squeezed her eyes shut, and her tears continued to fall. I dinna ken whit tae day. Just tell me whit is gain and I can help ye, he urged, his tone as gentle as his touch. Please, trust me with your secrets and your pain. I want to help ye carry them. Her eyes flew open again and she regarded him for several moments, trying to tell if he truly meant what he said. The concern in his gaze was so genuine, just like that first day they'd met in the garden, before she'd known who he was. Now, just as then, it made her yearn to give in to her exhaustion and rely on his strength and support. Back then, she had resisted in the moment, unaware that he could offer her the safety she'd so long craved. Now, having come to know him and the good man that he was, she couldn't fight the temptation any longer. With a shuddering sob, she collapsed into his arms, giving him her weight as she gave in to her need for his care. His grip on her tightened as he spun them around to press his back against the wall and sink down to the floor. He cradled her in his arms, petting her hair and cooing soft words in her ears as she buried her face against his chest and cried. Her shoulders shook with the intensity of her sobs as she released all the pain, grief, and anger that had built up inside her throughout the years. It is all sweet lass, he murmured as he began to rock her. You're safe noo. I've got ye, and I swear I'll never let ye gae. His words and warmth were a soothing balm on her broken and scarred soul. He let her cry without interruption for several minutes. When she finally felt herself begin to calm, and the worst of her misery passed, she took a deep breath and turned her gaze up to him. His brow furrowed and he ran a hand over her forehead, pushing her tangled hair from her face. Ah, lass, it pains me to see you so hurt. Why? She whispered, clutching his shirt in her hands. Why do ye care so much if I'm hurt or nay? He frowned. Whit do ye mean, why? Is it nae obvious how much I care for ye? She sat up and arranged herself so she straddled his lap and could look straight in his eye. Truly, you truly care for me so much you'd risk the safety of your clan for me. He gripped her waist, his fingers digging into her so she had no chance of escaping his hold. The Tosh clan is strong and capable. I would nae wish to bring them war, and would day everything I could to avoid such an outcome. But there is one thing I will nae day, Miriel, and that is leave ye behind. Her heart raced as she stared into his eyes. She couldn't believe this man was willing to risk so much just for her. She'd never had such a stalwart defender before. She'd never had anyone truly on her side before. Why am I so stubbornly rejecting his help? Whether she liked it or not, she knew she could not kill Craddock by herself. She couldn't seek her vengeance or gain justice for her parents without the aid of someone strong and capable. She needed Edan in more ways than one. It wasn't only her revenge that would benefit from his involvement, but her entire life. If she pushed him away, what would her life become after Craddock was dealt with? Whit could it be if I kept him? Miriel, he murmured, please, tell me whit is on your mind. Whit are ye hiding fae me? With a weary sigh, she leaned forward to rest her forehead against his. Vera, well, she whispered, I'll tell ye everything. The look of relief that crossed his features made her gut clench with guilt. Thank ye, Miriel, he said. I promise ye will nae regret this. Nodding, she dropped her gaze from his to focus on his chin, unsure if she could look at him as she revealed all. This morning, when I returned tae me room, Deoirid was waiting for me. Your aunt? Aye. She told me, Christ, Edan, she told me Craddock was the one who murdered me. Edan released a gust of stunned breath that ruffled the top of her hair. Lord in heaven, do ye believe that tae be true? I day, Miriel confirmed, her tone growing hard as her rage bubbled. I had always suspected he may have had a hand in it, but I never thought he would have done it himself. When Deoirid told me he had confessed the truth to her, I ken in me heart it was nae a lie. He reached up to scrub a hand over his jaw. That bloody monster, he growled. Why would he dae that tae his own brother? Tae be led. It wasna just that, Miriel murmured. He wanted me more for himself. Was mad with jealousy toward me, Day. My God, Miriel, that's terrible. She closed her eyes a moment as she felt tears threaten to fall once more. When she had regained control of herself enough that she could continue, she opened her eyes up again. Me aunt wishes for me to kill him. Edan went very still. Kill him? She wants you to murder Craddock. Miriel gulped. Aye. And ye plan today, so? She took in a deep breath, afraid of his reaction to her answer. Aye, I day. Silence fell between them, and Miriel was too scared to look up at him to try and determine what he was thinking. What if he thought she was as much a monster as Craddock, for wishing to bring about his demise? What if he decided she was too much trouble now to bother with? She didn't know if she'd be able to survive such a blow. Miriel, his voice was a low growl, do ye ken what ye are saying? Ye wish to take a life. She licked her suddenly dry lips. I ken. That is nae something ye can undo. Her heart seized in her chest as she whispered, I ken. Ye are set owen this path, there is nae swaying ye fae it. He is gaying to reject me. Yet she managed to square her shoulders and drag her gaze up to meet his at last. Aye, Edan, me mind is made up. You will nae change it. He cupped her face with both his hands so she couldn't look away from him again. I dinna intend to try. Just answer me this last question. Why hae ye agreed to marry Nathea? It wasn't the question she was expecting him to ask, and it took her by surprise. I thought it the only way to lower Craddock's guard enough that I could exact me revenge. If he believes me obedient in this, he is likely to leave an opening for me to strike. To her shock, Edan released a sigh of relief. Christ, lass, that is good to hear. Ye had me scared. Ye actually wanted to go through with a marriage. She furrowed her brow, confused. So, it disney bother ye that I wish to kill Craddock? He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. I confess, I dinna like the idea of ye doing something so dangerous, but I understand why ye wish to. I'll help ye, lass.
and make sure ye are safe." Her heart fluttered, and she gasped in disbelief. "Truly, you'll help me?" He nodded. "Aye, Craddock deserves to die. I will nae argue against that, but I will insist that we find some way to exact your revenge that disna lead to your marriage with that soulless commander of his." Joy exploded throughout Miriel's whole being. She threw her arms around Edan's neck and claimed his lips with her own. "Thank ye," she murmured between kisses. "Thank ye for accepting this. Thank ye for helping me. Thank ye for caring for me." He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her flush against him. "Ye're welcome, lass." He returned her kisses with a fervour. "I'll keep ye safe. I swear it. Ye're mine noo. Remember." She laughed as fresh tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. "Aye, Edan, I'm yours." Arter. His heart was heavy as he wandered through the keep. The hour was late, and most of the castle was abed. The silence that greeted him as he moved was deafening and only made his heartbroken thoughts that much more difficult to avoid. Kerstin was leaving. She was returning to her home for the foreseeable future, and there was no telling when they would see each other again, if ever. She'd given her tearful explanation to him in the garden, after they had snuck away from the banquet together. Her brother was concerned for her well-being here and didn't want to leave her behind. Anger boiled next to his hurt, but it wasn't toward Laird Edan. After all, Arter suspected he was right to be concerned. No, all of Arter's anger was for his da. For a long time, he'd known his da was not a good man, but he hadn't wanted to believe it. Yet, the older he became, and the more aware of Craddock's actions he was, the less he could deny that there was something twisted about the man. He mistreated Arters more regularly, belittling and ignoring, which drove her to the bottle. Arter had recently begun to notice the way his da looked at his cousin. He'd always known there was no love lost between the two, but he'd begun to suspect that there was something else at play, something far more nefarious. He shuddered, praying he was wrong. It was little wonder, though, why Laird Edan would not wish for his sister to remain at Cadwell. "Da puts me happiness at risk with his actions. He must be held accountable." Arter had just finished escorting Kerstin to her room after a late night of crying and holding each other. Now he was determined to confront his da and force him to agree to change his ways. Otherwise, Arter feared he would lose his love forever. He was drawing near his da's chamber door when the sound of laughter had him stopping in his tracks. Frowning, he eased closer to the door, finding it strange that his da would be not only awake, but engaging with someone at this late hour. He found the door slightly ajar and paused outside to peer through the crack. He found his da and Nathair drinking together before the fireplace. His da wore such a look of glee, Arter's hackles rose. What were the two discussing? "'Tay your upcoming nuptials, me good lad," his da cackled, raising his goblet up to clink it with his commanders. "May ye find a lifetime of happiness with that wee witch." Nathair took a swallow of his own drink. His expression was as impassive as ever when he looked toward his laird. "The lass will do well enough for a bride," he said. "When ye ha' tired of her, I'll get an heir own her and send her away to me country home to stay." Arter frowned, dread seizing him at Nathair's words. Whit does he mean, when me da tires of her? "A fine idea," Craddock nodded. "She should be well broken in by then. Ye are a good and loyal servant, Nathair. Few men would give up their wedding night ty their laird." Nathair shrugged. "I ha' little interest in truth. Such urges are rather tempered in me." Craddock chuckled. "You're lucky in that sense. It can be such a burden, this constant need to rut. So distracting for a man,
especially when the source of his discontent refuses to submit to him willingly. Artair felt bile begin to rise up his throat, and he swallowed it back down. His dard desired Miriel. He wanted to lay with her, his own niece. The bile threatened to rise again as his stomach roiled. Once ye hae her, she will prove mair submissive, I hae no doubt, Nathair murmured. I will remain by the door on the wedding night to assure ye are nae disturbed. Craddock held his goblet up again. I have waited so long to take that lass. It will be so satisfying to do so at last, and I admit, I cannae wait to see the look in her eyes when she realises just who is atop her. He released a wicked laugh, and the two men drank deep of their goblets. Artair pushed away from the door in horror and turned to run down the corridor before he was well and truly sick. Chapter 29. Edan. He kept his hand firmly on Miriel's lower back as he escorted her through the keep back to her room. Edan wasn't ready to stop touching her yet, or to part from her, but she had assured him she would be safe for one night. Still, he remained diligent as they walked together through the dark, quiet corridors. When they reached her door, she opened it, but turned around to face him before entering the room completely. "Good night," she whispered, her gaze sparkling with an emotion that made his chest ache. "Good night," he murmured in return. That wasn't a satisfying enough way for them to depart, however. Cupping the back of her head, he pulled her into a deep kiss. She melted for him, returning his kiss without hesitation. He had only meant for it to be a light connection, a promise of things to come in the future, but it quickly turned hotter and more insistent. Her hands came up to grip his shirt, and he knew if he stepped forward, she would let him join her inside. The idea of spending the night with her was so tempting, but the rational part of his mind reminded him that she had been through a great deal today. She needed her rest, and if he joined her in her bed, she would receive none. Before the kiss had a chance to escalate further, he stepped away from her. She licked her lips and gazed at him with a question in her eyes. "Och, dinna look at me like that, lass," he teased, cupping her cheek and running his thumb along her bottom lip. "Ye need your rest tonight. Enjoy the reprieve while ye can, because I warn ye will nae be so lucky tomorrow night." Her lips curled into a grin. "Ye had best give me your word of that," she said with a small chuckle. "Else I'm likely to sneak back into your room in the night to seduce ye all over again." A low growl rumbled through his chest at the memory of her kneeling on his bed in her transparent nightgown. "That is a tempting image, lass. Perhaps I will nie come back, and ye'll hae to make that threat a reality." She laughed, though quietly so as not to disturb anyone else along the corridor. "Vera, well," she murmured, stepping back from his touch and further into the room. "I'll see you in the morning." He nodded, fisting his hands at his sides to keep himself from reaching back out to her. "Aye, sleep well, lass." She moved to shut the door, though she kept her eyes locked on his as she did so. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps reverberated off the corridor walls. Miriel froze, and Edan turned just in time to see Artair rounding a corner. The lad's eyes widened when they landed on Edan, and he picked up his pace, hurrying to the laird's side. "Artair! Lad! What is going on?" Edan asked in bafflement. Artair didn't answer, instead gazing over his shoulder before turning back to Edan to usher him into the room. "Please, I must speak with you both," he said in a tense tone, pushing Edan in past Miriel, who stared at her cousin in shock. He urged her deeper inside as well, then shut the door behind him, locking it. Edan and Miriel shared a confused glance before turning their attention back to Artair. He turned to face them, his chest heaving as he fought to catch his breath. "Artair, "Whit is the matter?" Miriel asked, taking a step toward the lad. He held up a finger, bidding her to grant him a moment. When his breathing had evened back out, he gazed between Miriel and Edan with a look of total despair. "I had just overheard something truly terrible," he said, his voice shaking. "Whit did ye hear, lad?" Edan asked. Artair's demeanour was making him nervous. "I was gaying te me das room te speak wi' him, but when I arrived, I discovered Nathair already inside wi' him," the lad explained. "It is nae so uncommon for Nathair te be at Craddock's side, even at this late of an hour," Miriel replied. "That is true," Artair nodded, "but their conversation was nae usual. It was horrifying." Edan furrowed his brow. "Whit did they say, lad?" Artair took a deep breath. "I heard them speak of a plan they hae together. Owen your wedding night, te Nathair, cousin. Mid intends to switch places with a commander in the bedchamber in order to lay wi' her himself." Edan was as unable to speak the words out loud as the lad appeared to be. Rage as he had never known before swelled up within him, and red stained his vision. "I'll kill them both," he growled, moving for the door, ready to push Artair out of his way. "Edan, no!" Miriel cried, grabbing his arm from behind. He could have shaken her off easily, but then Artair stepped forward and placed his hands on Edan's chest to hold him back. "Please me, lad," the lad hurriedly said. "Day nae day anything rash. If ye killed me, da we oot proof of his crimes, it would plunge our clans into war." "I'm prepared for that chance," Edan snapped. Artair narrowed his eyes. "Well, I am nae. I will nae let me people fight and die in me da's honour. Besides, despite his crimes, he is still me day. I canny stand by and let him be killed so easily. There is a better way to bring him down." "Whit, is it?" Edan snarled. He could understand the lad's desire to save his da from a brutal death, but beyond that, there was little justification Artair could offer that would convince Edan to let Craddock live. "We must get Craddock te confess." Edan would have laughed at the absurd statement if he were not so enraged. "Confess? Dae ye really think Craddock would ever confess to anything he has ever done? He is nae a fool, despite his best efforts." I ken," Artair nodded. "I am certain we will think of a way to day it together, however." Edan wasn't as confident as the boy seemed to be. The more he thought about it, the more Miriel's own plan of killing Craddock seemed the only true solution. He didn't see any way for them to convince Craddock to confess openly to his crimes, and he wasn't about to let the man escape punishment. "I could get his confessions," Miriel said at length, releasing Edan's arm and coming around to stand by his side. He glanced down at her. "How do ye propose to do so?" She looked up at him with determination gleaming in her gaze. "Oh, and the wedding night. I can make it seem as though I am submitting to him. He will be lured into a false sense of security and likely drunk on top of that, so mair loose-lipped." Edan didn't like the plan at all and wished to reject it outright. Before he could say a word, however, Artair beat him with his own objection. "It's too risky." Artair shook his head. Edan was pleased to have the boy agreeing with him. "Craddock could catch Owen, and it would also mean gaying through wi' your wedding tae Nathair. We canny allow that tae happen." "Artair is right," Edan said with a nod. "I will nae stand by and let ye marry Nathair just to get to Craddock. Ye will be trapped wi' him or be forced to kill him. We canny justify his death as easily as we could Craddock's, if it came to that." He added the last bit for Artair's sake, knowing the lad was going to do everything in his power to prevent that outcome. Miriel's expression grew stubborn and her jaw tightened. "Edan, ye must trust me. This is the best chance we hae. I am sure of it."
But there must be a way to gain his confession without sacrificing your freedom, Edan insisted. Wit, if the wedding disnay happen, but the wedding night still does, Arter asked in a thoughtful voice. Frowning, Edan turned his gaze back to the lad. How would that be possible? Arter was silent a moment, his face scrunched up in concentration. If the ceremony is interrupted, the marriage would nae be valid, he murmured, as if speaking to himself. His eyes went wide and he bounced his gaze between Miriel and Edan. That's it. Miriel will faint during the ceremony, so the marriage never actually happens. How does that still guarantee a wedding night? Miriel questioned with a frown. We will make sure ye are taken away to rest in the room ye were to share wi' Nathair. Kenning me day, he will still seek ye out, married or no, so long as he believes ye alone and helpless. Miriel shivered, and Edan wrapped his arm around her shoulder to pull her into his side. Wit a boot when Craddock tries to take her. This plan was a little easier to swallow than the other, if it meant Miriel was not wed, but he still did not want her put at risk. You'll be lying in wait wi' in the room, Arter answered. Miriel will convince me Dar to confess all to her, and once he does, you'll reveal yourself and capture him. There is much that can go wrong with this plan, Edan grumbled. There are too many parts we cannae control. I dinna want Miriel put in any undue risk. Nor day I, Arter assured him. Please me, lad. I ken my Dar is nae a good man, but I was blind to just how terrible he truly is. He turned his gaze to Miriel, and regret and sorrow burned in his eyes. I should have been protecting ye fae him. Miriel disentangled herself from Edan's side to hurry to Arter. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tight. Naething that has happened is your fault, she whispered fiercely. Craddock may nae be a good man, but ye are. Dinna ever doubt that. Arter hugged his cousin back and dropped his head into her shoulder. His shoulders shook as he broke down and sobbed against her. I'm sorry, he said, shaking his head. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Miriel ran a hand up and down his back and murmured soothing words to him, just as Edan had done to her not long before on top of the keep. In that moment, she realised just how much of a boy Arter truly was, how lost and desperate he must be for the love his parents were never able to give him. When the lad calmed at last, he lifted himself from Miriel's shoulder and gazed down into her eyes. I swear I will protect you. His tone was hard and his gaze determined. Me Dar will never threaten ye again, so long as I live. Miriel smiled softly and glanced over her shoulder back at Edan. Returning her gaze to her young cousin, she nodded. I am starting to believe that I can truly be safe for him. Thanks to ye both. Arter raised his eyes to meet Edan's, and he saw in the lad the same resolve he felt when it came to protecting the woman who stood between them. Edan would do anything he had to ensure Miriel's safety, and he could tell Arter believed the same thing about himself. There was a small whisper of doubt in the back of Edan's mind, however. Though their plan didn't involve killing Craddock, as he and Miriel had intended to do, if it became necessary, Edan would not hesitate to do so. He didn't believe Arter would be able to take his own father's life, even if it meant saving Miriel. Edan wanted to spare the lad the choice altogether. He didn't want Arter to come upon a situation where he had to choose between his father and his cousin. In truth, he didn't want Miriel's hands dirtied by the deed either. It had to be him, if it was anyone. He'd killed in battle, though never outside of it. Still, he already lived with the souls of so many slain. He didn't think adding Craddock's to their ranks would disturb his sleep at night. If Craddock's life must be taken, I shall be the one to strike the blow. He did not give voice to his decision, however.
He didn't want either Miriel or Arter to know and try to dissuade him from his choice. Chapter 30. Miriel. The next few days, leading up to the dreaded wedding, were filled with anxiety and frustration. Miriel was forced to play the part of the obedient fiancée while the sun was out in order to keep suspicion at bay. She remained cold and emotionless to both Craddock and Nathaire, but she didn't resist when she was ordered to do something. She also avoided interacting with Edan. They both knew if Craddock caught them so much as speaking to each other, he would suspect them of still being together. As it was, he believed they had ended their flirtation, which made him act far less cruel to Miriel. Her days were a constant trial, but her nights were bliss. Once the keep settled in for sleep, she would sneak to Edan's room, where they would talk and make love into the wee hours of the morning. Every moment she spent with him, learning more about him and exploring his body with her touch, her feelings for him grew. It was the night before the wedding, when she realized she was in love with him. They were lying side by side, catching their breaths after a vigorous bout of lovemaking. Her heart was torn between the happiness of the moment and the dread of the coming day. Without a word, he reached over and took her hand. With that simple gesture, something clicked into place within her, and it dawned on her that she loved him. She stared up at the canopy of the bed, stunned, and tried to think back to determine exactly when she had fallen for him. She couldn't be sure, but she suspected it had been that night where he'd found her on the roof of the keep. She wanted to tell him, to confess her feelings and find out if he felt the same. She turned her head to look at him and opened her mouth to speak. The words died on her tongue, however, when she remembered his stalwart desire not to marry. She closed her lips, worry nagging at her. If she confessed her true feelings to him, would he reject her? Would he tell her things must end between them? She knew he would never wish to hurt her, so if he felt he couldn't offer her the future she wanted, he might think it better to stop their relationship altogether. Miriel didn't want that, but she also didn't know what she could ask of him. If not his wife, would he want to make her his mistress? She wasn't sure she could agree to such an arrangement, or if she would feel insulted should he even ask for it. As though he could sense her turmoil, Edan turned to her with a small frown. "Are ye always, sweetheart?" She loved when he called her by endearments. It was intimate and special, and made her feel cherished. I didn't want him to stop calling me by his sweet names. She forced a wee smile and shrugged. I suppose I am only apprehensive for the morrow. I worry about our plan. He released a deep breath and nodded. I worry tay, but ken that I will be wi' ye every moment, even if ye canny see me. Rolling to her side, she curled into him. I ken, she whispered, pressing her lips to his cheek. He wrapped his arm around her and held her tight, and despite her worries for the day ahead, as well as her hesitations about their future, Miriel was able to find rest within his warmth and strength. The two fell asleep, wrapped up in each other, soothed by the rhythm of their hearts, beating as one. When Miriel woke, the first rays of morning light were filtering through the curtains of the windows. Her stomach roiled with dread as she remembered what day it was. It is me wedding day. Edan was still fast asleep, which was just as well. She needed to return to her room, and she wasn't sure she could bring herself to leave him if he was awake. With careful movements, she pushed the bedding off her body and slid towards the edge of the bed. She yelped when a hand suddenly gripped her upper arm and pulled her back. Landing on her back, she blinked, shocked to find Edan wide awake and towering over her on his hands and knees. "Edan, whit are ye daying?" she asked in a breathless voice. His teeth were gritted as he replied,
Letting ye walk out that door today will be the hardest thing I ha' ever done." He cupped her face with both hands and leaned down to press his forehead against hers. "I swear to ye, Miriel, after today ye will be free of this place. Ye will come wi' me, ta me home, and I will keep ye safe for the rest of your life." Her heart raced at his words. They sounded suspiciously like a proposal, but she wouldn't let herself get her hopes up. She couldn't expect him to waver in his commitment to his bachelorhood, no matter how badly she may want it. "If I'm allowed with him are these stolen moments, I will be content." I ken ye will," she whispered, running her fingers along his jaw. "I love ye, Eden. I love ye wi' me whole heart, and I never want ye to let me gae." She longed to say those words out loud to him, but her fear kept them locked deep inside her. If only she could be certain he loved her in return. If only she knew what tomorrow would bring them once they had overcome this last obstacle. If they overcame it, I cannae fail him. They stared into each other's eyes for several moments before Eden released her. Moving away, he allowed her to sit up in order to leave. Before she slipped from the bed, however, she couldn't resist throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him with everything she had. Before things escalated out of their control, she pushed away from him and hurried across the room toward the secret door. She glanced back at him one more time before slipping into the dark tunnel beyond, praying this hadn't been the last time she held him in her arms. "Ye're a vision, me lady. The commander is the luckiest of men to hae ye as his bride." Miriel couldn't bring herself to smile at the maid who was assisting her as she readied for the wedding. She stared at her reflection in her large looking glass, feeling like a sacrificial lamb being prepared for the slaughter, even though she knew if all went well, she wouldn't actually be marrying Nathair this day. She couldn't keep her stomach from heaving at the very idea. She did look lovely, and that made it all the worse. Her white patterned dress was trimmed with threads of gold in intricate designs along her sleeves and down her skirt. It was exquisite, and she wondered how it had been acquired so quickly. Her hair was partially braided in a crown around her head, and the rest was left loose and flowing down her back. A wreath of flowers rested over the braid and matched the small bouquet she would carry with her. Her cheeks were pink and her lips red. She wished she looked this beautiful for Eden. She didn't want Nathair and Craddock to see her like this and think she did this for them. Miriel didn't want to give her uncle further reason to believe he could do as he pleased with her. "Eden will be there and see me. He will ken how lovely I am." She could pretend it was all for him, and perhaps that would make it easier to endure. "Me lady, dae ye feel ill?" Blinking, Miriel met the maid's eyes in the mirror. "I feel fine. Why dae ye ask?" The lass appeared hesitant to say. She glanced around, as though afraid someone could be lying in wait for her to speak out of turn. "Forgive me, me lady. It is just that there are many among the clan that dinna believe ye should be forced to wed the commander. We ken he is a cold man, and we would wish better for ye than the likes of him." Miriel stared at the maid, stunned. She hadn't thought anyone in the clan cared overly much what happened to her. Fear of her uncle ran deep among their people, but she never would have imagined they also held concern for her. Her heart beat rapidly, and her lips turned up at the corners in a soft smile. I thank ye for your worry," she said, but she knew she had to maintain her ruse. "However, I can assure ye that me uncle is nae forcing me into this arrangement. I am happy to do all I can to please his lairdship." The maid cocked a brow and didn't appear convinced. That was strangely pleasing, but Miriel was careful to not let it show in her expression. "If it is as ye say, me lady, then I am happy for ye," the lass murmured,
dropping her gaze from Miriel's. Dinna worry for me. All will be put when this day has passed. A knock on the door startled both Miriel and the maid. The lass hurried across the room and opened the door enough to see who stood on the other side. "Me lady, it is your aunt," the maid announced a moment later. Surprised, Miriel swivelled around in her chair. "Truly?" The maid nodded. Miriel couldn't imagine what Deoirid would want from her today. "She canny think I would try to kill Craddock on such a day when all the clan is present. I suppose you should let her in," she said at length. The maid stepped aside and opened the door wide. Deoirid stood on the other side of the threshold, looking stunning in a pale blue gown. Her cheeks were reddened, however, a clear indication she was steaming. She crossed into the room and levelled the maid with a glare. "Leave us," she ordered. The maid glanced toward Miriel, and she nodded to indicate she could go. With a grateful smile, the lass curtsied to both ladies and hurried from the room. Deoirid slammed the door shut behind her. Miriel released a deep sigh. "Whit are ye daying here, aunt?" Deoirid moved closer to her, her steps slightly wobbly. "Why, I merely came to offer me well wishes to the blushing bride," she answered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She came to a stop next to Miriel's chair and stared down at her. "Do ye really intend to go through with this farce?" Miriel's eyes widened before she could stop them. Arranging her features into a polite but guarded expression, she furrowed her brow. "I dinna understand which ye mean, aunt. Why would I nae gae through with a wedding?" Despite their mutual hatred of Craddock, Miriel didn't trust Deoirid. She suspected the woman to be very capable of betraying her if it helped her own interests. Better to keep the true plan a secret, so as not to risk Deoirid warning Craddock ahead of time. The woman chuckled and rolled her eyes, moving away from Miriel to wander the room. She studied Miriel's belongings absent-mindedly, then slipped into a chair in front of the fireplace. Resting her eyes back on her niece, she smirked. "I must say, you have gotten quite good at this game. That's good. You'll need such skills to finish Craddock off." Miriel turned back to face her mirror. "Is that all ye wish to ask me?" "Aye," her aunt sighed. "Ye dinna need to tell me the truth, my dear. I can see that ye has something up your sleeve. My only hope is that it results in a way that is mutually beneficial." Miriel stared at her reflection and replied in a deadened voice, "I'm sure you'll be satisfied, aunt. No, forgive me, but I must finish making myself ready. Me wedding is soon to begin." Deoirid pushed to her feet with a grin. "Vera well, I'll see ye at the ceremony." She crossed the room to the door. As she opened it and readied to step out into the corridor, she peeked back at Miriel and snickered. "May your day be one of wedded bliss." Miriel didn't respond, and the next moment, the door shut firmly behind her. Chapter 31. Edan. He was certain he was going to be sick. His stomach heaved violently as he led his men to the keep's chapel for the wedding ceremony. Craddock had so graciously extended an invitation to the entirety of the Tosh clan present at Cadwell, no doubt knowing it would infuriate Edan to be there. Yet, as sickening as he found the whole event, he knew he would be in a better position to protect Miriel if anything happened. Craddock thought he was forcing a great insult onto Edan, but in reality, he was ensuring his own demise. Edan would add this to the already long list of injuries for which the laird would pay. A hand fell on his shoulder, and he glanced to his side and met Baik's concerned gaze. "Are ye well, me laird? Ye dinna hae to gae to this travesty if ye dinna wish to." Though he appreciated his man watching out for his well-being, Edan shook his head. "No, you're wrong, me friend. If I dinna gae, Craddock will take it as a grave insult and try to use it against me somehow. It is easier this way." "Is it?" Paik asked with an arched brow. It is easier to see that poor lass married to the likes of Nathair than to endure her uncle's petty bickerings. Insightful as ever, Paik. 'Tis a shame I cannae include ye in this. He, Miriel, and Artair had all agreed to keep their plan just among themselves. They didn't wish to risk word of it finding its way to Craddock. If he were the least bit suspicious of them, the plot would be undone. The laird had grown bolder in these last few days in his dealings with Edan. He wasn't sure if it was because Craddock assumed the marriage between Caerstein and Artair was inevitable, or because he knew marrying Miriel off would prove a devastating blow to Edan. Perhaps it was both, but whatever the reason, his arrogance had grown beyond insufferable. "Your concern is appreciated," Edan said to his right hand. "I will nae abandon Lady Miriel Oan the day she needs me most." Paich released a heavy sigh. "I suppose you wouldna be able to, would ye? Well, ken your men are behind ye, should Laird Craddock cross any lines." "Thank ye." Pike patted his shoulder once more before stepping back into line with the rest of the men. When they reached the chapel doors, they filed in towards the front where Craddock had reserved them seats. It was clear he wanted Edan to be able to see every moment of the event. The chapel was filled with members of the McCayzer clan, though the vast majority of them looked far from joyous. An eerie sort of silence settled over the crowd when Nathair stepped out to wait at the top of the aisle for his bride. The priest who joined him bid everyone rise to their feet to greet the bride. Turning toward the chapel doors, Edan's heart lurched at the sight of Miriel standing next to Craddock, her hand held up in his grasp. He was overwhelmed both by how beautiful she looked and at how furious he was that her uncle was touching her. He tensed, fighting the urge to charge forward and steal her from this place. Their plan be damned. Paik grabbed hold of his arm once again. "Easy, me laird," he murmured. "Dinny start something we cannae finish." Edan gnashed his teeth and shrugged from his right hand's hold. "I ken," he hissed. "I am in control of meself. If ye say so." Craddock began escorting Miriel down the aisle, and Edan was helpless to do anything but watch. The laird wore an infuriating smirk, and his eyes flickered over Edan as they crossed by his row. He glared in turn, but kept himself contained. He turned his gaze toward Miriel. She was hiding her fury well, but he could see it in the tight lines of her face. "Me brave, bold lass, I am in awe of ye." As he watched her draw closer to Nathair, he realised with a start that he was not just in awe of her, he was in love with her. Stunned, he recognised that he'd loved her for some time now. The feeling had crept in on him slowly, like a thief in the night, stealing his heart right from his chest. He could not pinpoint a single moment when he'd fallen, but could recall every moment that had led him to it. Their meeting in the garden, the banquet when she had boldly asked if she could warm his bed, their first kiss, which was forever seared into his mind, and the first time he touched her, their encounter in the barn, and the first time they'd made love. When he'd held her in his arms atop the keep as she'd sobbed for all that she'd lost in her life. His heart ached as he watched her being led to another man. This isn't she isn't his. Even knowing as he did that it was all a ruse, it gutted him just the same. He swore then and there that he would see her in a wedding dress again, but he would be the one waiting for her at the end of the aisle. "I want to marry this woman. She will bear me name and me children. She will ken me love until the end of her days." Craddock and Miriel reached the top of the aisle where Nathair waited for them. Edan fisted his hands at his sides as he watched her uncle pass her hand to his loyal, emotionless commander, his body tensed as though to leap from his row in order to tear Nathair's hand away from his woman. "Me laird," Pike warned beneath his breath. Ye will only cause her harm if ye canny keep yourself under control. He was right. Edan knew he was right, but that did little to tame the beast roaring within him. As the priest moved forward, Craddock stepped back. The smug look on his face had Edan seeing red. His rage only grew as the ceremony began. The tension in the chapel was palpable, and Edan could tell he wasn't the only one who thought this wedding a torture. Miriel maintained her composure, and his chest swelled with pride. She was everything he could have dreamed of for his woman. When this was all over, he'd whisk her away to his keep and never let her leave his side again. As the priest spoke of love and commitment and the joining of two souls, Edan could think of little else but the vengeance he would wreak on Craddock and Nethair. At one point, Baik reached over and gripped his arm, as if he could hold Edan back should he try to charge forward. It'll all be over soon. Just a bit longer. It isn't real. It isn't real. That didn't make it feel any less real, however. His eyes kept jumping from Miriel and Nethair standing side by side toward Craddock, who stood off to the side. The laird's gaze was locked on Miriel like a predator eyeing its prey. I'll pluck his eyes fae his skull and feed them tae him. Edan didn't often have such violent thoughts, but Craddock brought out the worst in him. That much he knew. The sooner the man was out of his life, the better. The sooner this whole nightmare was behind him, the sooner he could lose himself in Miriel's open arms and soft body. None too soon they reached the exchanging of the vows. This was the point in the ceremony when Miriel was supposed to pretend to faint. Just before everything was made binding, beads of sweat began to break out along Edan's forehead as anxiety gripped him. The priest instructed the lass and Nethair to face each other. Miriel's face was a cold mask, and the commander showed no emotion whatsoever, which wasn't unusual for him. Anyone watching the two could see that this was not a union based on love or even fondness. The two clearly cared nothing for each other. The priest began with Nethair, who recited his vows as though he were listing the contents of an armoury. When he spoke the words, "I do," Edan's stomach clenched with nausea. He wanted this to be over. He wanted it to be over now. When Nethair was finished, it was Miriel's turn to speak her vows. The priest ordered her to recite after him, and she spoke the words in a clear voice. Edan tensed as the planned moment neared, overwhelmed by dread for what could face her if things went awry. She began to sway slightly on her feet. It was hardly noticeable at first, but she slowly swayed harder and harder. Nethair frowned, as did the priest, though the man did not stop talking. Edan stole a glance to Craddock, whose brow was furrowed in concern. Miriel's speech grew slurred as her swaying intensified. Just as the priest asked her if she took Nethair to be her lawfully wedded husband, she let out a cry and collapsed to the floor. Every occupant in the chapel leapt to his or her feet in alarm. Edan jumped up along with everyone else, but he didn't move toward her. Every instinct in his body was screaming at him to go to Miriel's side, but he knew it would look suspicious if he approached. Instead, Artair hurried forward, beating his father to Miriel's still form. The lad dropped to his knees and cradled her on his lap. All the while, Nethair gazed down at his would-be bride with an almost bored expression. "Whit has happened tae her," Craddock cried, coming up to stand behind his son. "I dinna ken," Artair replied, his voice layered with panic. "She is breathing, but it appears she has fainted." "We cannae continue the ceremony withoot her," Craddock exclaimed, that of course being his greatest concern. Artair glared up at his father. "Of course we cannae. She needs to be placed somewhere safe until she recovers." Craddock appeared hesitant, and Edan held his breath as he waited for the laird to speak again. Would he insist on trying to rouse her so they could continue with the wedding? The possibility had occurred to him, but he'd tried not to think overly much about it. "Come, Own ye bastard. Dinny make this mare difficult than it needs to be. At length, Craddock released a heavy sigh. Vera well, take her tae the couple's chamber, he ordered, pointing to two of his men who stood nearby. Artair was quick to act, standing up with her in his arms. I'll take her, da, he announced. The bride should nae be manhandled own her wedding day. Craddock tilted his head and appeared thoughtful for a heartbeat of time, and then nodded. Aye, you're right, me lad, he said. You take her and lay her down. When she recovers, we will resume wi' a mere private ceremony. Turning to the hushed crowd, he raised his voice to declare, Our poor bride has succumbed to a fainting spell. We will allow her tae recover, but we shall nae waste the wedding feast. We shall all adjourn to the banquet hall and begin the celebrations, albeit it's slightly premature. It was all going just as Edan had hoped. The crowd began to slowly disperse, moving out of the chapel toward the banquet that awaited them. He began walking with the crowd, but he lingered, waiting to catch Artair's eye. When the lad looked his way, Artair gave him a subtle nod. Miriel remained limp in his arms, playing her role perfectly. Edan was loath to leave her, but forced his feet to take him down the aisle and away with the other wedding guests. Peik remained close to him. Though his right-hand man didn't know the plan that was at play, he was well aware of Edan's feelings for her. The commander's loyalty was unrivalled. Walking out of that chapel was one of the hardest things he had ever done, but he knew he had no choice. The temporary sacrifice would be worth the ultimate reward. Miriel as me wife, in me home, and in me bed, forever. That was a dream worth swallowing his pride for. Soon he would have Miriel, revenge, and be rid of Craddock for good. He only needed keep his temper and protective urges in check in the meantime. Chapter 32. Miriel. The chaos that erupted when she fainted was so overwhelming, she nearly opened her eyes in a panic to see what was going on. She breathed slowly through her nose and forced herself to remain on the floor and prone as people swarmed around her. She heard Artair reach her side and then work to convince Craddock to allow him to take her to the bedchamber. Her uncle was hesitant, and she felt a stab of fear that he could see right through her ruse. At length, however, he conceded, and Artair picked her up into his arms to carry her away. She was tempted to open her eyes to look for Edan. Miriel was desperate for him and wanted him next to her. She knew to trust him, however. He would be there if and when she needed him. She knew that. He would meet her in the bedchamber and protect her from the dangers that were lying in wait for her. Miriel kept her eyes firmly closed as Artair carried her through the chapel. Craddock was directing everyone else towards the banquet hall until she'd recovered from her fainting spell. She remained as limp as possible until they reached the corridor and the noise of the confused crowd died down. "We're clear, Miriel," Artair murmured. "I left through the back of the chapel. Everyone else went through the main entrance. We're alone." She peeked her eyes open and stared up at him. "Is Edan all right? Did you see him?" "Aye, I did. He looked fierce and angry, but he kept himself in check. He left with a crowd." Miriel felt both relief and yearning when she heard that. Relief that he was safe and following their plan. Yearning for him to be by her side. "Dinna worry, cousin. He will join you in the chamber soon enough." Miriel took a deep breath, knowing he was right. She just needed to concentrate on continuing her ruse and delaying the wedding for as long as she could. Soon enough, she'd be back in Edan's arms, and they'd never have to be apart from each other again. Artair wound his way through the keep until they reached the room. Miriel resumed her act of unconsciousness as he pushed through the door. A flurry of maids was already waiting for them, and they surrounded Arter as he crossed the room toward the bed. "She needs room to breathe," he barked as he laid her on the bedding. "Dinna hound her." "Sir, the laird wishes us to rouse the lady if possible." Miriel heard one of the maids tell Arter in a nervous tone. "Me da has no patience," Arter grumbled. "It will cause her undue stress if ye wake her new. She must come to own her own." "But, sir, the laird—" "I will deal with me day," Arter said, his tone gentling. "Ye just care for Lady Miriel after she awakes, aye?" There was a hesitant silence, and then, "Aye, sir. We will wait for her tae awake afore we day anything." "Thank ye." Arter ran a hand over Miriel's head, and she forced herself to continue to lie still. "I will return shortly to check on her." "Aye, sir." Arter removed his hand and she listened to his footsteps as he walked across the room toward the door. When it was clear he had left, the maids began whispering among themselves as they hovered around Miriel. "Ah, the poor dear," one woman said. "Such a trying day this must be for her." "Aye, I canny imagine which she must be feeling," another woman said. She sounded younger than the first. "Nathan is such a cold man." A third maid spoke. Her voice was deeper than the other two, and harder. "I canny think he would make a good husband, let alone bedmate." "Just thinking of it makes me shiver," the second maid said. "Do ye think she had a choice in the matter?" Yet another maid asked. This one sounded so young, she might still be a child. "I doubt it," the first woman replied. "That is the price fine ladies like her had to pay for their privileged life. They are, in the end, no better than tools for the men around them. Lady Miriel likely was ordered in tae the marriage by Laird Craddock." "No truer words hae ever been spoken," Miriel thought. "I would na marry a man I did na love," the youngest sounding maid insisted. "If I were her, I would run away with that handsome northern laird. It's clear she likes him." "You silly dauber," the deep-voiced woman snapped. "Even if she did such a thing, her uncle wouldn't allow such an insult to gae unpunished. He'd gae to war for to get the lass back." Miriel was impressed by the deep-voiced maid. She was clearly worldly enough to see beyond the walls of Cadwell and the consequences their actions could have. "Hae ye noticed the way he looks at her?" One of the maids lowered her voice to a scandalised murmur. Miriel was losing track of which woman was which. "Aye, I ha' noticed," the deep-voiced maid gravely replied. "Dae ye think he's The maid who had posed the question stammered hesitantly, seeming unable to voice her question. Miriel had a good idea of what it was, however, and decided it was probably time to return to consciousness and interrupt their chatter. She didn't need such terrible rumours being whispered about the keep. Releasing a low whimper, she alerted the maids to her returning awareness before shifting in the bed. "She's coming tae," the youngest maid declared. Miriel listened to the shuffling of feet as they crowded around her. She moaned again before slowly cracking open her eyes, careful to appear dazed as she stared up at the bed's canopy above her. Wit happened," she murmured. "Me lady, ye fainted during the wedding ceremony." Miriel recognised the voice of the first maid. She was an older woman with greying hair and kind eyes. "Wit? I did." She pretended to act surprised. I need to get back." She attempted to sit, then acted as though she were hit with a wave of dizziness. Clutching her head, she groaned. "Me lady, dinny try to move," the older maid said, grabbing Miriel's shoulders and gently pushing her back down into the bedding. "Ye need to rest. We will tell the laird ye have revived, but that ye are in no shape to continue the ceremony as of yet." But he will be so cross," Miriel whispered. She wanted to win these women to her side. She needed them to convince Craddock that she was helpless and not to be bothered. It would prove too tempting an opportunity for him to resist. The older maid's expression grew determined. "Never ye mind me, lady. We will make sure he kens your eager tae continue, but are simply unable tae. He will hae no reason tae be cross." Miriel gave the woman a grateful smile. "Thank ye. Ye are vera kind." The maid nodded, her expression softening. "Ye rest me, lady. We will leave ye for a time and be back to check on ye." Miriel nodded. "That sounds fine." The maids took a moment to help Miriel get tucked into bed, and then they quickly departed to give her peace and quiet. When the door clicked shut behind them, she released a deep breath of relief and sank back into the pillows. Her heart was racing with her nerves, knowing that she was not yet in the clear. The worst was still to come. She lay in the bed for several minutes, knowing there was little else she could do for the time being. All she could do was wait and listen. Edan was supposed to signal when he was outside the room. The sudden sound of scratching had her shooting up to a seated position. Throwing the covers away from her, she slid to the floor and hurried toward the far wall of the room. The scratching sounded again, and she opened the hidden door within the wall's panelling. Edan stood on the other side. He had navigated the hidden tunnels of the keep, just as she'd instructed him. They had settled on him scratching at the door as the signal that he'd arrived, because if she wasn't yet alone, the noise could be blamed on a rat. Her heart leapt at the sight of him. In that moment, she realised how truly anxious she had been all day without him. With a choked sob, she flung herself into his arms. He hugged her tight to him and she buried her face against his chest, soaking in his heat and strength. "Ah, Christ, lass," he murmured into her hair. "I have been needing ye back in me arms all day." She nodded. "Aye, me tae." Turning her face up, she met his gaze. "It has been so hard, Edan, pretending to feel naething for ye, while I must also act as though this whole wedding didn't make me skin crawl." He moved his hands to cup her face. "I ken, sweetheart. I am so proud of ye. Watching ye up there with Nathair gutted me, but ye were so brave and beautiful. I realised something as I gazed at ye." She furrowed her brow as her skin tingled with awareness. "Whit did ye realise?" She took his hand and led him into the room, shutting the secret door behind him. He didn't reply until they had moved toward the centre of the room and stood facing each other. Lowering his head so his lips hovered over hers, he whispered, "I realised that I love ye, Miriel." She gasped. "Whit?" He grinned and ran his nose along hers. "Aye, somehow. Ye ha' snuck yer wee self into me heart. I'm lost for ye, Miriel. Completely and totally lost." Tears stung her eyes at his confession. Her heart swelled with joy, despite their dire circumstances. She hadn't allowed herself to hope that this was possible, that this man would love her, that he would want her the same way she wanted him. There may be a future for us yet. The insecurities she'd held in telling him her true feelings vanished in light of his admission. Now, the words were on her tongue, begging to be spoken out loud. "Edan, I love ye, Tay," she exclaimed. His eyes widened slightly, and he grinned. "Truly?" he asked, his face still lowered toward hers. She threw her arms around his neck and nodded. "Truly." The tears that had risen at his expression of his love now broke free and slid down her cheeks, but she didn't try to stop them. They were proof of her total happiness. In that moment, nothing mattered to her but Edan. Not Craddock, not her vengeance, not the possibility of a war between their clans. Edan consumed her heart and soul. This man was it for her. until her dying day. She could feel it, deep in her core. It felt as though they'd been destined for each other. He swiped at her tears with his thumbs, then tilted her head before bringing his mouth down onto hers. The kiss was slow and gentle at first, but it quickly changed to hot and demanding as their desire for each other exploded into an inferno between them. Miriel, Edan growled against her lips. She held him tighter, pressing her body flush against him. Desperate for his touch, her mind was screaming at her that now was not the time for this. Craddock could appear at any moment, but she couldn't find it within herself to care. Edan gripped her waist in his large hands and arched his hips into her. She felt his manhood, hard and insistent, pressing into her through his kilt. Her core ached for it, for him. Dropping her hands, she reached for his kilt, desperate to feel him inside her once more. They froze at the sound of approaching footsteps out in the hall. They were heavy and assured. Miriel gasped, breaking their kiss and gazing between the door and Edan with wide eyes. "He's coming," she whispered. Edan's jaw clenched and he nodded, snarling. It seems so." "You must hide." She stepped from his hold and hurried toward the bed. Before she slipped back beneath the covers, she glanced back at Edan. He still stood in the middle of the room, his body tensed as he stared at the door. Panic flared through her. "He looks ready to fight." "Edan," she hissed, "whit are ye daying? Hide." He turned his gaze toward her. "We could still just kill him. I could day it noo wi' me bare hands." Miriel frantically shook her head. "No, we promised Artair we would nae if we could help it. Please, Edan, dinny stray fae the plan when we are so close." His nostrils flared and he hesitated a moment more before finally releasing a breath of resignation. "Verra well, ye are right, me love. I will stick to the plan as we ha' set it." She didn't have the luxury of feeling relief, but she gave him a grateful smile. The footsteps were drawing closer, however, and they only had moments before Craddock walked into the room. She waved her hand at Edan. "No hide!" He dashed back to the secret door, opening it and slipping inside. He didn't shut it completely, though the small crack was hardly noticeable if a person didn't know the door was there. When she was certain he was hidden away, she turned her attention back to the room's main door and took in a deep, fortifying breath. It was almost time for their plan to come to fruition. If all went well, she would have her revenge for everything Craddock had done to her at long last. The trap was set. All that was left was for her to act as bait. Chapter 33. Miriel. The door opened and Craddock stepped into the room. Miriel didn't bother to appear surprised. She glared at him as he advanced forward, a smirk playing about his lips. "It's good to see ye awake, niece," he sneered. "It was such an impressive performance you gave in the chapel. For a moment, I almost believed it." Dread settled in her stomach like a stone, and she gaped at him in disbelief. He'd known. Whit else does he ken? Did he know Edan laid in wait within this very room, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice? Did he know Artair was an accomplice in her ruse? He was moving closer to her, and suddenly she wished she hadn't returned to the bed. She was more vulnerable in such a position. Throwing the covers from herself, she scrambled up to her feet. Craddock appeared as though he were holding back a chuckle. "Whit day ye want fae me, Craddock?" she hissed. "Ye ken exactly whit I want fae ye, lass," he replied in a low tone, blatantly running his eyes from her head to her feet and back again. "I think ye've always ken whit I want, even afore I stopped trying to hide it." She shuddered in disgust. I ken, and I hated ye for it. I ha' many reasons to hate ye, uncle." He nodded. "I suppose ye day. It matters nae at all, however. Ye'll be mine this eve, whether ye wish it or nay. Miriel's blood went cold and her heart pounded painfully in her chest. I am nae yet wed, she stammered, backing away from him. Ye canny think to steal me innocence and ruin me like this. Craddock threw his head back and released a bark of laughter. Och, me dear, I vera much doubt I'll be stealing anything that has nae already been given to someone else. She felt the blood rush from her cheeks. Wit do ye mean by that? He reached up and began undoing the ties of his shirt at his throat. Do ye think I'm blind, lass? I have seen the way ye look at Tosh, and the way he looks at ye. It is nae simply longing atween ye two, nae any mair. The way ye gaze at one another is the way two people with intimate knowledge of each other look. She blinked, shocked. He'd been paying such close attention to her that he'd been able to pick up on the truth between her and Edan. I dinna ken whit you're talking aboot, she said, quickly denying his observations. Laird Edan and I had never been intimate, as ye say. Craddock laughed again. It was low and wicked, and made her feel helpless and out of her depth. Why had she believed she could do this? Craddock had always had complete control of her life. No matter how hard she'd tried to fight his hold, it had been suffocating her ever since she was a girl. He'd ruled her every waking moment, whether through fear or manipulation. She'd always been like a fly trapped in his spiderweb, becoming more and more trapped every moment she struggled. It was time to break his control over her. Craddock finished loosening his shirt and pulled it over his head. She took another startled step away from him, but then fisted her hands and gritted her teeth as she planted her feet. She would not back down from him. Miriel, ultimately, it dis nae matter if ye are wed or no, he said in a calm, conversational tone as he began unbuckling his kilt. The end is the same for both. This night, ye will open your legs for me of your own free will or by force. The choice is yours in the end. Rage exploded within her at his words. I would never give meself to the man who stole both me parents fae me, she hissed, her anger sweeping away the vast majority of her fear. Craddock froze and stared at her for several long moments. She wasn't sure how he would react, but she was too furious to truly care. Edan is nearby. He'll protect me should Craddock try anything. At length, her uncle growled. Whit did ye say? I ken it was ye, she snarled. I ken ye the one who killed me day. Ye killed him in cold blood, and me more killed herself, because she would rather he been dead than spend the rest of her life trapped at your side. Craddock's face turned a bright, burning red, and his eyes flashed with wrath. He took another menacing step toward her, but she remained rooted in place. Ye hae no idea of which ye speak, he snapped, his tone chilling. I dinna. She wasn't scared of him, though perhaps she should have been. Your unfounded jealousy drove ye to murder your own brother. Your cruelty drove me more mad with grief. Ye hae deprived me of both me parents, Craddock, and I swear I will make ye pay for it. In that moment, the only thing she could think of were her Da's lifeless eyes staring at her, demanding to know why she'd done nothing to stop his death. I could nae save ye, Da, but I will avenge ye. Craddock bared his teeth at her like an animal. Rodina was mine, he shouted. She was always supposed to be mine. Drostan stole her fae me. Liar! Miriel screamed. I am not a liar, he roared, and she flinched at his animalistic tone. A spark of fear broke through her own anger at the wild look in his eyes. She was promised to me. Did ye ken that? Rodina was supposed to marry me. Miriel hadn't known that. Not that it mattered in the end. Let me guess, she growled. Me more was promised to ye, but she instead fell in love with me Da and chose him over ye. Is that it? He seduced her fae me, he insisted. His face was twisted with his growing madness, and she could see he was on the edge of his reason. Rodina was young and naive. She did nae ken nae tai trust drosten. He had always had a talent for wooing women. Rodina meant neighing to him. Every rare account Miriel had ever heard tell about her parents was that they had been madly in love with each other. She didn't believe for one moment that her Da hadn't cared for her more. The truth was that in his jealousy, Craddock had decided to paint her Da as the villain in order to justify his own actions. Her uncle was a liar and a coward. He was also a murderer, and he was moments away from admitting it out loud. So Mida wins me more faye, and you become so lost in your anger you killed him, she said, meeting his gaze and silently daring him to deny it. Instead, he hissed, I did wit. I had to get Rodina back. I would he dragged him to hell myself if that is wit it took. I loved her. She had known the truth, but to hear him say the words out loud was like a blow to her gut. The breath left her lungs, and she could think of nothing to say in response for several long moments. At length, she managed to murmur, That's nae love, Craddock. What? His gaze was growing more crazed with each moment that passed, and a small voice in the back of Miriel's head begged her to proceed with caution. Another, louder voice, however, demanded she punish Craddock for his crimes. She couldn't help but listen to the louder voice. I said that is nae love, she spat. That's possession. If you'd really loved Rodina, you would hae wished for her to be happy, even if that happiness was wi' your brother. Instead, you were so greedy for her, you stole her happiness and drove her to her death. I did nae, Craddock roared. I did wit I had tae for us tae be thegither, and she repaid me devotion wi' betrayal. Miriel could only gape at him in stunned silence. He viewed her Moore's suicide as a betrayal. He insisted her Da had stolen what was rightfully his. He truly believed he was in the right in these things. He is mair mad than I had thought, which meant he was also far more unpredictable. This situation was far more dangerous than she had initially thought it would be, she realised. Even with Edan in the room, that didn't guarantee he could get to her in time before her uncle attacked. A throat slash only takes a second and a flick of a wrist. She gulped, terror gripping her. You look just like her, Craddock suddenly murmured, his eyes swirling with fury and desire. I wonder if ye taste like her. Perhaps sweeter. Will ye be as soft? I loved whipping her pale flesh and watching the red welts swell. Sometimes I would lose meself and break her skin. I hope ye are just as sensitive as she was. Her screams were like music tae me ears. Horrified, Miriel covered her mouth with her hand as a cry left her lips. Had he truly done those things to her more? Her stomach rolled with nausea. He wanted to do those things to her. He wanted to hurt her and make her cry with desperation and pain. How could he be so cruel? Rodina was supposed to have been the woman he loved. Deoirid had called him a cruel bedmate. I had no idea just how cruel he truly was. Give in, and it will be easier for ye, he snarled. Fight it, and I'll only enjoy it mair. He advanced on her and she stumbled away from him, alarm stealing her breath away. If he touched her, he would hurt her, and he would like it. She needed to get as far away from him as she possibly could. Her back slammed into the wall and she let out a startled cry. She was trapped, and Craddock was closing in on her. There was nowhere for her to go, nowhere for her to run. A roar of rage shook her from her fear-induced stupor, and Edan burst from the secret passage. He charged Craddock and slammed into him. The force of the impact drove Craddock off his feet before both men went crashing to the floor. Edan pinned Craddock to the floor with his knees, towering over her uncle like wrath incarnate. "Ye will never touch her," Edan bellowed, before his large fist went crashing down into the side of Craddock's face. The laird gasped and cried out in pain, but was silenced by Edan's other fist slamming into his face. The younger laird rained hits down onto Craddock like a furious storm. Blood arched into the air and stained Edan's knuckles when he pulled them away. "Nathair!" Craddock managed to choke between punches. "Help me!" To Miriel's shock, the bedroom door burst open and Nathair flew inside. She'd nearly forgotten about her would-be husband and cried out in alarm when he charged at Edan and knocked him off of Craddock. The two men went tumbling across the room. When they came to a stop, they leapt to their feet and faced each other. Slowly, never breaking his gaze with Edan, Nathair unsheathed the sword at his hip. "Is that man truly worth dying for?" Edan asked. Nathair glared at him as he brandished his blade. "Dis nae matter if he is worth it. I'll nae be the one dying today." Edan's nostrils flared with agitation, and he released a slow breath. "Vera, well, if ye insist." Reaching to his own sword, he pulled it from his sheath and faced Nathair, his expression fierce. Craddock stepped up to Nathair's side. "Let me ask ye in turn, lad. Is she worth dying for?" Edan glanced toward Miriel, who stared back at him, her heart racing with fear. It was all going wrong. Edan wasn't supposed to be in danger like this. Craddock had anticipated everything and prepared. He'd been 2 steps ahead of them the entire time. "Run," she wanted to tell Edan. "I'm nae worth it. Flee fae this place and never look back." Edan turned his gaze from her back to Craddock and gritted out, "Aye, she is. We're to doubt." Craddock smirked. "Fool." With a cry, Edan charged the 2 men, and Miriel forgot how to breathe. Chapter 34. Edan. Fury pounded through him, heating his blood and making him see red. He hadn't expected Craddock's loyal dog to be just outside the door. Clearly, Craddock had suspected something was being plotted against him. Edan couldn't believe how big of a fool he was. He should have been more cautious. When Craddock had charged at Miriel, though, he'd lost all sense of reason and attacked in a blind rage. Nathair had been able to take him by surprise easily. Edan had lost the upper hand and was now facing down 2 opponents. Craddock would have been easy enough to handle alone, but he knew Nathair was a brilliant swordsman. With a cry, he attacked, hoping to put the commander on the defensive immediately. When he drew close, he brought his sword down, aiming for Nathair's head. The commander blocked him easily, then pushed him back. Edan tried another attack, but Nathair blocked him again. The commander then lunged forward with his sword, and Edan was forced to sidestep out of the way or be skewered. They continued like this for some time, back and forth, both fairly matched as they battled around the room. He tried to keep one eye on Miriel and Craddock, but Nathair was too skilled for Edan to only give him his partial attention. The clang of their blades filled the air, mixing with their own grunts and curses. "Give this up, Nathair," Edan said through gritted teeth as their fight dragged on. "Ye dae want the lass anyhow." "It dis nae matter," Nathair replied, his voice even. "Me laird wants her, and I shall deliver her tae him." "Why?" Edan growled, forcing the commander back and putting him on the defensive. "Why is a dog loyal tae its master?" Nathair replied, his jaw clenched as he tried to gain room between Edan's forceful blows. "Gratitude and necessity." "You're grateful to Craddock for something." "For me life." Nathair slipped around Edan, escaping his barrage. With a cry of frustration, Edan whirled after the man, thrusting his sword toward him, only to have it blocked once more. "Whit day ye mean your life?" he bit out. "I saved Nathair Fay the Gutter," Craddock explained from where he stood watching the battle. Edan didn't dare look his way and give Nathair a chance to strike. His whore mother abandoned him, and I found him, cold and starving. "Laird Craddock raised me up," Nathair explained, aiming for Edan's cut with his next strike. Edan dodged it and slashed at the man's throat. As he ducked out of the way, Nathair continued, "Made me wit I am." "You mean he took a defenceless boy and moulded him into his loyal beast?" Edan snapped. He swung his sword over his head to increase the momentum, hoping to overpower Nathair with his strength. "Call it wit ye will," the commander said, ducking under Edan's blade. "I'm alive because of him. My life is his." Craddock chuckled from somewhere behind Edan. "You'll never sway him, fay me, Tosh. I am his saviour. He will nae betray me." That much was becoming clear. "Then ye leave me nor choice, Nathair," Edan snarled. "I'll kill ye if need be, to protect Miriel." "Ye can try," Nathair hissed. "Edan, look out!" Miriel suddenly screamed. Confused, Edan glanced toward her and found her pointing over his shoulder. Too late, he remembered Craddock was at his back, and then something heavy smashed his head. He let out a roar of rage and pain, spinning around and swinging his sword wildly. Craddock was already out of reach, however. His grin was wide and he chortled like a madman. "Best watch your back, me laird," he cackled. Edan turned back toward Nathair and ran his shoulder right into the commander's waiting blade. He cried out as the sword tore through his flesh, and bright stars exploded in his vision as pain overwhelmed him. Dropping to his knee, his sword clattered to the floor next to him. "Edan!" Miriel screamed. He managed to look toward her as she began running to him, but Craddock was suddenly at her side. Edan bellowed with rage when the bastard grabbed her around the waist and held her back from him. She fought Craddock's hold, tears streaming down her face, clearly desperate to reach Edan. He tried moving toward her, but Nathair brought up his booted foot and kicked Edan in the chest, sending him sprawling onto his back. "Ye're a fool, Tosh," Craddock sneered. "You thought you could outsmart me. Take wit is mine. You'll die afore I let ye hae this lass." "Release me!" Miriel shrieked. Edan struggled to rise, but Nathair rested his foot back on his chest and held him down. The commander raised his sword over his head, readying for the killing blow. "Wait! Dinna kill him!" Craddock ordered. Nathair and Edan both looked toward him in confusion. Craddock's delighted smile was wide. "I want ye to live for new, Tosh," he snickered. "I want ye to rot helpless in me dungeon. Kenning that as ye are trapped there, I am free to defile Miriel's sweet body however I please." Edan lurched toward the laird, but Nathair put more weight onto his chest until he felt his ribs straining from the pressure. Craddock went to the door, dragging Miriel with him to call for his guards. "Ye'll pay for this," Edan vowed. "However long it takes, whatever it takes, I will make ye pay." Craddock arched a sardonic brow. "I verra much doubt that, me laird. I verra much doubt that indeed." As his guards charged into the room, Craddock walked out, forcing a struggling Miriel with him. Edan's roar of fury answered her screams as she disappeared from sight. Edan threw himself against the bars of his cell, going practically mad from his fear for Miriel. She was somewhere alone with Craddock. Without him there to protect her, Edan had to reach her before the monster forced himself on her. He was like a wild animal, bellowing and snarling as he threatened to tear every man in Cadwell limb from limb if he was not released. Similar threats had been thrown at the men who had dragged him to this god-forsaken hellhole. That had been over an hour ago. Wit, if he is even new abusing her. If ye dinny let me out, I swear I will gut ye like a pig, then shove your entrails doon your throat. He growled at the man standing sentinel in front of his cell. The soon-to-be dead man ignored him, and his panic doubled. He hardly noticed the agony of his shoulder. His terror for Miriel was so great. He needed to find a way out, needed to save her. Suddenly, someone whistled across the room on the other side of the dungeon's door. The man guarding his cell furrowed his brow and, after glancing toward Edan, made his way over. Wit is happening new. The man opened the door and stepped out into the corridor beyond. There was a loud thumping noise, then the sound of something large and solid hitting the stone floor. Frowning, Edan gripped the bars of his cell and pressed his face between them to try and get a better look. "Who is out there?" he called. There was a heavy silence for several moments, and he tensed. Had Craddock sent someone to kill him after all? When the door opened again, he gaped at who stepped over the threshold. Artair and Kerstin hurried toward him, a ring of keys dangling in the lad's hand. They stopped in front of his cell door. "Edan, are ye of reet?" his sister asked, her pretty face pinched with concern. "No," he answered honestly. "Get me out so I can gae find Miriel." "You're bleeding," she cried, her eyes straying to his shoulder. "Edan, wit." "It disnae matter," he snapped. Then, in a gentler tone, "I'm sorry, Kerstin, but I ha' little concern for myself at present. I need to save Miriel Fay Craddock." "He's fled wi' her," Artair said as he worked one key after another into the cell lock. "Whit day ye mean?" Edan demanded to know. Artair finally found the right key and opened the cell door. "Mayor of your clan have arrived and are surrounding Cadwell." Artair appeared pale, and his voice shook as he spoke. "They arrived less than half an hour ago, and he took Miriel and escaped afore they could begin their siege." "Did ye send for mair men, Edan?" his sister asked. He nodded. "Aye. I'm sorry I didna tell either of ye, but I needed to be sure we would leave this place with Miriel. They were me assurance that would happen." Artair released a deep breath and nodded. "I understand. Just, please, if ye can, dinna let your men harm any innocents of me clan." Edan placed his hand on the lad's shoulder and nodded. I vow it. No, tell me where your da may ha' taken Miriel." Artair appeared relieved. He may ha' taken her toward the frozen lake a few miles north of here. There's a small hunting shed near it that he could hide out in. Edan squeezed the lad's shoulder. "Thank ye. I must gae." "Bring Miriel back, Edan," Artair said, his tone shaking at the end of his plea. "I will, I promise." He turned to go, but Kerstin grabbed his uninjured arm. Turning back to her, he murmured, "Kerstin." "Be careful, brother," she whispered. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "If ye die, I'll never forgive ye." He offered her a small smile. "I'll be back, and then we can gae home." Biting her lip, she nodded. "Aye, I think that would be good." He gently pulled his arm from her hold and turned to rush from the dungeon. Reaching the spiralling stone stairs that led up to the main floor of the keep, he bounded up the steps, 2 at a time. "I must get to her. I must get to her." When he made it to the top, he burst through the door straight into chaos. A battle was raging throughout the corridor he'd stepped into. He immediately recognised his own men were battling the McCayzers. Picking up an abandoned sword, he made his way through the madness, fighting off anyone who approached him, but being careful not to slay them. He would keep his promise to Artair as much as he possibly could. Gazing around the battle, he spotted Bahaik at the centre of the melee. Edan pushed his way through toward his right-hand man. "Bike!" he called out. His commander whirled to face him with wide eyes. "Me laird, you're free." Edan nodded. Paik hurried to him, shoving past Tosh and McCayzer man alike. "Bike, wit is gaying Owen here," Edan demanded to know when his man reached him. "We received word you were imprisoned," Pike breathlessly explained. He paused momentarily to fend off a charging McCayzer. Then, when we heard Mayor of the clan was approaching the castle, we attacked in hopes of freeing ye. Edan smashed the hilt of his sword into another attacking McCayzer, knocking the man unconscious to the floor. He dropped a hand on Bahaik's shoulder and squeezed. "Ye are a true and loyal friend," he said, his chest swelling with gratitude. "Keep up the fight and take the keep, but spread the order that Nor McCayzer is to be killed if it can be helped." "Me, laird?" Bahaik frowned, clearly confused. "I promised young Arter," Edan clarified. "He disney wish his people harmed for his dar's crimes." Paik nodded. I will see to it that the order is spread, and warn that should it be disobeyed, there will be grave consequences. Thank ye, Bahaik." "Whit day ye plan today, me laird?" Paik asked. "There's been no sign of the lass." Edan released a breath, his body nearly shaking with his rage. "Craddock has taken her fae the keep. I'm gaying efter them. Do ye wish for any of the men to accompany ye?" Edan shook his head. "Now, they are needed here. I'll deal with Craddock myself." Me laird." Paik turned to hurry off and see his laird's orders met. Edan watched him go for several moments before he turned and made his way toward the entrance of the keep. Once outside, he sped toward the stables to find a horse and chase after Craddock and Miriel. He just prayed he wasn't too late. Chapter 35. Miriel. "Let me gay," she screamed, fighting her uncle's hold. He jostled her in his arms and hissed at her ear. "Stay still, witch. I'll throw ye fae this horse if ye dinny shut your mouth." She didn't care. Miriel didn't fear falling from the saddle as they sped away from Cadwell. She sat in the saddle in front of Craddock, and his arm was banded around her waist so tight it was painful. The keep was nearly out of sight behind them. She was desperate to get back there and free Edan. He was hurt and bleeding. Her heart raced with fear that he was even now dying alone in a dank dungeon cell. "If ye take one mere person, I love fae me, Craddock, I'll make your death so slow." The frozen lake appeared ahead, its ice so thick it remained well into spring, and she spotted the small hunting hut on its far bank. With a start, she realised that's where he intended to take her, where he intended to violate her. Back at the keep, as he'd had Edan imprisoned, he dragged her to his own chamber. He dragged her through the door and towards the bed, seemingly intent on forcing himself on her then and there. She'd fought him every step of the way, but in his madness, he'd seemed to have become even stronger. He'd thrown her on the bed and was about to follow her down when an urgent knock had sounded on the door. It was one of his men, warning of an approaching army that'd be on their doorstep within the hour. The Tosh clan had come to do battle. Enraged, Craddock had left her locked in his chamber as he'd gone to prepare his forces to defend the keep. She'd tried to find an escape, but had been shocked to find the secret door to the tunnels in his room sealed over. The fact that he'd discovered the passages was something she'd decided could be dealt with later. It had been over half an hour before he'd returned, and he'd declared to her that they were leaving. Grabbing her, he'd forced her through the keep towards the stables, ignoring the wide-eyed stares that followed them as she kicked and screamed the whole way. They'd escaped Cadwell before the Tosh's siege had begun. Miriel knew she needed to escape him before they reached the hut. She doubled her efforts to break free, thrashing in his arms and shrieking like a banshee. "Be silent and still, or I will bash your teeth in!" he snarled. His hand came up to clamp over her mouth, and she sank her teeth into the fleshy pad of his palm as hard as she could. He let out a loud shout of pain, jerking the reins with his other hand. Startled, the horse reared onto its hind legs and they both went tumbling to the ground. Miriel lost her breath when she landed, but was otherwise unharmed by the impact. She managed to scramble to her feet and began to run. With a roar, Craddock lunged at her from his knees and snagged her ankle. She let out a cry as she went crashing back to the hard ground. Miriel clawed at the earth as Craddock dragged her back toward him. "You're nae getting away from me that easily," he cackled. "I'm just as happy to take ye out in the cold ground as in a warm bed." He flipped her onto her back and grabbed her wrists, squeezing so hard her bones ground together. Forcing them over her head, he pinned her with one hand, and with his other hand, grabbed at her skirts to yank them up her legs. Miriel kicked and thrashed beneath him, screeching as loud and as furiously as she could. He dropped her skirts and slapped her hard across her face. "Silence!" he bellowed, spittle flying from his lips to land on her throbbing cheek. "Edan will kill ye for this!" she hissed, tears breaking free and soaking her temples. Craddock shoved his face down close to hers. "He is lying helpless in me dungeon, unable tidy anything to save ye. There is nae one who can save ye noo, Miriel. Nae your day, nae your more, nae your precious Edan. You're mine, and mine alone." He grabbed her skirts again and resumed yanking them up to her hips. Her hope was draining from her like blood from a wound. She couldn't make him stop, couldn't free herself from him. She stared up at the cloudy sky above and wished with all her heart that Edan would come for her, even though she knew that was impossible. The whinny of an approaching horse startled both her and Craddock. He paused in his assault and looked up in the direction of the keep. His eyes widened with shock, then narrowed with contempt. "Tosh!" he bit out. Miriel gasped and tilted her head back to try and see for herself. Sure enough, Edan was barrelling toward them on horseback, sword drawn. He was heading straight for them and raised his blade as he neared. With a curse, Craddock dove away from Miriel to avoid losing his head. As he rolled away, she pushed to a sitting position and covered her face with her arms to protect it from the dirt that flew into the air when Edan passed her by. He whirled his horse around and came to a stop. Dropping from the saddle, he hurried to Miriel's side and fell to his knees next to her. He set his sword on the ground and raised his hands to her. "Miriel, are ye all eh?" He patted her face and shoulders as if searching for injuries. She grabbed his wrists to pause his hurried inspection. "I'm fine," she nearly sobbed, relief and gratitude flooding through her. "Ye made it just in time." "Thank the Lord above," Edan breathed, pulling her in to hold her against his chest. "I was so scared. I didn't think I'd make it." She clutched his shirt and buried her face against him, her tears flowing freely. "Ye did," she promised. "Ye did." She wanted to stay in his arms like this, but knew they needed to get away from Craddock and return to the keep. Edan appeared to have the same thought because he broke their embrace and pushed to his feet, picking up his sword as he went. "Come, love, we need to get oot of here." He reached down his hand to pull her up with him. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted her uncle approaching. "Edan, look oot!" she cried, shoving him back just before Craddock's blade slid through him. Edan stumbled, but regained his footing the next moment and charged toward Craddock. his own sword raised. Miriel hurried to get out of the way as the two men began to fight, their blades clanging together in the air between them. "Why could ye nae just die?" Craddock screeched. He slashed at Edan again and again. There was no rhyme or reason to his movements, just rage and insanity. Edan appeared to struggle to keep up with Craddock's unpredictability. Miriel watched in growing horror as her uncle drove Edan further and further back. They were drawing close to the lake, and she feared he would fall through if forced out onto the icy surface. She followed them, her mind racing to try and think of a way to help Edan. It couldn't end like this for them. There had to be something she could do. Please, I cannae lose another one. I cannae survive it again. They were edging closer to the shoreline, and she desperately searched for something she could use as a weapon herself. Her eyes suddenly fell on a formation of rocks bordering the grass and cold shore. Picking up her skirts, she ran toward them. The smooth stone resting on the top of the pile was heavy, but she could lift it without much issue. Grabbing it with both her hands, she turned and found Craddock pushing Edan out onto the ice. She could hear it begin to crack beneath his boots. Wasting no time, she dashed forward, coming up behind Craddock and lifting the rock in the air. With a cry, she brought it crashing down on the back of his head. He roared in fury and pain as he collapsed to the ground. "You wee bitch!" he screamed, rolling toward Miriel. She hurried to back away, but tripped on the uneven terrain and fell to her backside. Craddock crawled toward her, his eyes flashing madly, his hands clutching for her. "Ye're mine, Miriel," he hissed. "Forever. Ye cannae escape me. Ye're more was mine, and she betrayed me. Ye will nae day the same. I will nae let ye." Miriel screamed when his fingers grazed her skirt, but he was suddenly yanked away from her. Edan held his ankle and flipped Craddock over to his back. "Enough, Craddock," Edan barked. "Ye've lost. Miriel is nae yours, and she'll never be yours." With a crazed scream, Craddock grabbed his sword, which was now in his reach, and thrust it up at Edan. Dodging the attack, Edan brought his own blade down and stabbed it into Craddock's chest, right into his heart. Miriel gasped, shocked by the violence of the act. Edan pulled his sword from her uncle's chest, and Craddock released a sickening, gurgling noise, his fingers poking wildly at his chest. Turning wide eyes toward her, he reached out a bloody hand. "Miriel, help me." Squaring her shoulders, she walked around him toward Edan. Slipping her arms around his waist, she glared down at her uncle. "Rot in hell, Craddock," she snapped. "You deserve so much worse than this." Her uncle stared at her in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he turned onto his belly and began to crawl away from them, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Miriel stayed tucked into Edan's side, and they watched the man that had devastated her life slowly succumb to his injury. Before he took his last breath, Craddock tilted his head back and yelled out her mother's name. Then his head dropped to the ground, and he went completely still. She stared at his lifeless form for several moments, a part of her expecting him to stand back up and prove himself unkillable. He didn't, however, and she relaxed, a breath of relief escaping her lips. It was over. At long last, her nightmare was ended. Craddock was dead. Her parents were avenged. She was safe from him. Her knees shook and then gave out. With a startled cry, Edan caught her before she collapsed to the ground. "Miriel, are ye all A?" She clutched at his shirt and nodded up to him. I am. It's just, after so many years, for him to finally be gone." "I ken, my love," he murmured, sinking to the ground with her in his arms. He pulled her into his lap and held her tight to his chest. "Ye're safe noo. He cannae hurt ye any more." She hugged him and never wanted to let him go again. This man had changed her entire life. He'd given her hope, given her love, and freed her from her living nightmare. "Thank ye, Eden," she whispered. "Thank ye for saving me, for loving me." He released a heavy breath. "No, thank ye, Miriel. I dinna ken how I'd ever live without ye. When I think aboot how close I was to losing ye." He shuddered. She leaned back so she could gaze up into his eyes. "You'll never lose me," she promised. "I'm years, fae new, until the end of me days." The adoration that shone in his eyes made her chest ache. He cupped her face with both his hands and pressed his forehead to hers. "Me brave, beautiful lass," he murmured. "Ye are a gift I did nae ken I needed." She smiled, luxuriating in his warmth and the feel of his skin against hers. "And ye are the freedom I ha' always prayed for," she replied in a soft tone. His lips found hers, and he kissed her so tenderly she felt her heart swell with joy. This man had given her everything, and she was ready to spend the rest of their lives together, returning the favour. Epilogue. Miriel. She stared at herself in the looking glass and knew she was beautiful. Her dress was a work of art, and her veil a delicate wisp of lace trailing down her back. Miriel smiled at her reflection, awash with joy and excitement. It was Miriel's wedding day, but this time around she was not dreading the ceremony to come. It had been over a month since Craddock's death. In that time, Eden had whisked her away to his own keep and proposed to her the moment she walked into his home. They were so madly in love, Miriel sometimes didn't believe it was truly possible to feel so strongly for another person. Yet she knew what she felt for Eden was very real, and she wouldn't give it up for any price in the world. There was a knock on her door, and she turned to find Artair standing at the threshold, smiling at her. "God in heaven, Miriel, you're breathtaking!" he breathed. She hurried to him and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Artair, now Laird of Cadwell, was there to give her away to her new husband. Though the last month had undoubtedly been difficult for him, he had shown her nothing but love and support as they'd both transitioned into their new lives. Breaking away from him, she grinned. "Soon enough, it'll be ye awaiting your bride at the end of the aisle." Artair's cheeks turned pink and his grin turned dreamy. I cannae wait." With Craddock gone, Eden had given his enthusiastic consent for Artair and Caerstine to wed. The two were nearly as desperately in love with each other as Eden and Miriel, and she could not be happier for them. "Shall we?" Artair asked, offering her his arm. She nodded. "Aye, let's gae." He led her out of the room and into the corridor. They made their way through the keep toward the chapel, where the entirety of the Tosh clan was gathered to watch their laird take a bride at long last. Eden was waiting for her at the altar. Her heart raced at the sight of him, as it always did. His face lit up with a wide smile when he saw her. Eager to make the man her husband, she urged Artair on down the aisle, moving at a faster pace than was likely appropriate. Artair chuckled softly and let her lead him, rather than he lead her. When they reached the altar, Eden stepped forward and took her hands. They stared into each other's eyes, losing themselves for a brief moment of time. When the waiting priest cleared his throat, they turned to face him, and the ceremony began. "Ye are so lovely," Eden whispered. "I cannae believe how much I love ye." "I love ye as well," she replied in a soft voice. "I cannae believe I get to be your wife." "Me wife." He squeezed her hand, which remained clasped in his. "I dae like how that sounds." The moment was so perfect, she thought her life may now be a dream. A wonderful dream she never wished to wake from. She smiled, knowing she'd never have to. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.